The Collectors. Written by David Baldacci.
Chapter 1. Roger Seagraves walked out of the U.S. Capitol after an interesting meeting that, surprisingly, had had little to do with politics. That evening he sat alone in the living room of his modest suburban home after arriving at an important decision. He had to kill someone, and that someone was a very significant target. Instead of a daunting proposition, Seagraves saw it as a worthy challenge. The next morning, Seagraves drove to his office in Northern Virginia. Sitting at his desk in a space that was small and cluttered, and looked exactly the same as other workspaces up and down the corridor, he mentally assembled the critical pieces of his task. Seagraves finally concluded that he would do the deed himself, unwilling to trust it to a third party. He'd killed before, many times in fact. The only difference now was he wouldn't be doing it for his government. This one was all for him. He spent the next 2 days in careful, decisive preparation efficiently conducted around his day job. The 3 imperatives of his mission were embedded in every action he performed. 1. Keep it simple. 2. Provide for every contingency. And 3. Never panic, no matter how much your plan goes awry, which it occasionally did. However, if there were a 4th rule, it would have to be exploit the fact that most people are fools when it comes to things that actually matter, like their own survival. He had never suffered from that shortcoming. Roger Seagraves was 42, single and childless. A wife and brats would certainly have complicated his unorthodox lifestyle. In his previous career with the federal government, he'd adopted false identities and traveled across the world. Fortunately, changing identities was stunningly easy to do in the computer age. A few clicks of the Dell, a server somewhere in India hummed, and from one's fancy laser printer, out popped a new you, with all the official bells, whistles, and available credits. Seagraves could actually buy all that he needed on an internet site that required a carefully guarded password. It was akin to a Macy's department store for criminals, sometimes dubbed by its felonious clientele as Evil Bay. There, one could purchase everything from first-rate ID packs and stolen credit card numbers to the services of professional hitmen, or sterilized weapons, if you were inclined to commit the murder yourself. He usually obtained the necessary materials from a dealer who had a 99% approval rating from his customers and a money-back guarantee. Even killers liked to go with quality. Roger Seagraves was tall, well-built, and handsome, with thick, blonde, wavy hair. On the surface, he seemed carefree in his ways and possessed an infectious grin. Virtually every woman in his vicinity copped a second look, as did some envious men. He often used this to his advantage. When you had to kill or deceive, you used whatever tools you had, as effectively as possible. His government had taught him that too. Though he still technically labored for the United States, he also worked for himself. His official pension plan fell far short of giving him the quality retirement he felt he deserved, after so many years of risking his life for the red, white, and blue. For him, though, it had been mostly red. On the 3rd afternoon after his enlightening visit to the Capitol, Seagraves subtly modified his features and put on several layers of clothing. When it grew dark, he drove a van up into the expensive fringes of Northwest D.C., where the embassies and private mansions all had paranoid guards patrolling their compounds. He parked in a small courtyard behind a building across the street from a very exclusive club housed in an imposing brick Georgian that catered to wealthy and politically obsessed persons, of whom Washington had more than any city on earth. These folks loved to gather over passable food and average wine, and talk polls, policies, and patronage to their heart's content. Seagraves wore a blue jumper suit with Service stenciled on the back. The key he'd made earlier fit the simple lock of the vacant building that was awaiting extensive renovation. His toolbox in hand, he took the steps 2 at a time until he reached the top floor and entered a room facing the street. He flashed a penlight around the empty space, noting the single window. He'd left it unlocked and well-oiled on an earlier visit. He opened his toolbox and quickly assembled his sniper rifle. Next, he attached the suppressor can to the muzzle, chambered a single round. He was nothing if not confident, crept forward and drew up the window a bare 2 inches, just enough to allow the can to fit in the opening. He checked his watch and looked up and down the street from his lofty perch without much worry of being spotted, since the building he was in was completely dark. In addition, his rifle had no optics signature and sported camouflage technology, meaning it changed color to match its background. Oh, what the human race had learned from the humble moth. When the limo and lead security car pulled up to the club, he drew his bead on the head of one of the men who got out of the stretch. But he didn't fire. It wasn't time yet. The club member walked inside, followed by his security men sporting ear fobs and thick necks sticking out of starched collars. He watched the stretch and the security car pull off. Seagraves checked his watch again. 2 hours to go. He continued to scan the street below as town cars and cabs dropped off serious-faced women, outfitted not in carats of De Beers and yards of Versace, but in smart off-the-rack business suits and tasteful costume jewelry, with their social and political antennae set on high. The serious-faced men accompanying them were hunkered down in pinstripes, bland ties, and what seemed to be bad attitudes. It won't get any better, gents. Trust me. 120 minutes dragged by, and his gaze had never once left the club's brick facade. Through the large front windows he could see the efficient swirl of folks who cradled their drinks and murmured in low, conspiratorial tones. Okay, it was time for business. He gave the street another quick scan. Not a soul was looking his way. Over his career, he'd found they never were. Seagraves waited patiently until the target walked through his crosshairs for the last time. Then his gloved finger edged to the trigger. He didn't particularly like firing through a window pane, though it wouldn't interfere with the flight of the ordnance he was using. Thwap! This was followed instantly by a tinkle of glass and the heavy thud of a pudgy dead man hitting a highly polished oak floor. The Honorable Robert Bradley had felt no pain at all with the impact. The bullets had killed his brain before it could tell his mouth to start screaming. Not a bad way to go, actually. Seagraves calmly laid down the rifle and peeled off his jumpsuit, exposing the D.C. police uniform underneath. He put on a matching hat he'd brought with him and marched down the stairs to the rear door. When he exited the building, he could hear the screams from across the street. Only 19 seconds had passed since the shot. He knew because he'd counted the ticks off in his head. He now moved rapidly down the street as he continued to time the action in his head. The next moment he heard the powerful whine of the car engine as the carefully choreographed scene was played out. Now he began to run all out, pulling his pistol as he did so. He had 5 seconds to get there. He turned the corner in time to almost be hit by the sedan as it raced by him. At the last instant, he leaped to the side, rolled, and came up in the middle of the road. People across the street shouted at him, pointing at the car. He turned, gripped his gun with both hands, and fired at the sedan. The blanks in his gun sounded sweet, just like the real thing. He placed 5 shots, and then sprinted hard down the asphalt for half a block, and slid into what appeared to be an unmarked police cruiser parked there. It raced after the fast-disappearing sedan, its siren blaring and grille lights flashing. The car it was chasing turned left at the next intersection, then right, and headed down an alley, stopping in the middle. The driver in the car jumped out, ran to the lime green VW Beetle parked in front of his in the alley, and drove off. Once out of sight of the club, the other car's grille lights and sirens stopped as it peeled away from the hunt and headed in the opposite direction. The man next to Seagraves never once looked at him as he climbed into the back seat and stripped off the police uniform. Underneath the cop clothes, he wore a tight-fitting one-piece jogging outfit. Black sneakers were already on his feet. In the floorboard of the car was a muzzled 6-month-old black lab. The car whipped down a side street and turned left at the next corner, stopping beside a park deserted at this late hour. The back door opened, Seagraves climbed out, and the car sped off. Seagraves held the leash tightly as he and his pet commenced their nightly jog. When they turned right at the next corner, 4 police cruisers flew past the pair. Not one face in the cop convoy even glanced at him. A minute later, in another part of the city, a fireball raced into the sky. It was the rented and fortunately empty townhouse of the dead man. Initially, it would be blamed on a gas leak that had ignited. Yet, combined with the murder of Bob Bradley, the federal authorities would seek out other explanations, though they wouldn't come easily. After running for 3 blocks, Seagraves abandoned his pet. A waiting car was climbed into, and he was back at his home less than an hour later. Meanwhile, the United States government would have to find another Speaker of the House to replace the recently deceased Robert Bob Bradley. That shouldn't be too hard, Seagraves mused as he drove to work the next day after reading of Bradley's murder in the morning newspaper. After all, the damn town is full of bloody politicians. Bloody politicians? That's an apt description. He pulled his car to the security gate, displayed his ID badge, and was waved through by the armed guard there who knew him well. He strode through the front door of the sprawling building in Langley, Virginia, passed through additional security gauntlets, and then headed to his 8-by-10-foot cluttered cookie-cutter office. He was currently a mid-level bureaucrat whose main work consisted of being a liaison between his agency and the incompetent and brainless on Capitol Hill, who'd somehow been voted into office. It was not nearly as taxing as his old job here, and represented a bone thrown his way for meritorious service. Now, unlike decades ago, the CIA let its special employees come in from the cold once they'd reached the age where reflexes slowed a bit and enthusiasm for the work diminished. As Seagraves looked over some tedious paperwork, he realized how much he'd missed the killing. He supposed people who had once murdered for a living never really got over that bloodlust. At least last night had given him a bit of the old glory back. That was one problem out of the way, but another one would probably soon take its place. Yet, Roger Seagraves was a creative troubleshooter. It was just his nature. Chapter 2. Great belches of black smoke, probably packed with enough carcinogens to vanquish an unsuspecting generation or two, were propelled from ancient brick factory stacks into a sky already dark with rain clouds. In an alleyway of this industrial town that was dying an irreversible death due to penny wages paid in far more polluted cities in China, a small crowd had gathered around one man. This was not a crime scene with a dead body, or a street Shakespeare honing his acting chops, or even a big-lunged preacher hawking Jesus and redemption for a modest contribution to the cause. This man was known in the trade as a broad-tosser, and he was doing his best to relieve the crowd of its money in a game of chance called Three-Card Monte. The shills supporting the tosser were adequate, as they won staged betting rounds at timed intervals to keep the marks hopeful for their own streak of luck. The wall man, or lookout, was a bit lethargic. At least the woman watching them from across the street deduced this from his body language and listless eyes. She didn't know the muscle that was also part of this con team, yet he didn't look overly tough, just doughy and slow. The two ropers were young and energetic, and, as their title implied, it was their job to keep a steady supply of innocents coming to play a card game they would never win. She moved closer, watching as the enthusiastic crowd alternately clapped and groaned as bets were won and lost. She'd started her career as a shill for one of the country's best tossers. That particular con could run a table in virtually any city and walk away an hour later with at least $2,000 in his pocket, the marks having no idea they'd been the victim of anything more than poor luck. This tosser was excellent, and for good reason. He'd been trained by the same man as she. To her informed eye, he was using the double-card queen-up-front technique that would substitute the back card for the queen at the critical moment of delivery, for this was the entire key to the game. The simple object of three-card Monte, like the shell game it was based on, was to pick the queen from the trio on the table after the tosser had mixed them around with blurring speed. That was impossible to do if the lady wasn't even on the table at the time the guess was made. Then, a second before the queen's correct position was revealed, the tosser would smoothly replace one of the cards with the queen and show the group where it had supposedly been all the time. This simple short con had lifted money from marquises and marines and everything in between for as long as playing cards had been around. The woman slipped behind a dumpster, made eye contact with someone in the crowd, and put on a pair of large tinted sunglasses. A moment later, the wall man's attention was completely distracted by a cute, mini-skirted bettor. She'd bent straight over in front of him to pick up some dropped cash, and gave the lookout a nice view of her firm butt, and the red thong that made little attempt to cover it. The wall man no doubt thought he'd gotten incredibly lucky. However, just as with three-card Monte, there was no luck involved. The woman had earlier paid the miniskirt to perform the drop and bend when she signaled her by putting on the shades. This simple distraction technique had worked on men ever since women had started wearing clothes. 4 quick strides, and the lady was right in their midst, moving with a swagger and energy that parted the crowd immediately, as the stunned lookout watched helplessly.
"Okay,"
she barked, holding up her creds.
"I want to see some ID from you."
She snapped, pointing a long finger at the tosser, a short, pudgy, middle-aged man with a small black beard, bright green eyes, and a pair of the nimblest hands in the country. He studied her from under his ball cap, even as he slowly reached in his coat and pulled out his wallet.
"All right, folks, party's over,"
she said, opening her jacket so they could see the silver badge attached to her belt. Many of the people gathered there began to back away. The intruder was in her mid-30s, tall and broad-shouldered, with a sleek pair of hips and long red hair, and dressed in black jeans, green turtleneck, and a short leather jacket. A long muscle in her neck flexed when she spoke. A small, dull red scar the shape of a fishhook was perched under her right eye, but remained hidden by the sunglasses.
"I said, party's over. Pick up your cash and disappear,"
she said in a voice notched an octave lower. She'd already noted that the bets left on the table had vanished the moment she started speaking, and she knew exactly where they'd gone. The tosser was good, reacting to the situation instantly and taking control of the only thing that mattered, the money. The crowd fled without bothering to argue about their missing cash. The muscle took a hesitant step toward the intruder, but then froze as her gaze cut into him.
"Don't even think about it, because they just love fat boys like you in the federal swamp."
She looked him up and down lasciviously.
"They get a lot more meat for their dime."
The muscle's lip began to tremble, even as he fell back and tried to fade into the wall. She marched up to him.
Big boy. When I said clear out, I meant you too.
The muscle nervously glanced at the other man, who said,
"Get out of it! I'll look you up later."
After the man had fled, she checked the tosser's ID, smirking as she handed it back to him, and then made him stand against the wall for a pat-down. She picked up a card from the table and turned it around so he could see the Black Queen.
Looks like I win.
The tosser stared unfazed at the card.
"Since when do the feds care about a harmless game of chance?"
She put the card back on the table.
Good thing your marks didn't know how chancy this game of chance really was. Maybe I should go and enlighten some of the bigger guys who might like to come back and beat the crap out of you.
He looked down at the Black Queen.
"Like you said, you won. Why don't you name your payoff?"
He took a roll of cash from his fanny pack. In response, she took out her creds, slipped the badge off her belt, and dropped both on the table. He glanced down at them.
Go ahead,
she said casually.
I have no secrets.
He picked them up. The creds didn't authenticate her as a law enforcement officer. Behind the plastic shield was a membership card for the Costco Warehouse Club. The badge was tin and engraved with a brand of German beer. His eyes widened as she slipped off her sunglasses, and recognition instantly came.
"Annabelle?"
Annabelle Conroy said,
Leo, what the hell are you doing cooking Monty with a bunch of losers in this crappy excuse for a town?
Leo Richter shrugged, but his grin was wide.
"Well, times are tough, and the guys are okay. A little green, but learning. And Monty's never let any of us down, has it?"
He waved the wad of bills before stuffing them back in his fanny pack.
"Little dicey pretending to be a cop."
He scolded mildly.
I never said I was a cop. People just assumed. That's why we have a career, Leo. Because if you have enough balls, people assume. But while we're talking about it, trying to bribe a cop?
"Well, in my humble experience, it works more often than not,"
Leo said, fishing a cigarette out of a pack in his shirt pocket and offering her one. She declined.
How much you making on this gig?
She asked, matter-of-factly. Leo glanced at her suspiciously as he lit his Winston, took a drag, and blew smoke out his nostrils, neatly matching, at least in miniature, the fetid clouds coming out of the smokestacks overhead.
"The pie's split up enough as it is. I've got employees to take care of."
Employees? Don't tell me you're issuing W-2s now.
Before he could answer, she added,
Monty's not on my radar, Leo. So how much? I'm asking for a reason. A good one.
She folded her arms across her chest and leaned back against the wall, waiting. He shrugged.
"Well, we usually work 5 locations on a rotation, about 6 hours a day. Clear 3 or 4 thou on a good one. A lot of union boys around here. Those guys are always itching to lose their cash, but we'll be moving on soon. Another round of factory layoffs coming, and we don't want people remembering our faces too well. It's not like I have to tell you the drill. I get the 60 split of the net, but expenses are high these days. Saved up about 30 G's. I'm looking to double that before winter. It'll hold me for a while."
But just a while, knowing you.
Annabelle Conroy picked up her beer badge and Costco card.
Interested in some real money?
"Last time you asked me that, I got shot at."
We got shot at because you got greedy.
Neither one was smiling now.
"What's the deal?"
Leo asked.
I'll tell you after we run a couple shorts. I need some seed for the long.
"A long con? Who does that anymore?"
She cocked her head and stared down at him. In her high-heeled boots, she was 5'11".
I do. I never stopped, in fact.
He noted her long red hair.
Weren't you a brunette the last time I saw you?
I'm anything I need to be.
A grin eased across his face.
Same old Annabelle.
Her gaze hardened slightly.
No, not the same old. Better. You in?
What's the risk level?
High. But so's the reward.
A car alarm erupted with eardrum-shattering decibels. Neither of them even flinched. Cons at their level that lost their cool under any circumstances became either guests of the penal system or dead. Leo finally blinked.
Okay, I'm in. What now?
Now we line up a couple other people.
We roll an all-star on this?
His eyes glittered at the prospect.
Long Con deserves nothing but the best.
She picked up the Black Queen.
I'll take my payment in dinner tonight for pulling the lady out of your magic deck.
Afraid there aren't many restaurants worth eating at around here.
Not here. We're flying to L.A. in 3 hours.
L.A. in 3 hours? I'm not even packed, and I don't have a ticket.
It's in your left jacket pocket. I snaked it there when I was feeling you up.
She eyed his flabby midsection and raised an eyebrow.
You've put on weight, Leo.
She turned and strode off as Leo checked his pocket and found the plane ticket. He grabbed his cards and raced after her, leaving the card table where it was. Monty was on vacation for a while. The Long Con was calling. Chapter 3. Over dinner that night in L.A., Annabelle laid out parts of her plan to Leo, including the 2 players she was looking to bring on.
Sounds good, but what about the Long Con? You haven't told me about that.
One step at a time,
She answered, fingering a wine glass, her gaze wandering around the swanky dining room, automatically searching for potential marks. Take a breath, find a chump. She flicked her dyed red hair out of her face and made momentary eye contact with a guy 3 tables down. This jerk had been ogling and overtly signaling Annabelle in her little black dress for the last hour, while his humiliated date sat silently fuming. Now he slowly licked his lips and winked at her. Slick. You couldn't even come close to handling it. Leo interrupted this thought.
Look, Annabelle, I'm not gonna screw you. Hell, I came all this way.
Right. You came all this way on my dime.
We're partners. You can tell me. It goes no further.
Her gaze drifted over him as she finished her Cabernet.
Leo, don't bother. Even you're not that good of a liar.
A waiter came by and handed her a card.
From the gentleman over there?
He said, pointing to the man who'd been ogling her. Annabelle took the card. It said that the man was a talent agent. He'd also helpfully written on the back of the card a specific sex act he'd like to perform on her. Okay, Mr. Talent Agent. You asked for it. On the way out, she stopped at a table with 5 stout guys in pinstripe suits. She said something, and they all laughed. She gave one of them a pat on the head, and another, a man of about 40 with gray temples and thick shoulders, a peck on the cheek. They all laughed at something else Annabelle said. Then she sat down and talked with them for a few minutes. Leo looked at her curiously as Annabelle left the table and walked past him toward the exit. As she passed the talent agent's table, he said,
Hey, baby, call me. I mean it. You are so hot. I'm on fire.
Annabelle swiped a glass of water off the tray of a passing waiter and said,
Well then, let's cool you off, stud.
She dumped the water in the guy's lap. He jumped up.
Damn it, you're gonna pay for that, you crazy bitch!
His date covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Before the man could reach out to grab her, Annabelle shot out a hand and clutched his wrist.
You see those boys over there?
She nodded at the 5 suits that sat staring at the man hostilely. One of them cracked his knuckles. Another slid his hand inside his suit jacket and kept it there. Annabelle said smoothly,
I'm sure you saw me talking to them since you've been staring at me all night. They're the Mascarelli family, and the one on the end there is my ex, Joey Jr. Now, even though I'm no longer technically in the family, you never really leave the Mascarelli clan.
Mascarelli?
The man said defiantly.
Who the hell are they?
They were the number 3 organized crime family in Vegas before the FBI ran them and everybody else out. Now they've gone back to doing what they do best, controlling the garbage unions in the Big Apple in Newark.
She squeezed his arm.
So, if you have a problem with your wet pants, I'm sure Joey will take care of it.
You think I'm buying that crap?
The guy shot back.
Well, if you don't believe me, go over there and talk to him about it.
The man looked over at the table again. Joey Jr. was holding a steak knife in his beefy hand, while one of the other men was attempting to keep him in his seat. Annabelle gripped the man's arm tighter.
Or, do you want me to have Joey come over here with some of his friends? Don't worry. He's out on parole right now, so he can't bust you up really bad without ticking off the feds.
No.
The alarmed man said, as he tore his gaze from murderous Joey Jr. and his steak knife. He added quietly,
I mean, it's no big deal. Just a little water.
He sat back down and dabbed at his soaked crotch with a napkin. Annabelle turned to his date. The woman was trying and failing to hold back her giggles.
You think it's funny, sweetie?
Annabelle said.
This is a case of where we're all laughing at you, not with you. So why don't you try finding some self-respect? Our little shits like him are the only slime you'll be waking up next to until you're so old, nobody will give a crap anymore, including you.
The lady stopped laughing. On the way out of the restaurant, Leo said,
Wow. And here I was wasting my time reading Dale Carnegie when all I needed to do was hang around you.
Give it a rest, Leo.
Okay, but the Mascarelli family? Come on. Who were they really?
5 accountants from Cincinnati, probably looking to get laid tonight.
You're lucky. They seemed pretty tough.
It wasn't luck. I said I was practicing a scene from a movie with a friend of mine in public. I told them it happens all the time in L.A. I asked them to help out, that they were to look like the mob, you know, to give us the right atmosphere to deliver our lines. I told them if they did well enough, they might even get a part in the film. It's probably the most excitement they've ever had.
Yeah, but how'd you know that jerk would collar you on the way out?
Oh, I don't know, Leo. Maybe it was that tent pole in his pants. Or did you think I just threw the water in his crotch for the hell of it?
The next day, Annabelle and Leo cruised down Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills in a rented dark blue Lincoln. Leo intently eyed the shops they were passing.
How'd you get a lead on him?
Usual sources. He's young and doesn't have much street experience, but his specialty is why I'm here.
Annabelle pulled into a parking place and pointed to a storefront up ahead.
Okay, that's where Gadget Boy screws the retail customer.
What's he like?
Very metrosexual.
Leo looked at her quizzically.
Metrosexual? What the hell's that? New kind of gay freak?
You really need to get out more, Leo. And work on your PC skills.
A minute later, Annabelle led Leo into a high-end clothing boutique. Inside the store, they were greeted by a lean, good-looking young man dressed all in chic black, with slicked-back blonde hair and a day's worth of fashionable stubble on his face.
You here all by yourself today?
She asked him, looking around at the other well-heeled customers in the store. They'd have to be wealthy, she knew, since the shoes here started at $1,000 a pair, entitling the lucky owner to stumble around on 4-inch golf tees until her Achilles snapped. He nodded.
But I enjoy working the store. I'm very service-oriented.
I'm sure you are,
Annabelle said under her breath. After waiting until the other customers had left the shop, Annabelle put the closed sign on the front door. Leo brought a woman's blouse to the cash register, while Annabelle wandered around behind the checkout area. Leo handed over his credit card, but it slipped out of the clerk's hand and the man bent down to retrieve it. When he straightened up, he found Annabelle standing right behind him.
That's a really neat toy you have there,
she said, eyeing the tiny machine the clerk had just swiped Leo's card through.
Ma'am, you're not allowed behind the counter,
he said, frowning. Annabelle ignored this comment.
Did you build it yourself?
The clerk said firmly.
It's an anti-fraud machine. It confirms that the card is valid. It checks encryption codes embedded in the plastic. We've had a lot of stolen credit cards come in here, so the owner instructed us to start using it. I try to do it as unobtrusively as possible so no one gets embarrassed. I'm sure you can understand.
Oh, I completely understand.
Annabelle reached by the clerk and slid out the device.
What this does, Tony, is read the name and account number and the embedded verification code on the magnetic stripe, so you can forge the card.
Or more likely sell the numbers to a card ring that'll do it,
Leo added.
That way you don't have to get your metrosexual hands really dirty.
Tony looked at both of them.
How do you know my name? You cops?
Oh, much better than that,
Annabelle said, putting her arm around his slender shoulders.
We're people just like you.
2 hours later, Annabelle and Leo were walking down the pier in Santa Monica. It was a bright, cloudless day, and the ocean breeze delivered waves of deliciously warm air. Leo wiped his forehead with a handkerchief, took off his jacket, and carried it over his arm.
Damn, I'd forgotten how nice it was out here.
Beautiful weather and the best marks in the world,
Annabelle said.
That's why we're here, because where the best marks are
where the best cons are.
Leo finished for her. She nodded.
Okay, that's him, Freddie Driscoll, Crown Prince of Bad Paper.
Leo stared ahead, squinting against the sun, and read the small sign over the outdoor kiosk.
Designer heaven.
That's right. Do it like I said.
What other way is there to do it but like you said?
Leo grumbled. They reached the merchandise display where jeans, designer bags, watches, and other accessories were neatly arranged. The older man next to the kiosk greeted them politely. He was small and plump with a pleasant face. Tufts of white hair stuck out from underneath the straw hat he wore.
Wow, these are great prices,
Leo commented as he looked over the items. The man beamed proudly.
I don't have the overhead of the fancy stores, just the sun, sand, and ocean.
They looked through the merchandise, selected a few items, and Annabelle handed the man a $100 bill in payment. He took it from her, put on a pair of thick glasses, held the bill up at a certain angle, and then quickly handed it back.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm afraid that's a forgery.
You're right. It is,
she said casually.
But I thought it was fair to pay for fake goods with fake money.
The man didn't even blink. He just smiled at her benignly. Annabelle examined the bill in the same way the man had.
The problem is that not even the best forger can really duplicate Franklin's hologram when you hold the bill at this angle, because you'd need a $200 million printing mill to get it right. There's only one of them in the States, and no forger has access to it.
Leo piped in.
So you take a grease pen and do a nifty sketch of old Benny. That gives anyone smart enough to check the paper a little flash and the illusion that he saw the H-gram when he really didn't.
But you knew the difference,
Annabelle pointed out.
Because you used to make this paper about as well as anyone.
She held up a pair of jeans.
But from now on, I'd tell your supplier to take the time to stamp the brand name on the zipper like the real manufacturers do.
She put the jeans down and picked up a handbag.
And double-stitch the strap. That's a dead giveaway, too.
Leo held up a watch that was for sale.
And real Rolexes tick, they don't sweep.
The man said,
I'm really shocked that I've been the victim of counterfeit merchandise. I saw a police officer just a few minutes ago farther down on the pier. I'll go and get him. Please don't leave. He'll want your full statements.
Annabelle gripped his arm with her long, supple fingers.
Don't waste your cover story on us,
she said.
Let's talk.
What about?
He asked warily.
2 shorts, and then a long.
Leo answered, making the old man's eyes light up. Chapter 4. Roger Seagraves looked across the conference table at the mouse of a man and his pitiful comb-over, consisting of a dozen strands of greasy black hair that vainly attempted to cover a wide, flaky scalp. The man was skinny in the shoulders and legs, and fat in the belly and butt. Though still in his 40s, he probably would have been hard-pressed to jog more than 20 yards without collapsing. Lifting a grocery bag would no doubt have taxed the limits of his upper body strength. He could be a poster boy for the physical degradation of the entire male race in the 21st century, Seagraves thought. It irked him because physical fitness had always played paramount importance in his life. He ran 5 miles every day, finishing before the sun was fully up. He could still do one-handed push-ups and bench press twice his own weight. He could hold his breath underwater for 4 minutes, and sometimes worked out with the high school football team near his home in western Fairfax County. No man in his 40s could keep up with 17-year-old boys, but he was never that far behind them either. In his previous career, these skills had all served one purpose: keeping him alive. His attention turned back to the man across the table from him. Every time he saw the creature, a part of him wanted to place a round in the man's forehead and put him out of his lethargic misery. But no sane person killed his golden goose, or in this case, golden mouse. Seagraves may have found his partner physically lacking, but he needed the man nonetheless. The creature's name was Albert Trent. The man had a brain under the wretched body. Seagraves had to give him that. An important element of their plan, perhaps the most important detail, had in fact been Trent's idea. It was for this reason more than any other that Seagraves had agreed to partner with him. The two men spoke for some time about the upcoming testimony of CIA representatives to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, of which Albert Trent was a prominent staff member. Next, they covered key bits of intelligence gathering, undertaken by the folks at Langley and other agencies in the U.S. government's vast arsenal of spooks. These folks spied on you from outer space, through your phone, fax, email, and sometimes right over your shoulder. Finished, the two men sat back and drank down their lukewarm coffee. Seagraves had yet to find a bureaucrat who could make a decent cup of coffee. Maybe it was the water they had up here.
The wind's really picking up outside,
Trent said, his eyes on the briefing book in front of him. He smoothed his red tie over his flab and rubbed his nose. Seagraves glanced out the window. Okay, now it was code time, just in case someone was listening in. These days, nowhere was safe from prying ears, least of all Capitol Hill.
Front's coming in. I saw on the news. Might get some rain later, but then again, maybe not. I heard a thunderstorm was possible.
Seagraves perked up at this. A thunderstorm reference always got his attention. Speaker of the House Bob Bradley had been such a thunderstorm. He was now lying in a plot of dirt back in his native Kansas, with a bunch of wilted flowers on top of him. Seagraves chuckled.
Well, you know what they say about the weather. Everyone talks about it, but no one does a damn thing about it.
Trent laughed too.
Everything looks good here. We appreciate Central Intelligence's cooperation, as always. Didn't you know? The C stands for cooperation. We still set for the DDO's testimony on Friday?
He asked, referring to the CIA's Deputy Director of Operations.
Yep. And behind closed doors we can be very candid.
Trent nodded.
The new committee chairman knows how to play by the rules. They already took a roll call vote to close the hearing. We're at war with terrorists, so it's a whole new ball game. Enemies of this country are everywhere. We have to act accordingly. Kill them before they get us. Absolutely.
Trent agreed.
It's a new age, a new kind of fight, and perfectly legal. Goes without saying.
Seagraves stifled a yawn. If anyone was listening, he hoped they'd enjoyed the patriotic crap. He'd long since stopped caring about his country, or any other country, for that matter. He was now solely into caring about himself, the independent state of Roger Seagraves. And he had the skills, nerve, and access to things of enormous value to do something about it.
Okay, unless there's anything else, I'll be hitting the road. Traffic will be a bitch this time of day. When isn't it?
Trent tapped the briefing book as he said this. Seagraves glanced at the book he'd given the other man, even as he picked up a file Trent had pushed across to him. The file contained some detailed requests for information and clarification regarding certain surveillance practices of the intelligence agency. The massive briefing book he'd left for Trent held nothing more exciting than the usual dull-as-dirt, overly complicated analysis his agency routinely fed the Oversight Committee. It was a masterpiece of how to say absolutely nothing in the most confusing way possible in 1,000,000 words or more. However, if one read between the proverbial lines, as Seagraves knew that Trent would do that very evening, the briefing book's pages also revealed something else. The names of 4 very active American undercover agents and their current locations overseas, all in coded form. The right to the delivery of these names and addresses had already been sold to a well-financed terrorist organization that would knock on these people's doors in 3 countries in the Middle East and blow their heads off. $2 million a name in U.S. dollars had already been wired to an account that no American bank regulator would ever audit. Now, it was Trent's job to move the stolen names on down the food chain. Business was booming for Seagraves. As the number of America's global enemies continued to pile up, he was selling secrets to Muslim terrorists, communists in South America, dictators in Asia, and even members of the European Union.
Happy reading,
Trent said, referring to the file he'd just given him. It was here that the encrypted identity of the Thunderstorm would be revealed to Seagraves, along with all the whys and wherefores. At his home, later that night, Seagraves stared at the name and began plotting the mission in his usual methodical way. Only this time, it would take something far more subtle than a rifle and scope. Here, Trent came through like a gem, with a piece of intelligence on the target that simplified things greatly. Seagraves knew just whom to call. Chapter 5. Punctually at 6:30 on a clear, cool morning in Washington, D.C., the front door of Jonathan DeHaven's 3-story home opened, and out he stepped, dressed in a gray tweed jacket, pale blue tie, and black slacks. A tall, spare man in his mid-50s, with a carefully combed head of silver hair, DeHaven inhaled the refreshing air and spent a few moments gazing at the row of magnificent old mansions that lined his street. DeHaven was far from the wealthiest person in his neighborhood, where the average price of a towering brick structure would set the purchaser back several $1 million. Luckily, he'd inherited his place from parents savvy enough to be early investors in the choicest D.C. real estate. Although much of their estate had gone to charity, the de Haven's only child had also been left a sizable amount to supplement his government salary and indulge certain whims. Even though this windfall had allowed de Haven to pursue his life without worrying about earning money by any means possible, this was not true of other dwellers on Goodfellow Street. In fact, one of his neighbors was a merchant of death, though de Haven supposed the politically correct term was defense contractor. The man, Cornelius Bean, he liked to be called CB, lived in a palatial space that cobbled 2 original dwellings into a 15,000-square-foot behemoth. De Haven had heard rumors that this had been accomplished in the strictly controlled historical area by well-timed bribes. This conglomerate not only boasted a 4-person elevator, but also had separate servants' quarters with actual servants living in them. Bean also brought an assortment of ridiculously beautiful women to his manse at odd hours, though he did have the decency to wait until his wife was out of town, often on one of her shopping sprees in Europe. De Haven trusted that the wronged woman enjoyed her own dalliances while across the Atlantic. This summoned up an image of the elegantly attractive lady being mounted by a young French lover while perched nude on an enormous Louis XVI dining table, with Bolero playing in the background. And bravo for you, de Haven thought. He cast aside thoughts of his neighbors' peccadilloes and set off to work with a lively bounce in his step. Jonathan de Haven was the immensely proud director of the Rare Books and Special Collections Division at the Library of Congress, arguably the finest rare books collection in the world. Well, the French, Italians, and Brits might debate the point, but the obviously biased de Haven knew that the American version was the best. He walked about a quarter-mile along a series of rumpled brick sidewalks with a precise tread learned from his mother, who'd meticulously marched every step of her long life. On the day before she died, de Haven was not completely sure his famously imperious mother wouldn't simply skip the funeral and stalk right up to heaven, demanding to be let in so she could commence running things. At one corner he boarded a crowded metro bus, where he shared a seat with a young man covered in drywall dust, a battered ice cooler wedged between his feet. 25 minutes later, the bus dropped de Haven off at a busy intersection. He crossed the street to a small cafe, where he had his morning cup of tea and a croissant, and read the New York Times. The headlines, as usual, were very depressing. Wars, hurricanes, a possible flu pandemic, terrorism. It was enough to make you crawl in your house and nail the doors shut. One story dealt with a probe into irregularities in the defense contracting arena. There were allegations of bribery and corruption between politicians and weapons manufacturers. What a shock! A dollars for influence scandal had already brought down the former Speaker of the House, and then his successor, Robert Bradley, had been brutally murdered at the Federalist Club. The crime was still unsolved, although a domestic terrorist group, heretofore unknown, calling itself Americans Against 1984, a reference to Orwell's masterpiece of fascism, had claimed responsibility for the crime. The police investigation was not going well, at least according to the media. De Haven occasionally glanced out the cafe window at government workers striding with great purpose down the street, ready to take on the world, or at least a nebbish senator or two. It really was the most unusual place, he thought. Here you had epic crusaders dancing alongside sleazy profiteers, coupled with more than a fair sampling of idiots and intellectuals, with the former, unfortunately, usually holding higher positions of power. It was the only city in the United States that could declare war, raise your federal income tax, or reduce your Social Security benefits. The decisions reached in these few square miles of monuments and mockeries made legions of people either furious or euphoric, and those sides kept switching depending on who was in control of the government at any given time. and the fights, spins, and conspiracies concocted and then carried out to hold or regain power consumed every ounce of energy that enormously bright and talented people could give it. The swirling, ever-changing mosaic had too many frenetically moving parts for any outsider to even come close to comprehending what was really going on. It was like a lethal kindergarten that never ended. A few minutes later, DeHaven trotted up the broad steps of the massively domed Library of Congress Jefferson Building. He signed for the alarmed door keys from the library police and headed up to the second floor, quickly making his way to room LJ 239. Located here were the rare books reading room and the honeycombed series of vaults that kept secure many of the nation's paper treasures. These bibliophilic riches included an original printed copy of the Declaration of Independence that the Founding Fathers had labored over in Philadelphia on the march to freedom from England. What would they think of the place now? He unlocked the massive outer doors of the reading room and swung them back against the inside walls. Then he performed the complicated keypad procedure, allowing him to enter the room. DeHaven was always the first person to arrive here each day. While his typical duties kept him away from the reading room, DeHaven had a symbiotic relationship with old books that would be inexplicable to a layperson, and yet a bond immediately understandable to a bibliophile of even modest addiction. The reading room was not open on the weekends, which allowed DeHaven to ride his bike, collect rare books for his personal collection, and play the piano. It was a skill he'd learned under the rigorous tutelage of his father, whose ambition to be a concert pianist had been rudely crushed by the reality that he wasn't quite good enough. Unfortunately, neither was his son. And yet, ever since his father's death, DeHaven had actually enjoyed playing. Despite sometimes bristling under their strict code of conduct, he had almost always obeyed his parents. In fact, he had really only performed one act that had gone against their wishes. Yet, it was quite a large transgression. He'd married a woman nearly 20 years younger than him, a lady quite apart from his station in life, or so his mother had informed him over and over until she'd badgered him into having the marriage annulled a year later. However, no mother should be able to force her son to leave the woman he loved, even with the threat of cutting him off financially. His mother had stooped as low as telling him she would also sell all of her rare books, which she had promised to leave to him. Yet he should have been able to stand up to her, tell her to back the hell off. He thought this now, of course, far too late. If only he had possessed a backbone years ago. DeHaven sighed wistfully as he unbuttoned the front of his jacket and smoothed down his tie. It had quite possibly been the happiest 12 months of his life. He had never met a person like her before, and he was certain he wouldn't again. Yet I just let her go because my mother bullied me into it. He'd written the woman for years afterward, apologizing any way he could. He sent her money, jewelry, and exotic items from his trips around the world, but he never asked her to come back. No, he'd never done that, had he? She wrote him back a few times, but then his packages and letters started being returned unopened. After his mother died, he considered trying to find her, but finally decided it was too late. In truth, he didn't deserve her anymore. He took a deep breath, put the door keys in his pocket, and gazed around the reading room. Patterned after the Georgian splendor of Independence Hall, the space had an immediate calming effect. DeHaven particularly loved the copper-domed lamps that sat on all the tables. He ran his hand over one lovingly, and the sense of failure in losing the only woman who'd ever given him complete happiness began to fade. DeHaven walked across the room and pulled out his security card. He waved it in front of the computer access pad, nodded to the surveillance camera bolted into the wall above the door, and walked into the vault. Coming here each morning was a daily ritual, It helped to recharge his batteries, reinforced the notion that it really was all about the books. He spent some time in the hallowed grounds of the Jefferson Room, leafing through a copy of the work of Tacitus, a Roman that the third U.S. president much admired. Next, he used his keys to enter the Lessing J. Rosenwald vault, where incunabula and codex, donated by Rosenwald, the former head of Sears Roebuck, sat next to each other on metal shelves in a room that, at great cost, was climate-controlled 24/7. Though the library operated on a very tight budget, a constant temperature of 60 degrees with a relative humidity of 68% could allow a rare book to survive for at least several more centuries. For DeHaven, it was well worth the extra money to a federal budget that had always allocated more to war than it ever did to peaceful purposes. For a fraction of the cost of one missile, he could purchase on the open market every work the library needed to round out its rare books collection. Yet politicians believed that missiles kept you safe, whereas actually books did, and for a simple reason. Ignorance caused wars, and people who read widely were seldom ignorant. Perhaps it was an overly simplistic philosophy, but DeHaven was sticking to it. As he looked over the books on the shelves, DeHaven reflected on his own book collection housed in a special vault in the basement of his home. It wasn't a great collection, but a very satisfactory one. Everyone should collect something, DeHaven felt. It just made you feel more alive and connected to the world. After checking on a couple books that had just come back from the conservation department, he headed up the stairs to the vaults that stretched over the reading room. It was here that an early collection of American medical books was kept, and on the mezzanine level just above, a large array of children's books were housed. He stopped to affectionately pat the head of a small bust of a man that had sat on a small table in a corner for as long as anyone could remember. A moment later, Jonathan DeHaven collapsed into a chair and commenced dying. It was not a pleasant or painless death, as evidenced by the convulsions and silent screams, as life was squeezed from his body. By the time it was over, a mere 30 seconds later, he was stretched out on the floor, a full 20 feet from where he'd started. He seemed to stare at a collection of stories that had girls in tea dresses and sun hats on the covers. He died without knowing what had killed him. His body had not betrayed him. He was in perfect health. No one had done him blunt injury, and no poison had touched his lips. He was, in fact, completely alone. And yet, dead Jonathan DeHaven was. About 25 miles away, Roger Seagrave's phone rang at his home. It was the weather report. Sunny and clear for the foreseeable future. Seagraves finished his breakfast, grabbed his briefcase, and headed to work. He loved it when the day started on a positive note. Chapter 6. Caleb Shaw entered the rare books reading room and strolled to his desk against the wall at the back, where he deposited his knapsack and bike helmet. He took a moment to undo the strap around his ankle that kept chain grease off his pant leg, and then settled down in his chair. He had a lot to do this morning. The previous day, a prominent American scholar had requested over 600 books to prepare a complex bibliography, and it was Caleb's job as a research specialist to gather them together. He'd already looked the works up in the library's directory. Now came the laborious task of plucking them off the shelves. He smoothed down his rumpled gray hair and loosened his belt a bit. Caleb had a slightly built frame, but as of late he'd experienced an uncomfortable weight gain around his waist. He hoped that riding his bike to work would adequately address this problem. He avoided anything approaching a sensible diet, immensely enjoying his wine and rich food. Caleb was also proud of the fact that he'd never seen the inside of a gym after his graduation from high school. He walked to the vault entrance, placed his card over the security pad, and pulled the door open. Caleb was a little surprised not to have seen Jonathan DeHaven when he came in. The man was always here before anyone else, and the door to the reading room had been unlocked. Yet Caleb assumed the director was either in his office or perhaps in the vaults.
"Jonathan?"
he called out, but received no answer. He glanced at the list in his hand. This task would easily take him the entire day, if not longer. He grabbed a book cart from against one of the walls and set about his work, methodically going through each of the vaults containing books he needed. A half-hour later he came back out of the vault to get a list of books he needed as a woman he worked with entered the reading room. He exchanged pleasantries with her and went back into the vault. It was very cool inside, and he remembered that yesterday he'd left his sweater on the vault's 4th floor. He was about to take the elevator up when he gazed down at his middle-age spread and decided on the stairs instead, actually running up the last few steps. He passed by the medical collection, took another flight of steps up, and reached the mezzanine. He strode across the main walkway to the place where he'd left his sweater. When he saw the body of Jonathan DeHaven lying on the floor, Caleb Shaw gasped once, choked, and then fainted. The tall, wiry man walked out of the plain cottage and into the small cemetery where he worked as caretaker. There was a lot of work to be done in making sure that the homes of the dead were maintained properly. Ironically, he himself officially resided in a grave at Arlington National Cemetery, and most of his former mates in the government would have been surprised to learn that he was still alive. In fact, it still surprised him that he wasn't dead. The agency where he'd worked had tried its best to murder him for no reason other than his no longer wanting to kill for his government. He saw the creature's movement from the corner of his eye, and checked to make sure no one was watching from the nearby apartment building. Then, with a fluid motion, he slipped the knife from the sheath on his belt and turned. Creeping forward, he aimed and let the blade fly. He watched as the copperhead writhed, the knife pinning it to the ground through the snake's head. The damn thing had almost bitten him twice over the last week, while hiding in the high grass. After it was dead, he pulled the knife free, wiped it off, and disposed of the serpent in a trash can. While he didn't often use his old skills, they sometimes came in handy. Thankfully, though, the days where he would lie in wait for a target to enter his killing range were long in the past. Yet his present life had certainly been impacted by the past, starting with his name. He had not used his real identity, John Carr, in over 30 years. He'd been known for decades now as Oliver Stone. He had changed his name partly to foil attempts by his old agency to track him down, and partly as an act of defiance against a government that he felt was less than honest with its citizens. For decades, he'd maintained a small tent in Lafayette Park across from the White House, where he was one of a handful of permanent protesters. The sign next to his tent read simply, "I want the truth." In pursuit of this goal, he headed up a small, informal watchdog organization called the Camel Club, that had as its purpose keeping the American government accountable to its people. And he had been known to harbor a few conspiracy theories from time to time. The other members of the club, Milton Farb, Reuben Rhodes, and Caleb Shaw, held no positions of power and wielded no influence. And yet they kept their eyes and ears open. It was remarkable what could be accomplished when one was steadfastly observant and then acted on those observations with both courage and ingenuity. He gazed at the sky that promised rain later. A wind from an approaching front rustled his close-cropped white hair, which used to be down to his shoulders, along with a thick, disheveled beard that had once covered his chest. Now the most he sported was a couple days' worth of growth before shaving it off. Both hair and beard had been altered to keep him alive during the Camel Club's last adventure. Stone threw some weeds into a garbage pail, and then spent some time shoring up an old tombstone that marked the resting place of a prominent African-American preacher who'd lost his life in the fight for freedom. Odd, thought Stone, that one had to fight for freedom in the freest land on earth. As he gazed around Mount Zion Cemetery, once a stop on the Underground Railroad shepherding slaves to freedom, he could only marvel at the remarkable persons that lay in the ground here. As he worked, he was listening to the news on a portable radio he'd set on the ground beside him. The news anchor had just launched into a story about the overseas deaths of 4 State Department liaisons in Iraq, India, and Pakistan in separate incidents. State Department liaisons? Stone knew what that meant. U.S. intelligence operatives had gotten their cover blown and been murdered. The official spin would hide that fact from the public. It always did. Yet Stone prided himself on keeping on top of current geopolitical events. As part of his salary, the church that employed him provided 3 daily newspapers. He cut out many articles and pasted them in his journals. At the same time, he used his experience to discern the truth behind the spin. His ringing cell phone disturbed these thoughts. He answered, listened briefly, and asked no questions. Then he started to run. His friend and fellow Camel Club member Caleb Shaw was in the hospital, and another man who worked at the Library of Congress lay dead. In his haste, Stone forgot to lock the gates as he rushed through them. The dead would have no doubt understood that the living took priority. Chapter 7. Caleb Shaw lay in a hospital bed, slowly shaking his head. Around him were the other members of the Camel Club. Reuben Rhodes was nearly 60 years old, over 6'4", with the build of a football lineman. He had curly black hair that touched his shoulders, and brooding eyes, and an unkempt beard that made him appear quite mad at times, which on occasion was nearer the truth than not. Milton Farb was 5'11" and thin, with longish hair and a cherubic, unlined face that made him look much younger than his 49 years. Reuben was a much-decorated Vietnam War vet and former Defense Intelligence Agency employee, who currently worked at a loading dock after his military career had been derailed by booze, pills, and his outrage over the war that he'd indiscreetly vented. He dried out with the help of Oliver Stone, who'd happened upon him at Arlington National Cemetery, where Reuben had been unceremoniously lying stoned under a maple tree. Milton had been a child prodigy of boundless intellectual ability. His parents had worked in a traveling carnival, where their son's mental prowess was exploited in a freak show atmosphere. Despite that, he had gone to college and been employed at the National Institutes of Health. However, suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder and other destructive mental ailments, his world had eventually come crashing down around him. He became destitute and fell into such debilitated mental shape that a court ordered him institutionalized. Again, Oliver Stone came to the rescue. He'd worked as an orderly at the psychiatric hospital where Milton had been a patient. Recognizing the man's remarkable abilities, which included a pure photographic memory, Stone managed to get a sedated Milton on Jeopardy, where he defeated all comers and earned a small fortune. Years of dedicated counseling and drug therapies had allowed him to live quite normally. He now had a lucrative business designing websites for corporations. Stone leaned his 6'2" body against a wall, his arms crossed in front of him, as he looked down at his friend in the bed. Possessing twin doctorates in political science and 18th-century literature, Caleb had worked at the Library of Congress Rare Books Reading Room for over a decade. Unmarried and childless, the library, aside from his friends, constituted the passion of his life. Caleb had run into some hard times as well. He'd lost an older brother in Vietnam, and his parents had died tragically in a plane crash over 15 years ago. Stone had met Caleb at the depths of his despair, when the librarian had seemingly lost his desire to keep going. Stone befriended him, introduced him to a bookstore owner in desperate need of help, and Caleb was gradually drawn out of his depression by his love of books. I seem to collect hopeless cases, Stone thought to himself, though I used to be one myself. Indeed, Stone owed as much to his friends as they did to him, if not more. But for Caleb, Reuben, and Milton, Stone knew he wouldn't have survived either. After years of performing only destructive acts, Stone had spent the last 30 years of his life seeking a measure of personal redemption. By his count, he still had a long way to go. Stone's musings were interrupted by the entrance of Alex Ford, a veteran Secret Service agent who'd played an instrumental role in helping the Camel Club in the past and been named an honorary member of the club for his heroics. Ford stayed for half an hour and was relieved to find that Caleb would be okay. He said,
"Take care of yourself, Caleb, and call me if you need anything." "How are things at WFO?"
Stone asked him, referring to the service's Washington field office.
"Way too busy. The criminal elements have kicked it into overdrive." "Well, I hope you've recovered fully from our little adventure." "I don't call a potential global apocalypse a little adventure, and I don't think I'll ever fully recover."
After Alex Ford had left, Caleb turned to the others.
"It was truly horrible,"
he said.
"There he was, just lying on the floor." "And you fainted?"
Stone asked, his gaze fixed on his friend.
"I must have. I remember turning the corner, looking for my sweater, and there he was. God, I almost stumbled over him. I saw his eyes. My mind went blank. My chest tightened. I felt so cold. I thought I was having a heart attack, and then I just passed out."
Reuben put a hand on Caleb's shoulder.
"Well, a lot of people would have fainted."
Milton piped in.
"The National Psychiatric Foundation reports that finding a dead body ranks as the second most traumatic event a human being can experience."
Reuben raised his eyebrows at this comment. He said,
"Well, what's the number one traumatic experience? Finding your spouse in bed with a monkey holding a can of expired Cheese Whiz? Did you know DeHaven well?"
Stone asked Caleb.
"Yes, it's tragic, really. He was in excellent shape. He'd just had a complete cardio workup at Hopkins. But I guess anyone can have a heart attack." "Is that what it was? A heart attack?"
Stone said. Caleb looked uncertain.
"What else could it be? Or a stroke, perhaps?" "Statistically speaking, it was probably a heart attack,"
Milton added.
"It's the leading cause of so-called instant death in this country. In fact, any of us could drop at any moment and be dead before we hit the floor." "Damn, Milton,"
Reuben retorted.
"Do you have to be so bloody cheerful?" "Until the autopsy results come back, we can only speculate,"
Stone pointed out.
"But you didn't see anyone else in the vault area, did you?"
Caleb stared up at his friend.
"No. But you passed out pretty quickly, so you wouldn't have necessarily noticed anyone else around on the 4th floor. Oliver, you can't get in the vault without using your pass card, and there's a camera right there at the main door."
Stone looked thoughtful.
"First, the Speaker of the House is murdered, and now the director of the Rare Books Division dies under somewhat mysterious circumstances."
Reuben eyed him warily.
"I doubt terrorists are targeting book peddlers these days, so don't work this into another grand conspiracy with the fate of the world in the balance. I can only take one Armageddon per month, thank you very much."
Stone's eyes twinkled.
"We'll table the issue for now until we know more. I can give you a ride home, Caleb,"
Reuben said.
"I have my motorcycle."
Reuben's pride was his fully restored 1928 Indian motorcycle with the very rare left-hand sidecar.
"I don't think I'm up to that, Reuben."
Caleb paused and added,
Frankly, that contraption of yours terrifies me.
A nurse bustled in, took the patient's vitals, and stuck a temperature reader in Caleb's left ear.
Can I go home soon?
He asked. She took the reader out and looked at it.
You're almost up to normal. And yes, I think the doctor is preparing the discharge orders now.
As arrangements were made for Caleb's release, Stone drew Reuben aside.
Let's keep an eye on Caleb for a while. Why? You think he's really hurt? I don't want him to get hurt. The guy died from a coronary, Oliver. It happens every day. But probably not for someone who'd just been given a clean bill of health by Johns Hopkins. Okay, so he popped a blood vessel or fell and cracked his skull. You heard, Caleb. The guy was all alone in there. As far as Caleb knows, he was, but he couldn't possibly know for sure. But the security camera and the pass card.
Reuben protested.
All good points, and they may very well confirm that Jonathan DeHaven was alone when he died. But that still doesn't prove he wasn't killed. Come on, who'd have a grudge against a librarian?
Reuben asked.
Everyone has enemies. The only difference is, for some people, you just have to look harder to find them.
Chapter 8.
How's it check out?
Leo Richter said into his phone headset as he punched in some numbers on the keypad. He sat in his car in front of a drive-through ATM in Beverly Hills. In a van parked across the street, Tony Wallace, until recently a felonious boutique store clerk, examined the video feed on the screen in front of him.
Sweet. I've got a perfect frame of your fingers inputting the pin, and I've got a tight shot of the face of the card going in. With the zoom and the freeze, I can read everything on it.
The night before, they had switched the metal box containing bank brochures that was bolted to the side of the ATM with a box of Tony's manufacture. He'd earlier stolen a box from another ATM and built an exact replica in the garage of the rental house Annabelle had them staying at. Inside the fake brochure box, Tony had placed a battery-powered video camera with wireless feed pointed at the keypad and card slot for the ATM. The camera could send the picture up to 200 meters away, well within range of the van. As a backup, they'd also placed a skimmer Tony had built over the ATM's card slot. It was such a perfect replica that not even Annabelle could find fault with it. This device captured all the numbers on the cards, including the embedded verification code on the magnetic stripe, and fed them wirelessly to a receiver in the van. Annabelle was sitting next to Tony. Across from her was Freddie Driscoll, who'd been plying his trade selling fake Gucci and Rolexes on the Santa Monica Pier until he'd run into Annabelle and Leo. Freddie was manning another video camera aimed at the heavily tinted side window of the van.
I've got a clear shot of the cars and license plates going through, he reported.
Okay, Leo.
Annabelle said into her headset.
Move out of the way and let the real money through.
You know,
Tony said,
we don't really need the camera at the ATM because we've got the card skimmer. It's redundant.
Transmission from the skimmer gets garbled sometimes.
Annabelle said, staring at the TV screen in front of her.
And you miss one number, the card's useless. Plus, the camera gives us info the skimmer doesn't. We're only doing this once. No mistakes.
Over the next 2 days, they sat in the van as the ATM camera and skimmer captured debit and credit card information. Annabelle methodically matched this information with the cars and their license plates, going through the ATM lane, loading it all on a laptop in a spreadsheet format. Annabelle was also prioritizing. She said,
Bugatti Veyrons, Celines, Paganis, Koenigsegg's, Maybachs, Porsche Carrera GTs, and Mercedes SLR McLarens get 5 stars. The Bugatti sells for $1.25 million, and the others sell for between $400,000 and $700,000. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Aston Martins get 4 stars. Jags, BMWs, regular Mercedes get 3 stars.
Leo jokingly said,
What about Saturns, Kias, and Yugos?
At the end of the 2 days, they regrouped at the rental house.
We go quality over quantity.
Annabelle said.
30 cards. That's all we need.
Leo read through the spreadsheet.
Perfect, because we got 21 5-stars and 9 4-stars all matched to their card numbers. Only in L.A. would you see 2 Bugatti Veyrons going through the same ATM.
Tony commented.
1,000 horsepower, top speed at 250, and gas at $3 a gallon. I mean, where do they get that kind of money? Same way we do. They rip people off.
Leo answered.
Only the law says the way they do it is legal for some reason. I fought the law, and the law won.
Tony crooned. He eyed Annabelle and Leo.
You two ever done any time?
Leo started shuffling a deck of cards.
He's a real funny guy, isn't he? Hey, how come you took down their license plate numbers, too?
Tony asked.
You never know when it might come in handy.
Annabelle answered vaguely. She looked at Freddie, who was going over some equipment he'd arranged on a large table in the adjoining room. This included a stack of blank credit cards and a thermal dye printer.
You have everything you need?
She asked. He nodded, looking over his tools with satisfaction, while running a hand through his cottony hair.
Annabelle, you run a first-class operation.
3 days later, Freddie had built 30 counterfeit cards, complete with colored graphics and a magnetic stripe encoded with the verification code on the back and embossed with the victim's name and account number on the front. The finishing touch had been the hologram, a security measure banks had been using since the early 1980s. The only way to tell the difference was that real holograms are embedded in the card, while the fake clung to the surface, something an ATM wouldn't be able to distinguish.
You can buy all the credit card numbers you want off the internet,
Tony pointed out.
That's where the real pros go.
Annabelle replied.
And I guarantee you that none of those quick cards belong to anyone who owns a Bugatti, other than by luck.
Leo quit shuffling his cards and lit a cigarette.
It was probably a pro who told you that, kid, so you wouldn't start doing it the smart way and competing with him. Sizing the mark up right is Con 101.
Tony said.
Damn, have I been that stupid?
Yes, you have.
Annabelle said.
Okay, here's the plan.
She perched on the arm of a chair.
I rented cars for all of us under fake ID packs. The 3 of you each take 8 cards, and I'll take 6, which makes our total 30 cards. You'll individually hit 40 ATMs in the metro area and perform 2 transactions at each. You'll alternate the cards you use at every ATM, so at the end, you'll have accessed each account 10 times. I've got lists of all the ATMs, and I've plotted it out for each of you. They're all drive-through, and there's hardly any distance between them, and we're all in disguise because of the ATM cameras. I've got outfits for everybody.
But there are limits on how much you can take out of an account in a day,
Freddie said.
To protect against stolen cards.
Annabelle said.
With the marks we're going against, it's a certainty they have elevated withdrawal limits. People who drive $700,000 cars don't like $300 limits on their ATM accounts. My contacts on the bank side tell me the usual initial bump up is to $2,500. But aside from that, the counterfeit cards give us access to all of the marks' accounts, savings, checking. If we make a deposit from savings into checking to more than cover the amount of the withdrawal, then in the machine's mind, that'll net out as a plus and override the ATM withdrawal limit, whatever it happens to be.
So if we deposit, say, $5,000 from savings into checking and withdraw $4,000, it won't even register as a net withdrawal from checking.
Leo added.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Tony asked.
I did a dry run last month with 10 of the major banks, and it worked every time. It's a software glitch they haven't focused on yet. Until they do, well, it's a nice payday.
Leo smiled and started shuffling his cards again.
After this gig, you can bet they'll focus on it. Why not do 8 transactions at each ATM, 1 for each card?
Tony suggested.
That way we don't have to hit so many banks.
Because it might look a little suspicious if you're feeding 8 cards into the slot while people are waiting behind you.
Annabelle said in an impatient tone.
With 2 cards, it just looks like there was a glitch, and you're feeding the card back in.
Ah, the criminal youth. So wanton and clueless,
Leo muttered. She handed them all 3-ring notebooks.
Inside these are the pins for each card and the exact amounts at each ATM you'll transfer for deposit and then withdraw for each account. After we finish, the notebooks get burned.
She rose, went to a closet, and threw them duffel bags.
Your disguises are in there, and then use the bags to carry the money.
She sat back down.
I've allowed you 10 minutes at each bank. We stay in contact with each other at all times. If anything looks weird at one location, skip it and go on to the next one.
Freddie looked at the dollar amounts listed in his notebook.
But what if the people don't have the funds to cover the deposit? I mean, even rich people are sometimes short of funds.
They have the cash. I've already checked that.
Annabelle said.
How?
Tony asked.
I called their bank and said I was a vendor, and asked if they had enough money in their savings to cover a $50,000 account payable that they owed.
And they just told you?
Tony said.
They always tell you, kid.
Leo answered.
You just have to know how to ask.
Annabelle said.
And over the last 2 days, I visited all the Marks' homes. Each one, to my eye, was worth at least $5 million. There were 2 Celines at one of the mansions. The dollars will be there.
You visited their homes?
Tony said.
Like the lady told you, license plates come in handy.
Leo remarked.
The total take will be $900,000, an average of $30,000 a card.
Annabelle continued.
The banks we're hitting all net out their ATM accounts on 12 a.m. cycles. We'll be finished long before that happens.
She looked over at Tony.
And just in case someone gets the urge to cut and run, the next short con is going to double what we make off this one.
Hey,
Tony said in an offended tone, pushing a hand through his styled hair.
This is fun stuff.
It's only fun if you don't get caught.
Annabelle pointed out.
So have you ever been caught?
Tony asked again. In response, Annabelle said to Tony,
Why don't you read over your binder? That way you make no mistakes.
It's just ATM stuff. I'll be okay.
It wasn't a request,
she said stiffly, and then walked out of the room.
You heard her, kid,
Leo said, not trying very hard to hide his grin. Tony muttered something under his breath and stalked out of the room.
She keeps things close to the vest, doesn't she?
Freddie remarked.
Would you want to work with a con who didn't?
Leo countered.
Who is she? Annabelle.
Leo answered.
I know that, but what's her last name? I'm surprised I haven't crossed her path before. The high-stakes con world is pretty small. If she'd wanted you to know, she would have told you herself.
Freddie said.
Come on, Leo. You know all about us. And I've been around the block. It goes no further.
Leo considered this and then, in a low voice, said,
Okay, you gotta swear to take it to your grave. And if you tell her I told, I'll deny it, and then I'll kill you. I mean it.
He paused, as Freddie promised.
Her name's Annabelle Conroy,
Leo said.
Patty Conroy?
Freddie said at once.
Now him I've heard of. I assume they're related?
Leo nodded, keeping his voice low.
His daughter. But that was a well-kept secret. Most people never knew Patty even had a kid. He passed Annabelle off as his wife sometimes. Pretty weird, but that was Patty for you. I never had the pleasure of working with the man.
Freddie added.
Yeah, well, I had the pleasure of working with old Patty Conroy. He was one of the best cons of his generation, and also one of the biggest assholes.
Leo glanced in the direction that Annabelle and Tony had left the room, and his voice sank even lower.
You saw that scar under her right eye? Well, her old man did that. She got that for blowing a claim con when they were cheating the Vegas casinos at roulette. She was all of 15, but looked 21. Cost the old man $3,000, and she got a hell of a beating for it. And it wasn't the only time, I can tell you that. Damn,
Freddie said.
His own daughter?
Leo nodded.
Annabelle never talks about any of it. I heard from another source. So you were working with them back then? Oh, yeah. Patty and his wife, Tammy. They had some good stuff going on back then. Patty taught me the 3-card money routine. Only Annabelle's a better con than her old man ever thought of being. How come?
Freddie asked.
Because she has the one quality Patty never had. Fairness. She got it from her mother. Tammy Conroy was a straight-up piece of work, at least for a con. Fairness? Strange quality for people like us.
Freddie remarked. Leo said,
Patty always led his teams with fear. His daughter does it with prep and competence, and she'll never, ever screw you. I can't count the times Patty blew town with a haul. That's why he ended up working alone. Nobody would touch his action anymore. Hell, even Tammy finally ditched him, so I heard.
Freddie remained silent for a bit, apparently letting all this sink in.
Any word on the long con?
Leo shook his head.
It's her game to call. I just work here.
As Freddie and Leo headed into the kitchen to get some coffee, Tony peered around the other doorway. He'd left his notebook in the room and had come back in time to hear the entire conversation. He smiled. Tony loved knowing things people didn't think he knew. Chapter 9. The scam netted $910,000 because Tony had gotten greedy at one of the ATMs.
What's the poor schmuck gonna have to do? Trade in his Pagani?
He said snidely.
Don't ever do that again.
Annabelle said firmly as they sat over breakfast in a new rental house, 5 miles from the first one, which had been thoroughly cleaned in case the police paid it a visit. All the Hertz cars used to steal from the 30 accounts had been turned back in. The disguises that had been worn were in several dumpsters scattered around town. The money was in 4 different safe deposit boxes that Annabelle had leased. The film footage and computer files had been erased and the notebooks destroyed.
What's an extra 10 grand?
Tony complained.
Hell, we could have taken them for a lot more than what we did.
Annabelle pushed a finger hard against his chest.
It's not about the money. When I lay out a plan, you follow it. Otherwise, you can't be trusted. And if you can't be trusted, you can't be on my team. Don't make me sorry I picked you, Tony.
She stared the young man down, and then turned to the others.
Okay, let's go over the second short.
Then she eyed Tony again.
And this one is a face-to-face con. If you don't follow instructions and play the mark just right, your ass is going to the can, because the margin of error is 0.
Tony sat back, not looking nearly as enthusiastic. She said,
You know, Tony, there's nothing better than seeing a mark eye to eye and taking a measure of him and yourself.
I'm cool.
Are you sure? Because if it's a problem, I need to know right now.
He glanced nervously at the others.
I got no problems.
Good. We're heading to San Fran.
What's there?
Freddie asked.
The mailman.
Annabelle replied. They made the 6-hour drive to San Francisco in 2 cars, Leo and Annabelle in one, Tony and Freddie in the other. They cut a 2-week lease on a corporate condo on the outskirts of the city, with a partial view of the Golden Gate. For the next 4 days, they took turns pulling surveillance on an office complex in a posh suburb of the city. They were watching the pickups from the outdoor mailboxes that were filled to overflowing on most days, with packs of mail stacked next to the stuffed container. On each of those 4 days, the mail carrier arrived within a quarter-hour window, between 5 and 5:15. On the 5th day, at precisely 4:30, Leo, dressed as a mail carrier, drove up to the box in a postal truck that Annabelle had gotten from a contact of hers an hour's drive south. This gent specialized in providing everything from armored cars to ambulances for less-than-honest purposes. From a car she was parked in across from the mailbox, Annabelle watched Leo approach in the truck. Tony and Freddie were posted at the entrance to the complex. They'd alert Leo through his ear fob in case the real mailman showed up early. Leo would only be taking the mail stacked outside the box, since he didn't have a key to unlock the box. He could have picked the lock quite easily, But Annabelle had vetoed that as unnecessary and potentially dangerous in case anyone saw him do it. She'd said,
"What's lying on the ground or sticking out of the box will be plenty."
As Leo stacked the mail inside his truck, Annabelle's voice came through his earpiece.
"You've got what looks to be a secretary running at you with some mail."
Roger that,
Leo said quietly. He turned and faced the woman, who looked disappointed.
"Oh, where's Charlie?"
she said. Charlie, the regular mailman, was tall and good-looking.
I'm just helping Charlie out because there's so much mail.
Leo said politely.
That's why I'm here a little early.
He looked at the stack of letters in her hands, and he held out his mail sack.
You can just dump that right in here.
"Thanks. Payroll's got to go out tonight. That's what's in the letters."
Really? Well, I'll take super good care of them, then.
He smiled and went back to collecting the stacks as the woman returned to her office. Back at the condo, they searched through the hall quickly, dividing up the usable from the irrelevant. The letters that were of no use, Annabelle had Tony take down to the corner mailbox and post. The others were pored over by Annabelle and Freddie. When Tony came back, he said,
You guys cut loose a bunch of payroll checks? What's that about? Payroll and accounts receivable checks are useless to us,
Freddie said, with the confidence of the expert he was.
They have laser locks binding the toner ink to the paper, and secure number fonts, so you can't alter the dollar amounts. That never made any sense to me,
Leo said.
Those are checks going out to people they know.
Freddie held up a check.
This is what we want, a refund check.
Tony said.
But they're being sent to complete strangers. That's what doesn't make sense, kid.
Leo said.
You put security stuff on checks sent out to people who work for you, or you do business with, and you got zilch on checks going out to who the hell knows.
Annabelle added,
I picked that office complex because it houses regional offices for a number of Fortune 100 companies. Thousands of checks flow out of those places every day, and those accounts are loaded with money.
5 hours later, Freddie had assembled 80 checks.
These are pretty clean. No artificial watermarks, warning bands, or detection boxes.
He carried the checks over to a small workshop he had set up in one room of the house. With the other's help, he placed Scotch tape over the signature line, front and back of each check, placed them in a large baking pan, and poured nail polish over the paper. The acetone in the nail polish quickly dissolved everything on the checks that wasn't written in base ink. After they'd taken the tape off the signature lines, all that was left were essentially 80 blank checks signed by the company's CEO or CFO.
Somebody ran a bad check on my account once,
Leo said.
What did you do?
Tony asked.
Track the bastard down. He was an amateur, doing it more for kicks, but it still pissed me off. So I did a change of address on him. Diverted all his bills, and the guy ended up being done by creditors for a couple of years. I mean, you gotta leave this stuff to the professionals.
Leo shrugged.
Hell, I could have ripped him off big time, assumed his ID, the whole 9 yards. So why didn't you?
Tony asked.
I got a heart.
Leo growled. Freddie said,
After we dry out the checks, I'll redo the Federal Reserve routing numbers. What's that?
Tony asked.
Are you sure you're a con?
Leo asked in a bemused tone. Tony exclaimed,
My tools are computers and the internet, not nail polish. I'm a 21st century con. I'm paperless. Whoopee for you,
Leo shot back. Annabelle held up one of the checks.
This is the Federal Reserve routing number,
she said, pointing to the first 2 digits in a string of numbers on the bottom of the check.
That tells the bank the check was deposited at the clearinghouse the check's supposed to go to. The New York clearinghouse number is 02. San Fran's is 12. A New York-based company using checks issued by a New York bank usually has New York's routing number on its checks, for example. Since we'll be passing the checks here, Freddie will switch the routing numbers on all the checks to New York. That way, it takes longer for the company to get the paper back and realize it's a bad check.
Annabelle added,
And more importantly, these are all big companies that keep their accounts payable books by zero cash management methods, so the odds are very good that even with a bad check in the mix, they won't turn up a relatively insignificant transaction until they get their end-of-the-month statements. Today's the 5th. That means we have about a month before they discover anything wrong. By then, we're long gone.
But what if the bank teller looks at the check and sees that the routing number is wrong?
Tony asked.
I guess you never saw that TV program, did you?
Leo asked.
The one where investigative reporters zip into a bank with a check that had written across it, "Don't cash me. I'm a forged check, you effing moron." And the effing moron still cashed it?
Annabelle added,
I've never heard of a clerk spotting the wrong routing number on a check. Unless you give the teller a reason to suspect you, they won't spot it.
After the checks had dried out, Freddie scanned them onto his laptop. 6 hours later, he stacked 80 checks on the table, totaling $2.1 million. Annabelle ran her finger down the perforated edge of one of the checks, a usual indicator that the check itself was legit, even if the amounts and payee on it weren't. She glanced at the others.
Now comes the human side of the con, passing the bad paper.
My favorite part,
Leo said eagerly, as he finished a ham sandwich and washed it down with a large swallow of beer. Chapter 10. They decided that Annabelle and Leo would pass the first series of altered checks, while Tony watched Leo to see how it was done for real. Annabelle, Leo, and Tony each had a series of complete ID packs that Freddie had made for them. These packs either matched the individual payee on the check, or contained credentials showing they worked for the company the check was made out to. Annabelle had instructed Leo and Tony to only carry one set of ID at a time. In case they were stopped, it would be difficult to talk their way out of a jam if they had 8 aliases in their pockets. A number of the checks were made out to individuals, none for over $10,000, since that would require IRS notification. Because of that limit, they would have to move far too many personal checks to reach the $2.1 million mark to be practicable. Thus, the rest of the payees on the checks were businesses that Annabelle had set up accounts for at various banks. Company checks could be made out for over $10,000 without triggering interest from the IRS. But the hitch was no bank will cash a company check. The full amount has to be deposited. For that reason, over a period of months, Annabelle had been depositing funds into and out of these accounts to establish a track record. She well knew that banks tended to get antsy when freshly minted accounts all of a sudden started to throw off lots of cash. That just screamed money laundering. Over a 2-day period, Annabelle and Leo had grilled Tony on every conceivable obstacle he would face when passing the bad checks. They took turns playing the roles of tellers, managers, security guards, and bank customers. Tony was a fast learner, and at the end of the 2 days they pronounced him ready to take his baby steps as a bad check passer after he had watched Leo perform a few times. The first 10 passes went very smoothly. Annabelle was a redhead at one, a blonde at another, and a brunette at a third. The back of the van had been set up as a changing area, with a small makeup table and mirror. After several passes, she and Leo would hop in the van and alter their look on the way to the next bank. At some places, she wore glasses. At another, a scarf around her head. At another, pants, sweatshirt, and a ball cap. With the right makeup, clothing, padding, and hair, she could significantly change her appearance and age. She wore only flats, since her 5'9" height was less noteworthy than one of 6 feet with heels on. And while she never looked at it, Annabelle was always conscious of the bank's surveillance camera taking her glossy. Leo was, in turn, a businessman, a company gopher, a retiree, and a lawyer, among others. Annabelle's practiced delivery with the tellers was smooth, without a trace of apprehension. She immediately put the clerk at ease, talking about the person's clothes or hair, or how much she loved the beautiful city by the bay, even with the gloomy weather. With the 11th teller, she confided,
"I've had this consulting business for 4 years, and this is the biggest payment I've ever gotten. I worked my butt off for it." "Congratulations,"
the female clerk said, as she worked on the transaction.
$40,000 is a big payment.
The woman seemed to be scrutinizing the check and Annabelle's perfectly forged identification and corporate papers a bit too much. Annabelle noted the woman wasn't wearing a wedding band, but had worn one recently, because the skin was lighter where the ring would have been.
"My ex left me for a younger woman and cleaned out our accounts,"
Annabelle said bitterly.
"I've had to build my whole life back. It hasn't been easy, but I wasn't going to let him have the satisfaction, you know. I'll take the damn alimony because I earned that, but he's not controlling my life."
The woman's demeanor changed, and she said in a low whisper,
"I know exactly what you mean,"
she said as she completed the deposit.
12 years of marriage and my ex decides to trade me in for a new Model 2. I wish we could just give them a pill that would train them right, you know. Oh, I want to give my ex a pill, all right, a cyanide pill,"
the clerk said. Annabelle glanced at the docs on the counter and said casually,
"I suppose there'll be a hold on the funds, won't there? It's just that I have some vendors to pay. I wish I could get to keep the whole amount, but my profit margins are only about 10%, if I'm lucky."
The clerk hesitated.
"Well, normally there would be with a check this size."
He looked at Annabelle, smiled, and eyed her computer.
"But the account the check's drawn on has plenty of money to cover it, and there have been no problems in your company account, so I'll make the funds immediately available." "That's great. I really appreciate it. We girls have to stick together." "Yes, we do,"
Annabelle said, as she turned and walked out with her deposit slip showing her company to be $40,000 richer. Meanwhile, Leo raced through his group of checks, usually not spending more than 10 minutes at each bank. Speed was the key here, he knew. Speed without sloppiness, however. His method was typically to crack a joke, usually at his own expense, to break the ice with the teller.
"I wish that money was going into my personal account,"
he told one clerk in his guise as a company gopher.
"Then I could make my rent payment. Is there any place in this damn town that doesn't want your firstborn for a security deposit on a one-bedroom?" "Not that I've ever heard of,"
the teller answered sympathetically. Leo went on.
"I mean, I don't even have a freaking one-bedroom. All I've got is a one-sleeper sofa apartment." "You're lucky. On what the bank pays, I'm still living with my parents." "Yeah, but I've got about 30 years on you. The way I'm going, by the time you're running this place, I'll be living with my parents."
The teller laughed and handed Leo a deposit receipt for $38,000.
"Don't spend it all in one place,"
the young man chided.
"Not to worry,"
Leo replied, tucking the paper in his pocket and walking off whistling. By later that afternoon, they'd passed 77 of the 80 checks, with Tony moving 10 of them and growing more confident with each one.
"This is easy,"
Tony declared in the van as he changed clothes along with Leo. Annabelle was behind a sheet strung up across part of the van doing the same thing. Tony added,
"Those idiots just stand there and take every line you feed them. They never even look at the paper. I don't know why anybody bothers robbing banks anymore."
Annabelle poked her head over the top of the sheet.
"We've got 3 more checks. We'll each take one."
"And watch your head when you get out of the van, Tony,"
Leo said.
"Watch my head? What are you talking about?" "I mean, it's so big right now it might not fit through the doors." "Why the hell do you keep giving me a hard time, Leo?"
"He's giving you a hard time, Tony, because passing altered checks isn't easy,"
Annabelle said.
"Well, it is for me."
Leo said,
"That's because Annabelle, in her infinite wisdom, gave you the easiest ones to pass."
Tony whirled around to look at her.
"Is that true?"
"Yes,"
she said bluntly, her bare shoulders showing above the top of the sheet.
"I can take care of myself."
Tony shot back.
You don't have to baby me.
I'm not doing it for you.
Annabelle answered.
If you go down, you'll take us with you.
Her eyes glittered at him for an instant, and then relaxed.
Besides, it makes no sense to throw a talented con in over his head. That can do a lot more harm than good.
She ducked down behind the sheet. With a little light coming in from the van's tinted windows, the sheet was somewhat transparent. Tony stared at Annabelle's silhouette as she shed her clothes and put others on. Leo jabbed him in the ribs and growled.
Have some respect, kid.
Tony turned slowly to look at him.
Damn,
he said quietly.
What? You never seen a beautiful woman undressed before? No, I mean, yes, I have.
He looked down at his hands.
What's wrong with you?
Leo asked. Tony looked up.
I think she just called me a talented con.
Chapter 11. It was the last pass. Tony was standing in front of the teller, a cute, young Asian woman with shoulder-length black hair, flawless skin, and walnut cheekbones. Clearly intrigued, Tony leaned closer and rested his arm on the counter.
You lived here long?
He asked her.
A few months. I moved here from Seattle.
Same sort of weather.
Tony said.
Yes.
The woman answered, smiling as she worked away.
I just moved here from Vegas.
Tony said.
Now that's a fun town.
I've never been.
Oh, man, it's a blast. You gotta go. And like they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
He looked at her expectantly.
I'd love to show you around.
She looked at him disapprovingly.
I don't even know you.
Okay, we don't have to start with Vegas. Maybe we just start with lunch.
She said defiantly.
How do you know I don't have a boyfriend?
As gorgeous as you are, you probably do. But that means I have to work all that much harder to make you forget him.
The woman blushed and looked down, but now she was smiling again.
You're crazy.
She hit some keys on her computer.
Okay. Can I see some ID?
Only if you promise you won't say no when I officially ask you out.
She took the ID from him and let her finger graze his. He gave her another smile. She glanced at the ID and looked puzzled.
I thought you said you just moved here from Vegas.
That's right.
But your ID says Arizona.
She turned it around to show him.
And that really doesn't look like you.
Oh, crap. He'd pulled the wrong ID from his pocket. Despite Annabelle instructing him to only take one ID pack at a time, he'd stubbornly carried them all. In the photo, his hair was blonde, and he had a small goatee and was wearing Ben Franklin eyeglasses.
I lived in Arizona but worked in Vegas. It was cheaper,
he said quickly.
And I decided to change my style, new color, contact lenses, you know.
As soon as he delivered these lame lines, he knew it was over. The teller stared at the check, and her look became even more suspicious.
This is a California bank check and a California company, but the routing number is for New York. Why's that?
Routing numbers? I don't know anything about that,
Tony said, his voice now quavering. From her expression, Tony knew the woman had already pronounced him guilty of bank fraud. She glanced in the direction of the security guard and placed the check and Tony's fake ID down on the counter in front of her.
I'm going to have to call my manager over.
The teller began.
What is going on here?
A low voice said sharply.
Excuse me.
The woman pushed Tony out of the way and confronted the teller. She was tall and plump with blonde hair and dark roots. Her glasses were slim designer models hanging on a chain, and she was dressed in a purple blouse and black slacks. She spoke quietly but firmly to the young woman behind the counter.
I've been standing here for 10 minutes while you two play cutie pie with each other. Is that the kind of service this bank provides? Why don't we just get your manager over here and see?
The clerk took a step back, her eyes wide.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I know what you were just doing.
The woman interrupted.
I could hear it. Everyone in the bank could hear you two flirting and discussing your love life.
The clerk's face reddened.
Ma'am, we were doing no such thing.
The woman put her hands on the counter and leaned forward.
Oh, really? So when you were talking about boyfriends and Vegas, and he was telling you how gorgeous you were, that was, what, official bank business? Do you do that with all of your customers? Would you like to talk to me about who I sleep with? Ma'am, please, forget it. I'm done with this place.
The woman turned and stalked out. Tony was already gone. Leo had steered him out a few seconds after the woman had appeared. Annabelle joined them in the back of the van a minute later. She called out to the driver.
Let's roll, Freddie.
The van immediately pulled away from the curb. She wrenched off the blonde wig and put the glasses in her pocket. Next, she took off her coat and stripped away the padding around her middle. She tossed Tony's ID to him. He caught it, shamefaced, and then exclaimed,
"Oh my God, they have the check!"
He stopped talking as Annabelle held up the check, neatly folded.
"I'm sorry, Annabelle. I'm really sorry."
She leaned close to him.
Little piece of advice, Tony. Don't ever hit on the mark, especially when you're pretending to be someone else.
Leo added,
"It was a good thing we decided to back you up on that one." "Why did you?"
Tony asked glumly. Annabelle answered,
Because you walked out of the van way too cocky. Cocky kills cons. That's another good rule to remember.
"I can go to another bank and pass it,"
Tony said quickly.
No,
She said.
we have enough for the long con, and it's not worth the risk.
Tony started to protest, but then slumped back and said nothing. Leo and Annabelle exchanged glances, each of them letting out a sigh of relief. 2 days later, at the rental condo, Leo knocked on Annabelle's bedroom door.
Yeah.
She called out.
"Got a minute?"
He sat on her bed while she put some clothes in a carry-on bag.
$3 million.
He said reverently.
You know, you called them shorts, but to most cons those were longs. Things of beauty, Annabelle.
Any con with decent skills could have done them. I just upped the ante a little.
A little? $3 million cut 4 ways isn't little.
She glanced sharply at him.
I know,
He said quickly.
You get a bigger share because it's your game. But still, my share could last me a few years living high on the hog. Maybe even take a real vacation.
Not yet. We have the long con, Leo. That was the deal.
Right, but just think about it.
She dropped a stack of clothes in her bag.
I have thought about it. The long con is next.
Leo stood, fingering an unlit cigarette.
Okay, but what about the kid?
What about him?
You said we were going all-star on this. Now, I got no problem with Freddie. His stuff is first rate. But the kid almost cost us everything. If you hadn't been there...
If I hadn't been there, he would have thought of something.
Bullcrap. That teller had him made all the way. He gave her the wrong freaking ID. Talk about your bonehead moves.
You've never made a mistake on a con, Leo? Let me think for a second. Oh, how about Phoenix? Or Jackson Hole?
Yeah, but it wasn't on a multi-million-dollar scam, Annabelle. I didn't have that handed to me on a damn platter when I was still in diapers like Tony.
Jealousy doesn't score you any points, Leo. And Tony can hold his own.
Maybe he can, and maybe he can't. The thing is, I damn sure don't want to be there to find out that he can't.
You let me worry about that.
Leo threw up his hands.
Great. You worry about that for all of us.
Good. I'm glad we have that settled.
Leo prowled the room, his hands stuffed in his pockets.
Is there anything else?
She asked.
Yeah. What's the long con?
I'll tell you when you need to know. And right now, you don't need to know.
Leo sat down on the bed.
I'm not the CIA. I'm a con. I don't trust anybody.
He eyed her bag.
And if you don't want to tell me, then I'm not going wherever the hell it is you're going.
You knew the deal going in, Leo. You quit now, you get zip. 2 shorts and a long. That was the arrangement.
Yeah, well, part of the deal wasn't babysitting some punk who almost landed us in prison either. So maybe we need to renegotiate the deal, lady.
She stared at him contemptuously.
What? You're shaking me down after all these years? I gave you the best action you've ever had.
I don't want more money. I want the long con, or I'm not going.
Annabelle stopped packing while she considered this.
If I tell you where we're going, will that be good enough?
Depends on where it is.
Atlantic City.
All the blood seemed to drain from Leo's face.
Are you out of your damn mind? What, the last time wasn't bad enough?
That was a long time ago, Leo.
He snapped.
It'll never be long ago enough for me. Why don't we do something easier, like hitting the mob?
Atlantic City,
she hissed, forming 5 words out of 2.
Why? Because of your old man?
She didn't answer him. Leo stood and pointed a finger at her.
You're certifiable, Annabelle. If you think I'm walking into that hellhole with you again because you got something to prove, you don't know Leo Richter.
The plane leaves at 7 a.m.
Leo stood there nervously, watching her pack for a couple more minutes.
Are we at least flying first class?
He finally said.
Yes. Why?
Because if it's my last flight, I'd like to go out in style.
Whatever floats your boat, Leo.
He walked out the door, while Annabelle kept right on packing. Chapter 12. Caleb Shaw was in the rare books reading room working. There were several patron requests to see some material from the Rosenwald vault that required a supervisor's approval. Then he spent a good deal of time on the phone consulting with a university professor writing a book on Jefferson's private library, which he sold to the nation after the British had burned the city during the War of 1812, forming the basis for the present-day Library of Congress. After that, Jewel English, an elderly woman and a regular in the reading room, asked to see an issue of Beatles' dime novels. She was very interested in the Beatles series and had a nice collection, she'd told Caleb. A slender woman with powdery white hair and a ready smile, Caleb assumed she was also lonely. Her husband had died 10 years ago, she'd confided in Caleb, and her family was scattered around the country. It was for this reason he engaged her in conversation whenever she came in.
You're fortunate indeed, Jewel,
Caleb said.
It just came back from the Conservation Department. It needed some TLC.
He retrieved the book, chatted with her for a few minutes over the untimely death of Jonathan DeHaven, and then returned to his desk. He watched for a few moments as the elderly woman slowly put on her thick glasses and looked through the old volume, copying down notes and a few pieces of notebook paper she'd brought with her. For obvious reasons, only pencils and loose-leaf paper were allowed in here, and patrons had to allow their bags to be checked before they left the room. As the door of the reading room opened, Caleb glanced over at the woman entering. She was from the administrative department. He rose to greet her.
Hi, Caleb. I've got a note here for you from Kevin.
Kevin Phillips was the acting director, having taken DeHaven's place after his death.
Kevin? Why didn't he just call or email?
I think he tried, but either the line was busy or you didn't answer. And for some reason, he didn't want to email.
Well, I have been pretty busy today.
I think it's fairly urgent.
She handed him the envelope and left. Caleb carried it back to his desk and promptly tripped over the bent-up edge of his chair mat, knocked his glasses off his desk, and then accidentally stepped on them, crunching the lenses.
Oh, good grief, how clumsy can I get?
He looked down at the envelope as he picked up his destroyed spectacles. Well, he couldn't read it now. Without his glasses, he couldn't read a damn thing. And it was urgent, the woman had said.
You've tripped over that mat several times before, Caleb.
Jewel reminded him helpfully.
Thanks for the observation, Jewel,
he said between clenched teeth. He suddenly looked over at her.
Jewel, can I borrow your glasses for a minute so I can read this note?
I'm blind as a bat. They may not work for you.
Don't worry. I'm as blind as a bat, too, at least when it comes to reading.
Why don't I just read the note for you?
No. I mean, it might be, you know.
She clapped her hands together and whispered,
You mean it might be classified? How thrilling.
He glanced down at the note as Jewel handed him her glasses. He put them on, sat at his desk, and read through it. Kevin Phillips was asking Caleb to come right away to the division's administrative offices, located on a secure floor of the building. He'd never been summoned to the admin offices before, at least not in this way. He slowly folded the note up and put it in his pocket.
Thanks, Jewel. I think you and I have the same prescription. They worked fine.
He handed the glasses back to her, steeled himself, and headed off. In the administrative office, he found Kevin Phillips sitting with a man in a dark suit. The man was introduced to Caleb as Jonathan DeHaven's attorney.
Under the term of Mr. DeHaven's will, you've been appointed the literary executor of his book collection, Mr. Shaw,
the attorney said, pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to Caleb. He also gave him 2 keys and a slip of paper.
The large key is to Mr. DeHaven's home. The smaller key is to the vault at his home where the books are kept. The first number on the paper is the passcode to the alarm system at Mr. DeHaven's house. The second number is the combination to the vault. It's protected by both key and combo locks.
Caleb looked dumbly at the articles he'd been handed.
His literary executor?
Phillips spoke up.
Yes, Caleb, as I understand it, you helped him acquire some volumes for his collection. Yes, I did,
Caleb acknowledged.
He had enough money and informed taste to build a very good collection. Well, he apparently thought a lot of your assistance,
the attorney said.
Under the terms of the will, you are to be given full and unfettered access to his book collection. Your instructions are to properly inventory the collection, have it appraised, carve it up as you see fit, and sell it, with the proceeds going to several charities identified in the will. He wanted me to dispose of his books? What about his family? My firm has represented the DeHaven family for many years. He has no living relatives,
the attorney answered.
I remember one of the retired partners telling me that he was married once, years ago. Apparently it didn't last long.
He paused, seeming to search his memory.
Annulled, actually, I think he said. It was before my time with the firm. Anyway, there were no children, so no one to make a claim. You were to be paid a percentage of the sales price of the collection.
Phillips added,
That might come to a fair amount of money. I'd do it for free,
Caleb said quickly. The attorney chuckled.
I'll just pretend I didn't hear that. It might be more work than you think. So you accept the commission?
Caleb hesitated, and then said,
Yes, I'll do it. For Jonathan. Good. Sign right here to acknowledge your acceptance and receipt of the keys and codes.
He slid a 1-page document toward Caleb, which he signed with a little difficulty, not having his glasses. The attorney ended by saying,
Well, it's all there waiting for you.
Caleb returned to his office and stared down at the keys. A few minutes later, he made up his mind. He called Milton, Reuben, and then Stone. He didn't want to go to Jonathan's house alone, he told them. They all agreed to accompany him that night. Chapter 13. That evening, Reuben and Stone drove to DeHaven's house on the Indian motorcycle, the tall Stone crammed into the sidecar. Caleb and Milton pulled up right behind them in Caleb's ancient and sagging pewter-gray Chevy Nova with a finicky tailpipe. Caleb was wearing his backup pair of glasses. He assumed he'd be reading a lot tonight.
Nice digs,
Reuben said as he tugged off his helmet and goggles and looked at the massive house.
Pretty ritzy for a government salary. Jonathan came from money.
Caleb answered.
Must be nice.
Reuben said.
All I ever came from was trouble, and that's also where I always seem to be headed with you mates.
Caleb unlocked the front door, turned off the alarm system, and they all stepped inside. He said,
I've been in the vault before. We can take the elevator down to the basement level. Elevator?
Milton exclaimed.
I don't like elevators. Then you can walk down the stairs.
Caleb advised, pointing to the left.
They're over there.
Reuben looked around at the antique furniture, tasteful artwork on the walls, and sculptures in classically styled presentation niches. He rubbed the toe of his boot on the beautiful oriental rug in the living room.
Do they need a house sitter until everything's settled?
Caleb said.
That would be a no.
They rode the elevator down and met Milton in a small anteroom. The vault door was a monster, 2-foot-thick steel with a computerized keypad and a slit for the special security key. The key and combo had to be inputted at the same time, Caleb told them.
Jonathan let me go into the vault with him on several occasions.
The door slid open on silent, powered hinges, and they went inside. The space was about 10 feet wide, 9 feet high, and looked to be about 30 feet long. As soon as they walked in the vault, specialized low lighting came on, enabling them to see reasonably well.
It's fire and bomb-proof, and it's also temperature and humidity controlled.
Caleb explained.
That's a must with rare books, particularly in basements where those levels can fluctuate drastically.
The vault was lined with shelves, and on the shelves were books, pamphlets, and other articles that, even to the untrained eye, looked rare and valuable.
Can we touch anything?
Milton asked.
Better let me do it.
Caleb answered.
Some of these items are very fragile. Many of them haven't seen natural light for over 100 years. Damn!
Reuben exclaimed, running his finger lightly along the spine of one of the books.
Like a little prison, and they're serving their life sentences. That's a very unfair way to look at it, Reuben.
Caleb said in a scolding tone.
It protects the books so other generations can one day enjoy them. Jonathan went to great expense to house his collection with exquisite care. What sort of collection did he have?
Stone asked. He was eyeing one very old tome whose cover appeared to be carved from oak. Caleb carefully slid out the book Stone was referring to.
Jonathan had a good collection, but not a great one. He'd be the first to admit that. All the great collectors had an almost limitless amount of money, but more than that, they all had a vision for what sort of collection they wanted, and they pursued it with a single-mindedness that could only be called an obsession. It's referred to as bibliomania, the world's gentlest obsession. All the great collectors had it.
He glanced around the room.
There are some must-haves for the best collections that Jonathan simply would never be able to own. Like what?
Stone asked.
Shakespeare's folios. The first folio would be the obvious one, of course. It contains 900 pages with 36 of the plays. None of the Bard's original manuscripts have survived, so the folios are incredibly desirable. A first folio sold a few years ago in England for £3.5 million.
Milton let out a low whistle and shook his head.
About $6,000 a page.
Caleb continued.
Then there are the obvious acquisitions. William Blake, Newton's Principia Mathematica, something from Caxton, the earliest English printer. J.P. Morgan had over 60 Caxtons in his collection, if I remember correctly. A 1457 Mind Psalter, the Book of St. Albans, and, of course, a Gutenberg Bible. There are only 3 known mint-condition Gutenbergs printed on vellum in the world. The Library of Congress has one. They're priceless.
Caleb ran his gaze down one shelf.
Jonathan has the 1472 edition of Dante's Divine Comedy, which would be welcome in any first-rate collection. He also has Poe's Tamerlane, which is exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. One sold some time ago for nearly $200,000. Poe's reputation has made a nice rebound lately, so today it would fetch a much higher price. The collection includes a worthy selection of incunabula, mostly German but some Italian, and a solid set of first editions of more contemporary novels, many of them autographed. He was very strong in Americana, and has a large sampling of personal writings from Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Franklin, Madison, Hamilton, Lincoln, and others. As I said, it's a very nice collection, but not a great one. What's that?
Reuben asked, pointing to a dimly lit corner in the back of the vault. They all crowded around the object. It was a small portrait of a man in medieval dress.
I don't remember seeing that before,
Caleb said.
And why have a painting hanging in a vault?
Milton added.
And only one painting,
Stone commented.
Not much of a collection.
He was examining the portrait from various angles before placing his fingers on one edge of the painting's frame and pulling. It swung open on a set of hinges, revealing the door of a small combination lock safe built into the wall.
A safe within a safe,
Stone said.
Try the combination the lawyer gave you for the main vault, Caleb.
Caleb did so, but it didn't work. He tried various other numbers without success. Stone remarked,
People typically use a combination they won't forget, so they won't have to write it down. Could be numbers, letters, or both. Why give Caleb the key and passcode to the main vault, but not give him the one to the inner safe?
Milton asked.
Maybe he figured Caleb would know it somehow.
Reuben commented. Stone nodded.
I agree with Reuben. Think, Caleb. It might have something to do with the rare books reading room. Why?
Milton asked.
Because this was DeHaven's rare books reading room of sorts.
Caleb looked thoughtful.
Well, Jonathan did open the room every day about an hour before anyone else arrived. That was done with special alarmed keys, and he also had to input a security code to open the doors. But I don't have that code. Something simpler than that, perhaps. So simple it's staring you in the face.
Caleb suddenly snapped his fingers.
Of course. Staring me in the face every day of my life.
His fingers punched in a code on the safe's digital pad, and the door clicked open.
What number did you use?
Stone asked.
LJ239. It's the room number of the rare books reading room. I look at it every day when I go to work.
Inside the safe was one article. Caleb carefully drew out the box and slowly opened it. Reuben said,
That thing's in pretty ragged shape.
It was a book. The cover was black and torn, and the binding was starting to come apart. Caleb carefully opened it and turned to the first page. Then he turned another, and then another. He finally gave a sharp intake of breath.
Oh, my God!
Stone said.
Caleb, what is it?
Caleb's hands were shaking. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling.
I believe this is a first edition Bay Psalm book. Is it rare?
Stone asked. Caleb looked at him wide-eyed.
It's the oldest surviving object printed in what is now the United States, Oliver. There are only 11 psalm books in existence in the entire world, and only 5 of them are complete. They never come onto the market. The Library of Congress has one, but it was given to us decades ago. I don't believe we could have afforded it otherwise. So how did Jonathan DeHaven get one?
Stone remarked. With great reverence, Caleb carefully eased the book back into the box and closed it. He placed the box in the safe and shut the door.
I don't know. The last psalm book came on the market over 60 years ago, when it was purchased for what was then a record amount equaling millions of dollars in today's money. It's now at Yale.
He shook his head.
For book collectors, this is like finding a missing Rembrandt or Goya. Well, if there are only 11 in the world, it would be pretty simple to account for them.
Milton suggested.
I could Google it.
Caleb looked at him with disdain. While Milton embraced every new advance of the computer, Caleb was a decided technophobe.
You can't just Google a psalm book, Milton. And as far as I know, all of them are in institutions like Harvard, Yale, and the Library of Congress. You're sure it's an original psalm book?
Stone asked.
There were numerous subsequent editions, but I'm almost certain it's the 1640 version. It said so on the title page and has other points of the original that I'm familiar with.
Caleb breathlessly replied.
What exactly is it?
Reuben asked.
I could barely read any of the words. It's a hymnal that the Puritans commissioned a number of ministers to put together to give them religious enlightenment on a daily basis. The printing process was very primitive back then, which, coupled with the old-style spelling and script, makes it difficult to read. But if all the psalm books are in institutions...
Stone said. Caleb glanced at him, a look of trepidation on his face.
I guess there's the possibility, however rare, that there are unaccounted-for psalm books out there. I mean, someone found half of the handwritten manuscript for Huckleberry Finn in her attic. And someone else turned up an original copy of the Declaration of Independence behind a picture in a frame. And then there was the discovery of some of Byron's writings in an old book. Over hundreds of years, anything's possible.
Though the room was cool, Caleb wiped away a bead of perspiration from his forehead.
Do you know the enormous responsibility this entails? We're talking about a collection with a psalm book in it. A psalm book, for God's sake.
Stone put a calming hand on his friend's shoulder.
I've never met anyone better qualified to do this than you, Caleb, and whatever we can do to help, we will. Yeah,
Reuben said.
In fact, I got a few bucks on me if you want to get a couple of books out of the way before the real heavyweights start circling. What do you take for that Divine Comedy thing? I could use a few laughs.
Milton piped in.
Reuben, none of us could even afford to buy the auction catalog they'll print the collection in. Well, that's just great,
Reuben exclaimed in mock fury.
Now I guess the next thing you'll tell me is I can't quit my crappy job at the loading dock. What the hell are you people doing here?
A voice cried out. They all turned to look at the intruders who were standing just outside the vault door. There were two burly men in the uniforms of private security, their guns pointed at the Camel Club. The man in front of the two guards was short and thin with a shock of red hair, a trim beard of matching color, and a pair of active blue eyes.
I said, what are you people doing here?
The redhead repeated. Reuben growled.
Maybe we should be asking you the same thing, buddy.
Caleb stepped forward.
I'm Caleb Shaw with the Library of Congress, where I worked with Jonathan DeHaven. In his will, he appointed me as his literary executor.
He held up the house and vault keys.
I was given permission from Jonathan's lawyer to come here and look over the collection. My friends came along to help me.
He reached in his pocket and presented his library ID to the man, whose demeanor quickly changed.
Of course, I'm sorry,
the man said after gazing at Caleb's ID before handing it back to him.
I just saw people entering Jonathan's house, and the door was unlocked, and I suppose I jumped to conclusions.
He nodded to his men to put away their guns.
We never did catch your name,
Reuben said, eyeing the man suspiciously. Before he could answer, Stone said,
I believe we're in the company of Cornelius Bean, CEO of Paradigm Technologies, the country's third-largest defense contractor.
Bean smiled.
Soon to be number one if I get my way, and I usually do. Well, Mr. Bean,
Caleb began.
Call me CB, everybody does.
He took a step forward and glanced around the room.
So, this is DeHaven's book collection. You knew Jonathan?
Caleb asked.
I wouldn't call us friends, really. I had him over for one or two holiday parties. I knew he worked at the library and that he collected books. We'd occasionally pass each other on the street and chit-chat. I was very stunned to hear of his death. As we all were.
Caleb added somberly.
So you're his literary executor, you said?
Bean noted.
What does that mean? It means I've been given the task of cataloging and appraising the collection and then selling it. Anything good in here?
Bean asked.
Are you a collector?
Stone inquired.
Oh, I've been known to collect a good many things.
He answered vaguely.
Well, it is a very good collection. It will be put up for auction.
Caleb explained.
At least the most prominent parts of it will be. Right.
Bean said absently.
Any new developments on Jonathan's death?
Caleb shook his head.
So far it appears to be a heart attack. And he seems so healthy. I guess that's a good reason to give it all we've got every day, because tomorrow...
He wheeled around and marched out, his men scurrying along in his wake. As the sounds of the footsteps faded, Stone turned to Caleb.
Very considerate of him to come and check on the house of a man he occasionally chit-chatted with. He was his neighbor, Oliver.
Caleb pointed out.
He's naturally concerned. I didn't like him.
Milton said.
He builds things that kill people. Lots of people.
Reuben added.
In my book, old CB's a shifty little peckerhead.
They spent that night going over the books and other articles until Caleb had a fairly complete list. Milton inputted these onto his laptop computer.
Now what?
Milton asked as they closed the last book.
Ordinarily, you'd bring in an appraiser from Sotheby's or Christie's.
Caleb answered.
But I have someone else in mind, and in my opinion, he's the best there is in the rare book field, and I want to find out if he knew that Jonathan had the Psalm book. Is he in New York?
Stone asked.
No, right here in D.C., maybe 20 minutes by car. Who is it?
Reuben asked.
Vincent Pearl.
Stone checked his watch.
We'll have to see him tomorrow, then. It's already 11 o'clock.
Caleb shook his head.
Oh, no, now it's perfect. Vincent Pearl's rare bookshop is only open at night.
Chapter 14. As the Camel Club left DeHaven's home, 2 pairs of binoculars were trained on them. One was from an upper window of a house across from DeHaven's, and another held by a man in the back of a van parked down the street that had stenciled on its side, D.C. Public Works. When the motorcycle and Nova drove off, the van followed. After the vehicles had disappeared, the pair of binoculars in the upper window of the house on Goodfellow Street continued to scan the area. As Caleb predicted, it took 20 minutes to get to Vincent Pearl's rare bookshop. There was no name on the storefront, only a sign that read hours 8 p.m. to midnight, Monday to Saturday. Caleb marched up to the door and rang the bell. Reuben looked around at the stout door and barred window.
I take it he's not into advertising. Anyone serious about book collecting knows exactly where to find Vincent Pearl.
Caleb replied matter-of-factly.
You know him well?
Stone asked.
Oh, no. I hardly operate at the level of a Vincent Pearl. In fact, in the last 10 years, I've only met him personally twice, both times here at his shop. I've heard him lecture before, though. He's quite unforgettable.
The lighted dome of the Capitol was visible to the west. The neighborhood they were in was lined with ancient, moss-covered brick and stone row houses, and other dwellings that had once been a focal point of the burgeoning capital city.
You sure he's here?
Milton asked, just as a deep voice said in a demanding tone,
Who is it?
Milton jumped, but Caleb spoke into a small loudspeaker, barely visible under a strand of twisted ivy next to the door.
Mr. Pearl, it's Caleb Shaw, from the Library of Congress.
Who? Caleb looked a little embarrassed, and started speaking quickly.
Caleb Shaw. I work in the rare books reading room. We last met a few years ago when a collector of Lincoln memorabilia came to the library and I brought him around to you. You don't have an appointment for tonight.
The tone was one of mild annoyance. Apparently Pearl wasn't grateful for the referral Caleb had given him.
No, but I come on some urgency. If you could just spare a few minutes.
A few seconds later, the door clicked open. As the others entered, Stone noted a tiny reflection from above. The small surveillance camera was staring right at them, ingeniously disguised as a birdhouse. The reflection was from the streetlight hitting the lens. Most people would have missed such a device, but Oliver Stone was not most people, certainly when it came to things that spied on you. As they passed into the store, Stone also noted two other things. The door, although it looked old and wooden, was actually made of reinforced steel, set in a steel frame, and the lock, to Stone's experienced eye, looked tamper-proof. And the barred window was 3-inch-thick polycarbonate glass. The interior of the shop surprised Stone. He had expected to see a cluttered layout, with dusty books on bowed shelves and every crevice bursting with old parchments and tomes for sale. Instead, the place was clean, streamlined, and well-organized. The building itself was 2 stories in height. Tall, ornate bookshelves lined every wall, and the books housed in them were behind locked sliding glass doors. A ladder on wheels ran on a long track tube attached to the tops of the 9-foot-high shelves. 3 oval cherrywood reading tables with matching chairs sat in the middle of the long, narrow space. Overhead was a trio of bronze chandeliers that gave off surprisingly weak light. They must be on dimmers, Stone thought. A 6-foot-wide spiral staircase led to the level above, which was partially open to the floor they were on. Up there, Stone could see still more shelves, with a Chippendale-style banister running around the opening to the first floor. A long wooden counter was at the end of the main room with still more shelves behind it. What Stone wasn't seeing surprised him. No computers, not even a cash register was visible from where he stood. Reuben said,
"Feels like a place you'd want to smoke a cigar in and have a tumbler or 2 of whiskey." "Oh, no, Reuben,"
Caleb said in a shocked tone.
"Smoke is deadly to old books, and one spilled drop can ruin a timeless treasure."
Reuben was about to say something when a heavily carved door behind the counter opened, and an old man walked out. Everyone except Caleb did a double-take, because the gentleman's silvery beard was long and flowed down across his chest, and his long white hair cascaded down past his shoulders. His costume was even more eye-catching. Over his tall, pot-bellied frame, he wore a full-length lavender robe with gold stripes across the sleeve. His rimless oval glasses were perched on his long, wrinkled forehead, where wisps of grizzled hair lay in an untidy fashion. His eyes were, yes, they were black, Stone decided, unless the poor light was playing a trick on him.
"Is he a monk?"
Reuben whispered to Caleb. "Shh!" Caleb hissed as the man came forward.
"Well?"
Pearl said, looking at Caleb expectantly.
"Are you sure?" "Yes." "What is your matter of urgency?"
Pearl suddenly glared at the others.
"And who are these people?"
Caleb quickly introduced them, using only their first names. Pearl's gaze lingered the longest on Stone.
"I have seen you in Lafayette Park, have I not? In a tent, sir?"
he said with exaggerated formality.
"You have?"
Stone replied. Pearl continued.
"Your sign says, if I recall correctly, 'I want the truth.' Have you found it?" "I can't say that I have."
Pearl said,
"Well, if I were inclined to seek the truth, I don't believe I would start my search across from the White House."
Pearl turned back to Caleb.
"Now, your business, sir,"
he said briskly. Caleb hastily explained about his being appointed to Haven's literary executor, and his request about the appraisal.
"Yes, it was certainly a tragedy about DeHaven,"
Pearl said solemnly.
"And you've been named his literary executor, have you?"
he added in a surprised tone.
"I helped Jonathan with his collection, and we worked together at the library,"
he answered defensively.
"I see,"
Pearl replied tersely.
"But you still require an expert's eye, obviously."
Caleb turned slightly pink.
Well, yes. We have an inventory of the collection on Milton's laptop." I would much prefer to deal in paper.
Pearl replied firmly.
If you have a printer here, I can take care of that,
Milton said. Pearl shook his head.
I have a printing press, but it's from the 16th century, and I doubt it's compatible with your contraption. No, it wouldn't be,
mumbled a shocked Milton. A devoted lover of all things technological, he was obviously stunned at Pearl's lack thereof.
Well, we can print one out and bring it to you tomorrow,
Caleb suggested. He hesitated and then said,
Mr. Pearl, I might as well come right out and say it. Jonathan has a first-edition Bay Psalm book in his collection. Did you know about it?
Pearl lowered his glasses onto his eyes.
Excuse me. What did you say? Jonathan has a 1640 Bay Psalm book. That is not possible. I held it. No, you did not. I did.
Caleb insisted. Pearl waved a hand dismissively.
It's a later edition, then. Hardly earth-shattering. It has no music. That started with the 9th edition in 1698.
Pearl eyed Caleb severely.
Doubtless you won't be surprised to learn that I am aware of that. But, as you point out, there are 7 other editions that have no music. It was the 1640 edition. The year was printed on the title page. Then, my dear sir, it's either a facsimile or a forgery. People are very clever. One ambitious fellow recreated the Oath of a Freeman, which antedates the Psalm book by 1 year.
Stone interjected.
But I thought the 1640 Bay Psalm book was the first printed book in America. It is,
Pearl said impatiently.
The oath wasn't a book. It was a 1-page document called a broadsheet. As its name suggests, it was an oath, a pledge of allegiance, if you will, that each Puritan male took in order to vote and enjoy other privileges in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. And it was forged?
Stone said.
Ironically, the forger used a facsimile of the Psalm book. He did so because it was struck on the same press as the oath and by the same printer, and thus utilized the same printing type.
Pearl tapped Caleb on the chest.
The criminal was very ingenious, with the result that he very nearly duped your Library of Congress into buying it. Only when an expert in printing presses noted certain irregularities was the deceit uncovered.
Caleb said,
I've worked in the rare books division for 12 years. I've examined the Psalm book that we have. In my opinion, Jonathan's is real.
Pearl eyed Caleb suspiciously.
What was your name again?
Caleb's pink face now turned red.
Caleb Shaw. Well, Shaw, did you run the standard authentication tests on the book? No, but I looked at it, held it, smelled it. My God, man, you can't possibly be certain from such a rudimentary examination. DeHaven simply did not have that sort of a collection. A Tamerlane, a few incunabula, even the Dante, which I sold him, by the way, constituted the heart and soul of his rare books. No first edition Psalm book was ever a part thereof. So where did Jonathan get the book?
Caleb asked. Pearl shook his head.
How could I possibly know that?
He looked at the others.
As your friend may have told you, there are only 11 existing Bay Psalm books in the world out of the original print run. Just think about that, gentlemen. By comparison, there are 228 Shakespeare First Folios, but only 11 Psalm books on the entire earth. And of that number, only 5 are in complete condition.
He held up the fingers of his right hand.
Only 5.
As Stone stared at the luminous black eyes that seemed to pour out of the deep sockets like oil escaping the earth, it was clear to him that a spiritual diagnosis of Vincent Pearl would clearly reveal that he too suffered from bibliomania. The bookseller turned back to Caleb.
And since all 11 are accounted for, I can hardly see how one made its way to the collection of one Jonathan DeHaven. So why keep a forgery locked up in a vault?
Caleb countered.
Perhaps he thought it was real. The head of the rare books division fooled by a forged book?
Caleb said contemptuously.
I seriously doubt that.
Pearl was unperturbed.
As I said before, the library was nearly deceived into buying a fake oath. People will believe what they want to believe, and book collectors are not immune to that impulse. In my experience, self-delusion knows no boundaries. Maybe it would be better if you came by Jonathan's house, so you can see for yourself that the psalm book is an original,
Caleb said stubbornly. Pearl stroked his unruly beard with the long, delicate fingers of his right hand, while he kept his withering gaze on Caleb.
And, of course, I would welcome your expert opinion on the rest of the collection.
Caleb added in a calmer tone.
I believe I might have some time tomorrow evening,
Pearl said in a clearly disinterested manner.
That would be fine,
Caleb said, handing him a card.
Here's my number at the library. Just call to confirm. Do you have Jonathan's address? Yes, in my files. I think it best not to mention the existence of the psalm book to anyone, Mr. Pearl, at least for now. I rarely mention anything to anyone,
Pearl said.
Particularly things that are not true.
Caleb turned absolutely scarlet as Pearl ushered them quickly out.
Okay,
Reuben said outside as he pulled on his motorcycle helmet.
I think I just met Professor Dumbledore. Who?
Caleb exclaimed, obviously still furious from Pearl's parting shot.
Dumbledore, from Harry Potter, you know. No, I don't know,
Caleb snapped.
What a bloody muggle,
Reuben muttered as he slipped on his goggles. Caleb said,
Well, Pearl obviously doesn't believe the psalm book is authentic.
He paused, and then he said in a less confident tone,
And maybe he's right. I mean, I only looked at the thing for a few moments.
Reuben piped in.
Well, the way you told Pearl off in there, you better be right.
Caleb flushed.
I can't believe I did that. I mean, he's famous in the book field. I'm just a government librarian. A first-rate librarian at one of the world's greatest institutions.
Stone added,
He may be terrific in his field, but he really needs to get a computer. And a printer that's not from the 16th century.
Milton added. The Nova pulled off. As Reuben kick-started the Indian, Stone, on the pretense of adjusting his tall body better in the sidecar, glanced behind him. As they drove off, the van continued to follow. When the Chevy Nova and the motorcycle split up, the van continued to tail the bike. Chapter 15. Despite the lateness of the hour, Stone instructed Reuben to drop him near the White House, instead of his caretaker's cottage at Mount Zion Cemetery. He'd noticed the van following them and wanted to do something about it. He quietly explained the situation to Reuben as he was getting out of the sidecar, describing the van to his friend. Stone said,
Keep an eye out. If the van follows you, I'll call you on your cell phone. Shouldn't you call Alex Ford for some backup? After all, we did make him an honorary member of the Camel Club. Alex is no longer assigned to the White House, and I don't want to call him out on what might be nothing. But there are other Secret Service personnel here that can help me.
When Reuben pulled away, Stone slowly passed his tent with the sign, I want the truth, next to it. No other protesters were here tonight, including his friend Adelphia. Then he made his way quickly toward a statue in the park of a Polish general who'd aided the Americans in the Revolutionary War. His reward for this good service had been a large memorial on which hundreds of birds crapped daily. Climbing up on the statue's pedestal, he saw that the van remained parked on 15th Street, outside the 1600 block of Pennsylvania Avenue closed to traffic. Stone climbed back down and approached one of the uniformed guards who protected the White House perimeter.
What's up tonight, Oliver?
The man said. He'd been guarding the White House for almost 10 years and was well acquainted with Stone. For his part, Stone was always polite and adhered strictly to the rules of the protest permit that he carried in his pocket.
Oh, hello, Joe. I wanted to give you the heads up on something. It might not be anything, but I know the service doesn't like to take chances.
He quickly explained about the van, but without pointing toward it.
I thought you should know in case you wanted to check it out. Thanks, Oliver, I owe you.
As Stone had learned in all his years here, there was no detail too small for the Secret Service when it came to guarding the president. Thus, a couple minutes later he watched from nearby as Joe, joined by another armed guard, approached the D.C. Public Works van. Stone wished he had thought to bring his binoculars tonight, but they sat on his desk back at the cottage. He tensed when the driver's window of the van came down. The next thing that happened was stunning. The two uniformed guards whirled around and walked quickly away from the van as the driver's window slid back up. The men did not come near Oliver Stone. They headed in the exact opposite direction as fast as they could go without running, while the van remained where it was.
Damn,
Stone muttered under his breath. Now he knew. The people in the van were members of a government agency with enough clout to send the Secret Service scurrying away like frightened children. Now was the time to run. But how? Should he call Reuben to come get him? Yet he didn't really want to involve his friend in this. Was his past finally catching up to him? He quickly made up his mind and struck off across the park, reached H Street and turned left. The Farragut West Metro stop was only a couple blocks away. He checked his watch. Damn! The subway was closed. He changed direction, constantly looking over his shoulder for signs of the van. He decided to keep hoofing it down the street. He might catch a late-running bus. When he reached the next intersection, the Public Works van screeched to a stop directly in front of him, and the slide door started opening. Then Stone heard the voice shouting at him.
Oliver!
He looked to his right. Reuben had driven his motorcycle up on the sidewalk and was speeding directly at him. He slowed just enough to allow Stone to dive into the sidecar. Reuben flew over the curb, back onto the street, and gunned the motorcycle with Stone's long legs sticking straight up out of the sidecar. Reuben, whose knowledge of the streets of D.C. nearly equaled Stone's, made a series of rights and lefts before he slowed the bike, eased into a dark alley, and came to a stop behind a dumpster. By this time, Stone had righted himself in the sidecar. He looked up at his friend.
Your timing couldn't have been better, Reuben. Thanks. When you didn't call, I circled back around. The van started to move, and I followed it. I'm surprised they didn't spot you. This motorcycle does tend to stick out. Who the hell are those guys?
Stone told his friend about the run-in with the Secret Service. Reuben said,
There aren't many agencies that can make the service turn tail on its own turf. I can think of maybe two. Neither one gives me much comfort. What do you think they wanted? I first spotted the van outside the rear bookshop. It might have been following us before then, though. At DeHaven's?
Reuben snapped his fingers.
You think this has something to do with that Cornelius Bean prick? He's probably joined at the hip with the spy guys. It might, considering the timing.
Maybe this wasn't tied to his past after all. Reuben looked nervous.
Oliver, if they were following us, do you think they might have had a tail on Caleb and Milton?
Stone was already on his phone. He reached Caleb and told him some of what had happened, and put his phone away.
He just dropped Milton off at home. They didn't see anyone, but they probably wouldn't have. But what did we do to get spooks after us? We told Bean what we were doing there. What interest could he have in DeHaven? He might have an interest if he knew how DeHaven died, or perhaps more accurately, how he was murdered. You're saying Bean might have had his neighbor killed? Why? He just said it. His neighbor. It's possible that DeHaven saw something he shouldn't have.
Reuben snorted.
On Goodfellow Street? With the rich and obnoxious? It's all speculation, but the fact remains that if you hadn't shown up, I'm not sure what would have happened to me. So what do we do now? Since it seems no one was concerned about us until we went to Jonathan DeHaven's house, we start there. We have to find out whether the man was murdered or not. I was afraid that's what you were going to say.
Stone settled himself in the sidecar, this time with his legs where they ought to be. Reuben started the motorcycle, and they set off. Just like old times, Stone thought. And that clearly wasn't a good thing. The men in the van reported in to a very upset Roger Seagraves.
We could have taken the old guy even though his buddy showed up, but we figured it might be too dicey,
one man said over the phone. Seagraves stared at his secure phone for a moment, thinking what his next move should be.
They were at the Havens for how long? A few hours, and they were there the night before, too. And then to a rare bookshop, and then you followed them to the White House. One of them has a tent in Lafayette Park, and according to the Secret Service, his name is Oliver Stone. What a joke! He spotted your tail, so I don't know how much of a joke he is.
Seagraves snapped.
And I don't like you flashing your creds around, especially to the service. We just got in a jam and had to do it, but we are with the agency.
The other man countered.
But not on official duty tonight.
Seagraves shot back.
So what do you want us to do? Nothing. I want to check out Mr. Stone more thoroughly. I'll be in touch.
Seagraves hung up. A man calling himself Oliver Stone has a tent across from the White House, can spot expert surveillance, and visited the house of a man I had killed. Seagraves could feel another thunderstorm coming on. Chapter 16. It was raining and chilly in Newark when the plane touched down. Annabelle now sported brown hair, cherry-red lipstick, sleek eyeglasses, funky clothes, and blocky-heeled shoes. Her three companions were all dressed in two-piece suits with no ties. They didn't leave the airport together. They drove south and rendezvoused at a rental unit in Atlantic City. Being back in the town after so many years, Annabelle could feel her tension level rising. The last time, she had come far too close to dying. But being tense could easily get her killed this time around. She would have to trust her nerves to weather what was coming. She had prepared nearly 20 years of her life for this moment. She did not intend to waste it. Over the last week, she'd wired the funds from the altered checks out of the corporate accounts. Those sums, plus the stash from the ATM scam, had been put into an overseas account that did not abide by a single U.S. banking regulation. With $3 million in seed money, the men were anxious to hear Annabelle's plan for the long con. And yet, she was clearly not ready to tell them. She spent much of the first day walking the town, scoping the casinos and in discussions with certain nameless people. The men spent the downtime playing cards and shooting the breeze. Leo and Freddie regaled young Tony with stories of old scams embellished and polished to the degree that only distant memories could inspire. She finally called them all together.
My plan is to turn our $3 million into a lot more in a relatively short period of time,
she informed them.
I just love your style, Annabelle,
Leo said.
Specifically, I plan to turn our $3 million into at least $33 million. I walk away with 13.5, and you split the rest 3 ways. That's 6.5 per. Anybody have a problem with that?
The men sat there stunned for a full minute. Leo finally answered for them.
Yeah, boy, that just sucks.
She held up a warning hand.
If the scam doesn't work, we could lose some of the seed, but not all. Everybody all right with rolling that dice?
Each of them nodded.
The amount of money we're talking will necessitate taking certain risks on the back end.
Leo said.
Translation, whoever we're ripping off will never stop looking for us.
He lit a cigarette.
And now I think it's time you told us who it is.
Annabelle sat back and slid her hands in her pockets. She never took her gaze off Leo's face, and he gazed back in turn. Finally, he said nervously,
Is it really that bad?
We're hitting Jerry Bagger and the Pompeii Casino,
she announced.
Holy shit!
Leo yelled, his cigarette falling out of his mouth. It landed on his leg and burned a small hole in his pants. He angrily swiped at the burn mark and pointed a shaky finger at her.
I knew it! I knew you were going to pull this crap!
Tony looked at each of them.
Who's Jerry Bagger?
Leo said.
The meanest son of a bitch you hope you never cross paths with, sonny boy, that's who.
Annabelle joked.
Come on, Leo. It's my job to get him juiced about the scam. Keep that up, he'll want to take on Jerry all by himself.
I'm not taking on Jerry effing Bagger for $3 million, $33 million, or $333 million because I won't live to enjoy it anyway.
But you came here with us. And like you said, you knew I was going for him. You knew it, Leo.
She stood, came around the table, and draped a long arm around his shoulders.
And if the truth be known, you've been waiting for a shot to take that weasel down for the last 20 years. Admit it.
Leo suddenly looked embarrassed, lit another Winston, and shakily blew smoke to the ceiling.
Anybody who's done business with that bastard wants to kill him. So what?
I don't want to kill him, Leo. I just want to steal so much money from Jerry that it'll hurt him where it matters the most. You could wipe out his whole family, and it wouldn't bother the guy nearly as much as knowing somebody got the money he's been piling up from the poor schmucks that trip through his casino every minute of every day.
Sounds cool,
Tony chimed, while Freddie still looked uncertain. Leo stared in fury at the young man.
Cool? You think it's cool? Let me tell you something, you little know-nothing punk. You mess up in front of Jerry Bagger like you did at that bank, there won't be enough left of you to send in an envelope to your mama for burial.
Leo turned and pointed a finger at Annabelle.
Let me make something real clear right now. I am not taking on Jerry Bagger, but I am really not taking on Jerry Bagger with this screw-up along. Hey, I made one mistake. You never made a mistake?
Tony protested. Leo didn't answer. He and Annabelle were engaged in a lengthy stare-down. She said quietly,
Tony's role is limited to what he does best. He has no FaceTime with Jerry.
She glanced at Freddie.
In Freddie's back room all the way. He just has to make some good-looking paper. The success of the scam depends on you. And me. So unless you think we're not good enough, I don't see a valid objection.
They know us, Annabelle. We've been here before.
She walked around the table and opened a manila folder that sat on the table in front of her chair. She held up 2 glossies of a man and a woman.
Who's that?
Freddie asked, puzzled. Leo answered grudgingly as he gazed at the pictures.
Me and Annabelle from a long time ago, in Atlantic City.
He spat out.
Where'd you get the photos?
Tony asked. Annabelle explained.
Every casino keeps a face bank, what they call the black book, of people who've tried to scam them, and they share that intelligence with the other casinos. You've never tried to rip a casino, Tony, and neither has Freddie, which is one reason I looked you 2 up. I still have a few contacts in this town. That's where I got the prints. They never actually caught us and photographed us. These were made from composites based on descriptions of us. If they had real photos, I'm not sure I'd be here.
But you 2 don't look anything like that anymore,
Tony said.
Some intelligence,
he added with a sneer. Annabelle pulled 2 more glossies out of the folder. These looked more like the real Leo and Annabelle.
Like the police do with missing children, the casinos hire experts to digitally alter the photos to take into account normal aging. They feed that into their black book, and also into their electronic surveillance system that has face recognition software. That's why we'll look nothing like this when we make our run at Jerry.
I'm not making a run at Jerry,
Leo snarled.
Come on, Leo, it'll be fun,
Tony said.
Don't piss me off, kid,
Leo snapped.
Like I need an excuse to hate you.
Let's take a walk, Leo,
Annabelle said. She held a hand up when Tony and Freddie stood to follow them.
Stay put. We'll be back,
she said. Outside, the sun was coming out from behind a patch of dark clouds. Annabelle pulled a hood over her head and slid on sunglasses. Leo pulled a ball cap low over his head and donned shades as well. They walked along the boardwalk, which ran between the casinos on the main strip and the wide beach, passing couples on benches staring at the ocean.
They've fixed up the place since the last time we were here,
Annabelle said. The casinos had stomped into town in the late 70s, plopping down billion-dollar gambling palaces in the middle of the seaside resort's stark decay. For years afterward, a person would not want to venture far away from the casinos because the surrounding city was not the safest place. The powers that be had long promised a general cleanup of the area, and with the casinos throwing off lots of money and jobs, it looked like that promise was finally being fulfilled. They stopped and watched a large crane lifting steel beams up on top of a structure that a sign announced would soon be luxury condos. Everywhere they looked, new construction and rehab of existing places was going on. Leo veered toward the beach. He stopped to take off his shoes and socks while Annabelle slid off her flats and rolled up her pants. They walked along the sand, drawing close to the water. Finally, Leo stopped, bent down, grabbed a seashell and tossed it at an incoming wave.
You ready to talk about it?
She asked, eyeing him closely.
Why are you doing this?
Doing what? Running a con? That's what I've been doing all my life. You should know that better than anyone, Leo.
No, I mean, why'd you come and get me, Freddie, the kid? You could have had your pick of just about anyone for this action.
I didn't want just anyone. We go way back, Leo. And I thought you'd want to take another run at Jerry. Was I wrong?
Leo threw another seashell into the water and watched it disappear.
Story of my life, Annabelle. I throw seashells at the waves, and they just keep coming.
Don't get all philosophical on me.
He gave her a sideways glance.
Is this because of your old man?
And I don't need you playing my shrink, either.
She moved slightly away from him, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked out to sea, where at the edge of the horizon a ship slowly made its way somewhere.
With $13 million, I could buy a boat big enough to take across the ocean, couldn't I?
She asked. He shrugged.
Don't know, I guess. I've never had a reason to price one.
He looked down at his bare feet, crinkled the sand between his toes.
Annabelle, you were always smart about your money, a lot smarter than me. After all the cons you've pulled, I know you don't need the cash.
Whoever has enough money,
she said, still watching the boat drift by. He picked up another shell and hurled it.
You really want to do this, don't you?
Part of me doesn't. The part of me I listen to knows I have to.
The kid says nothing?
The kid says nothing.
If this goes bad, I don't even want to think about what'll happen to us.
Then don't let it go bad.
Do you have a single nerve in your body?
Not that I've noticed.
She picked up a shell and chucked it into the face of a crashing wall of water, then let the ocean race across her feet and ankles.
Are we good?
He slowly nodded.
Yeah, we're good.
No more going ballistic on me.
He cracked a smile.
That I can promise to no woman.
As they walked back to the hotel, he said,
I haven't heard anything about your mom in a long time. How's Tammy doing?
Not great.
Is your old man alive?
I wouldn't be the one to know that, would I?
Annabelle answered. Chapter 17. It took a full week to make the preparations. As part of that work, Annabelle gave a list of the documents and IDs she needed to Freddie. When he came to the end of the sheet, he did a double-take.
4 U.S. passports?
Tony looked up from his computer.
Passports? What for?
Leo stared at him contemptuously.
What? You think you cross nutcase Jerry Bagger and stay in the country? Give me a break. Yours truly is going to Mongolia and becoming a monk for a few years. I'd rather wear a robe and ride a yak around than let Bagger cut little pieces of my body off while he's screaming about wanting his dough back.
He returned to working on his disguise. Annabelle said,
We need the passports to get out of the country for a while until things cool down.
Out of the country?
Tony exclaimed, half rising out of his chair.
Jerry's not infallible, but there's no sense in being stupid. You can see the world, Tony. Learn Italian.
She advised.
What about my parents?
Tony said.
Send them postcards.
Leo growled over his shoulder as he struggled to fit a toupee to his head.
Talk about your freaking amateur hour. U.S. passports are difficult to make, Annabelle,
Freddie said.
They go for $10 grand each on the street.
Annabelle gave him a hard stare.
Well, you're being paid $6.5 million to do these, Freddie.
The man swallowed nervously.
I see your point. You'll have them.
Freddie went off with the list.
I've never even been out of the country,
Tony said.
Best time to go is when you're young.
Annabelle said, sitting down across from him at the table.
Have you ever been out of the country?
He asked her. Leo piped in.
Are you kidding? You think the States are the only place to run a con? Ha!
I've been around,
Annabelle admitted. Tony looked at her nervously.
Well, maybe we could travel together. You could show me around. You and Leo.
He added quickly.
And I bet Freddie would want to come too.
Annabelle was already shaking her head.
We split up. 4 apart is much harder to catch than 4 together.
Right. Okay, sure.
Tony said.
You'll have plenty of money to live on,
she added. Tony brightened.
A villa somewhere in Europe with my own staff.
Don't start throwing cash around. That's a red flag. Take your time. I'll get you out of the country, and then you take it from there.
She sat forward.
And now, here's exactly what I need from you.
Annabelle explained Tony's task in great detail.
Can you do it?
No problem,
he said immediately. She eyed him questioningly.
Look, I dropped out of MIT after 2 years because I was bored.
I know. That was the other reason I picked you.
Tony looked down at his laptop and started typing.
I've actually done it before, and fooled the place with the best security in the world. Who's that, the Pentagon?
Leo asked.
No. Walmart.
Leo shot him a glance.
You're kidding me. Walmart? Hey, Walmart doesn't mess around.
How quickly can you do it?
Annabelle asked.
Give me a couple of days.
No more than 2. I want to test it.
I've got no problem with that,
he said confidently. Leo rolled his eyes, said a silent prayer, made the sign of the cross, and went back to his toupee. While Freddie and Tony were working on their assignments, Leo and Annabelle donned disguises and headed to the Pompeii Casino, the largest casino on the boardwalk and one of the newest, having risen from the ruins of an older gambling den. The Pompeii, true to its name, also sported a working volcano that erupted twice a day, at noon and 6 in the evening. What came out of the volcano wasn't lava, but certificates that one could use to get drinks and food. Since casinos practically gave food and alcohol away to keep people gambling, it was not much of a sacrifice on baggers' part. However, people loved thinking they were getting something for nothing. Thus, the twice-daily eruptions were a surefire draw, the crowds lining up early, and then proceeding to dump far more money in the casino than they would ever get back in food and liquor from the belches of the fake volcano.
Leave it to Bagger to get morons to line up for that crap and then drop their paychecks in his casinos while they're getting fat and drunk,
Leo snarled.
Jerry collects chumps. That's the lifeblood of the casino business.
I remember when the first casino opened here in '78,
Leo said. Annabelle nodded.
Resorts International. Bigger than any Vegas casino at the time except the MGM. Patty ran some crews here for a while at the beginning.
Well, your old man never should have come back with you and me.
Leo lit a cigarette and pointed down the line of casinos.
I started out here. The casino crews back then were mostly locals. You had nurses, garbage truck drivers, and gas jockeys all of a sudden dealing cars and running craps and roulette tables. They were so bad you could run any scam you wanted. Hell, you didn't even have to cheat. You could make money just off their mistakes. That lasted about 4 years. I sent both my kids through college on the money I made back then.
She looked at him.
You never talked to me about your family before.
Yeah, like you're a real blabbermouth when it comes to that stuff.
You knew my parents. What could I add to that?
I had kids early. They're grown and gone, and so's my old lady.
Did she know what you did for a living?
Hard to hide it after a while. She liked the money, just not the way I earned it. We never told the kids. I wasn't going to let them get near the business.
Smart man.
Yeah, they still ditched me.
Don't look back, Leo. Too many regrets start popping out.
He shrugged and then grinned.
We had a hell of a roulette thing going here, didn't we? Any con can pass post craps in blackjack, but only real pros can do it long-term at roulette. It's as close as you can get to a long con at a casino table.
He looked at her admiringly.
You were the best claimer I'd ever seen, Annabelle. You could bring the heat or the cool. The pit bosses melted every damn time, and you saw the steam coming before any of us.
He added, referring to suspicious casino employees.
And you were the best mechanic I ever worked with, Leo. Even when some rook cut into your move, you still nailed it before the dealer turned back around.
Yeah, I was good. But the fact is, you were just as good a mechanic as me. I think sometimes your old man kept me on because you said to.
You give me way too much credit. Patty Conroy only did what Patty Conroy wanted to do. And what he ultimately did was screw us both.
Yeah, and leave us for Bagger to feed on. And if you hadn't been cat quick about it and made him miss by a couple inches...
He looked out toward the ocean.
Maybe we'd be out there somewhere.
She plucked the cigarette out of his mouth.
And now that we're done patting each other on the back down memory lane, let's get to work.
They started toward the casino entrance and then abruptly stopped.
Let the cattle drive get by,
Leo warned. Each casino had a bus drive where the charters would start lining up at 11 o'clock in the morning. They'd disgorge their usually elderly passengers, who'd spend all day in the casino running through their Social Security money and eating junk food. Then they'd hop back on the bus and head home with little to live on for the rest of the month, but certain that they would be back when their next government check rolled in. Leo and Annabelle watched the senior citizen brigades charge into the Pompeii in time for the first eruption of the day, and then wandered in after them. They spent several hours walking the place, and even played a few games of chance along the way. Leo had a nice ride at craps, while Annabelle stuck to blackjack, winning more than she lost. They hooked up a little later and had a drink at one of the bars. As Leo watched a curvy, thong-wearing waitress carry a load of drinks to a hot craps table 3 deep with bettors looking to ride some action to riches, Annabelle said in a low voice,
Well?
He munched on some pecans and sipped his Jack and Coke.
Blackjack table number 5. Looks like we got a little monkey business coming out of the shoe,
he said, referring to the device that held the packs of cards.
Dealer in on it?
Oh, yeah. How about you?
Annabelle took a swallow of her wine before answering.
Roulette table next to the spinning car. We got a 4-person pass-posting team dragging, and doing an okay job of it.
I thought they taught the dealers to really case their bets now. And how about all the sophisticated eyes in the sky and micro cameras they got these days?
You know how crazy the roulette table is. That's why it's pass-posting mecca. And if you're good, anything's possible despite all the high-tech stuff.
He touched his drink against hers.
Don't we know that?
How's security look?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm assuming the vault's under 1,000 tons of concrete surrounded by 1 million guys armed with machine guns.
Good thing we're not going that route,
she replied dryly.
Yeah, you don't want to mess up your manicure.
He put his drink down.
How old would Jerry be now?
66.
She answered promptly.
I bet he hasn't mellowed with age,
Leo said grumpily.
He hasn't.
She sounded so sure, he looked at her suspiciously.
You check out the mark, Leo. Remember? Conman 101.
Damn, there's the asshole himself,
Leo hissed, and immediately turned away. As Annabelle watched, 6 men, all of them young, big, and burly, walked by. They were surrounding another man, shorter but very fit, with broad shoulders and thick white hair. He was dressed in an expensive blue suit with a yellow tie. Jerry Bagger's face was heavily tanned. Down one cheek ran a scar, and it looked like the man's nose had been broken at least a couple times. Underneath his thick white eyebrows was a pair of canny eyes. His gaze darted across his casino, seemingly absorbing all sorts of interesting data from his empire of slots, cards, and crushed hopes. As soon as they passed by, Leo turned back around and struggled to regain his breath. A ticked-off Annabelle said,
"Your hyperventilating when the guy is all the way across the casino didn't really figure into my plan, Leo."
He held up a hand.
Not to worry. I'm over it.
He drew one last deep breath. Annabelle said,
"We've never even met the guy face to face. It was his goons who tried to kill us back then. It's not like he's going to recognize you."
I know.
He finished his drink.
What now?
When it's time to go, we go. Until then, we work our script and practice our cues and look for any edge we can get, because Jerry's so damn unpredictable that even if we're perfect, it may not be enough.
You know, I forgot what a cheerleader you are.
Nothing wrong with stating the obvious. If he throws us a curve, we have to be ready to hit it out. Or else.
Yeah, we know all about or else, don't we?
He and Annabelle both stared silently across the casino at Jerry Bagger and his army as they exited the casino, climbed into a mini motorcade and headed off. Perhaps to break somebody's kneecaps for cheating the casino king out of $30, much less 30 million. Chapter 18. At the end of a week, they were ready. Annabelle was dressed in a dark black skirt and high heels, and she wore minimal jewelry. Her hair was now blonde and spiky. She looked nothing like her enhanced casino photo. Leo's appearance had been altered even more radically. His toupee was gray and thin with a hard widow's peak. He sported a small goatee, slender glasses, and a three-piece suit. He said,
"You know, the only thing that bugs me about this is ratting out other cons."
Like they wouldn't do it to us if they had the chance to walk away with millions? Besides, the ones we pegged aren't all that good. Sooner or later, they'll get caught anyway. And it's not like the old days. No more bodies buried in the desert or chucked into the Atlantic. Past posting's a conspiracy to commit theft by deception crime. Something like a third-degree misdemeanor. They'll pay their fine or do their bit of time and go hit the casino boats in the Midwest, or pester the Indians in New England until enough time passes, and then they change their appearance, come back here to start all over again.
Yeah, but it's still a raw deal.
She shrugged.
If it'll make you feel better, I'll get their names and send them 20 grand each for their troubles.
Leo brightened, but then said,
Okay, just don't take it out of my share.
They had left Freddie and Tony and checked into one of the best hotels on the boardwalk. They would have no further direct contact with either of the men from now on. Before leaving them, she had admonished both, particularly Tony, to keep in mind that spies were everywhere in this town.
You don't flash cash, you don't joke. You don't say anything that might tip someone that a con is going down, because they'll go running to somebody to tell and collect some scratch. One slip and it could be over, for all of us.
She had looked directly at Tony when she added,
This is the real deal, Tony. No screw-ups.
I'm covered, I swear,
he'd declared. Leo and Annabelle rode in a cab to the Pompeii and immediately took up their vigils. Annabelle watched a crew that she'd been observing running a past-posting scam at the roulette tables in casinos up and down the boardwalk. There were various incarnations of past-posting, which had taken its name from a horse racing scam where bets were laid down after the results of the race were known by the bettor. With roulette, it involved surreptitiously sliding big dollar chips on winning numbers after the ball had dropped, and then collecting. Some teams used a different technique. The bettor would hide the big chips under the cheaper ones before the ball dropped. Then the bettor would either drag or pull the big chips off the table if the number lost, or do nothing except scream for joy if the number won, all right under the dealer's nose. The latter technique had the distinct advantage of taking the powerful eye in the sky out of the equation, because it would only be called into play if the bet won. Then the tape would show that the bettor had done nothing with the chips, since he would only pull the chip if the bet lost. Past posting at the roulette table involved enormous amounts of practice, timing, teamwork, patience, natural skill, and most of all, nerve. Annabelle and Leo had once been masters at this game. However, The surveillance technology in use today by the casinos drastically reduced the chances of anyone except the very best cheats being able to conduct the scam successfully over time. And the nature of the con meant that you could only work it a limited number of times at a casino before you were taken down, so the bets and the odds had better be large enough to justify the risk. Leo kept his eye on a blackjack table and a gent who'd been playing and winning for a nice stretch. Not big enough to arouse suspicion, but cumulatively, Leo figured the guy was making a lot more than the minimum wage for sitting on his butt and sipping free drinks. He used his cell phone to call Annabelle.
"You ready to do this?"
he asked.
Looks like my past posters are just about ready to hit it, so let's go.
Annabelle walked over to a thick-set man she'd easily sized up as a pit boss and whispered into his ear, inclining her head toward the roulette table where the scam was happening.
There's a third section straight-up drag going down at table number 6. The two women seated on the right side are the check bettors. The mechanic's in the chair near the bottom of the table. The claimer's the skinny guy with glasses, hanging behind the dealer's left shoulder. Call up to the eye in the sky and tell the layout camera to zoom in on the action, and hold until the drag's executed.
Roulette tables were so large they were routinely covered by 2 ceiling cameras, one aimed on the wheel, the other on the table. The problem was the surveillance tech could only look at one camera at a time. The pit boss stared at her for a second, but Annabelle's authoritative description couldn't be ignored. He quickly spoke into his headset, relaying this order. Meanwhile, Leo sidled up to the pit boss in his section and whispered,
"At blackjack table number 5, you got a bad dealer doing a zero shuffle. The player in seat number 3 has a card counter analyzer strapped to his right thigh. If you get close enough, you can see the impression through his pant leg. He's also got an intracranial in his right ear where he receives the call from the computer. The eye in the sky won't pick up the deck cut because the dealer's movements obscure the slice. But if you get a handheld down here, you can record it easy enough from floor level."
As with Annabelle's warning, the pit boss only took a few seconds to call upstairs, and the handheld came down to take pictures. 5 minutes later, the stunned cons were led away, and the cops called. 10 minutes after that, Annabelle and Leo found themselves in a part of the casino where no grandma with a Social Security check to blow would ever be invited. Jerry Bagger rose from behind the huge desk in his lavish office, his hands in his pockets and several nice pieces of bling around his wrists and his muscular tanned neck.
"Excuse me for not thanking you for saving me a few lousy grand,"
he said in a bark of a voice that revealed his Brooklyn background.
"Fact is, I'm not used to people doing me favors. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I don't like the hair on my neck standing up. The only thing I like erect on my body is what's behind my zipper."
The 6 other men in the room, all in high-dollar suits with big shoulders that were not the result of padding, stared at Leo and Annabelle, their hands clasped in front of them. Annabelle stepped forward.
We didn't do it as a favor. We did it so we'd end up here, to see you.
Bagger spread his hands.
"So you're here. You've seen me. Now what?"
A proposition.
Bagger rolled his eyes.
"Oh, here we go."
He sat down on a leather couch, picked out a walnut from a bowl on the table there, and cracked it open using only his right hand.
"Is this the part where you say you're going to make me a ton of money even though I already got a ton of money?"
He ate the bits of nut.
Yes, and you can serve your country at the same time.
Bagger snarled.
"My country? Is that the same country that keeps looking to lock my ass up for doing something that's perfectly legal?"
We can help with that,
Annabelle said.
"Oh, so now you're feds."
He looked at his men.
"Hey guys, we got feds in the casino. Call the fucking Orkin man."
The muscle all laughed on cue. Annabelle sat down on the couch next to Bagger and handed him a card. He looked at it.
"Pamela Young, International Management, Inc."
He read.
"Means shit to me."
He tossed it back to her.
"My guys tell me you two really know your casino scams. They teaching that in Fed school now? Not that I believe you're feds."
Leo said in a gruff tone.
You run what in a day? 30, 40 mil? You have to keep a certain level of reserves to comply with state gaming regs, but that leaves a lot of cash to float. So, what do you do with the excess? Come on, tell us.
The casino owner looked at him in amazement.
I wallpaper my fucking house with it, asshole.
He looked at his muscle.
Get this jerk-off out of my face.
His men moved forward, and two of them actually lifted Leo off the floor before Annabelle said,
What would you say to a 10% return on that money?
I'd say that sucks.
Bagger rose and went toward his desk.
I meant 10% return every 2 days.
He stopped, turned, and looked at her.
What do you think of that?
She said.
Too good to be true, so it is.
He took a steel-gray $5,000 casino chip from a desk drawer and tossed it to her.
Go have some fun. No need to thank me. Consider it a gift from God. Don't let the door hit that nice ass on the way out.
He signaled his men to let Leo go. She said,
Just think about it, Mr. Bagger. We'll be back tomorrow to ask again. In accordance with my orders, we're required to ask twice. If you don't want in then, Uncle Sam will just go down the boardwalk and give the deal to one of your competitors.
Good luck on that,
she said confidently.
It worked in Vegas. It'll work here.
Yeah, right. I wish I was smoking whatever it is you are.
Gambling revenue topped out 5 years ago, Mr. Bagger. So how can the Vegas crowd keep putting up billion-dollar properties? It's like they're printing money.
She paused.
And they are. And helping their country at the same time.
He sat down behind his desk and stared at her with, for the first time, just a hint of interest. That was all Annabelle needed at this point.
And did you ever wonder why none of the Vegas players have been investigated by the feds in the last 10 years? I'm not talking mafia prosecutions. That's old news. But you and I know what goes on there. And yet, like you said, the Justice Department is all over your butt.
She paused.
And I know a man as smart as Jerry Bagger can't believe in that much luck.
She laid her card down on his desk.
You can call any time. People in my business don't keep regular office hours.
She glanced at the big men who still hovered next to Leo.
And we can see ourselves out, fellows. Thanks.
She and Leo left. When the door closed behind the pair, Bagger snapped,
Hail 'em.
Chapter 19. Annabelle and Leo were in a cab. Her gaze had never left the rear window.
They back there?
Leo asked in a whisper.
Of course. Where else would they be?
For a second there, I thought those damn goons were going to toss me out the window. How come I always have to play bad cop to your good cop?
Because you play bad so incredibly good.
Leo gave a shiver.
The guy's the same nightmare I remember him being. You see him crack that nut with one hand?
Come on. He's a walking cliché from a bad mob movie.
The cab pulled in front of their hotel, and they got out. Annabelle walked down the street and then crossed it. She rapped on the window of the Hummer parked there. The glass slid down, revealing one of Bagger's burly men. She said pleasantly,
You can tell Mr. Bagger that I'm staying in room 1412. Oh, here's another card for you, in case he threw the other one away.
She turned and rejoined Leo, and they walked into the hotel together. Her phone buzzed. It was Tony calling to confirm he was in position. She'd bought him a very expensive pair of surveillance binoculars and had him check into a room of a hotel right across the street from the Pompeii, which had a fine view of the window line to Bagger's office suite. The call she'd been expecting came 10 minutes later. She immediately signaled Leo, who was standing by the window. He did a quick text message to Tony on his BlackBerry. Annabelle poised her hand over the phone and motioned with the other one to Leo.
Come on, come on.
The phone rang 5 times. 6, 7. On the 9th ring, Leo got a confirming reply right back and nodded. Annabelle snatched up the phone.
Hello?
How'd you make my guys so fast?
Bagger bellowed.
When it comes to surveillance, my employer really can't be beat, Mr. Bagger.
She informed him.
It's merely a question of thousands of assets on the ground and unlimited money.
The truth was, she knew he'd order them to be followed, and kept her gaze out the rear window of the cab. She'd seen on their earlier recon of the casino that Bagger's personal security all drove yellow Hummers. They weren't that hard to spot.
Meaning I'm under surveillance?
He snapped.
We're all being watched, Mr. Bagger. You shouldn't feel singled out.
Cut the Mr. Bagger shit. How do you know so much about casino scams that you were able to spot two going on in my place? Makes me think you're way too close to the con world.
I didn't spot them. We had 3 teams in your casino today who were trolling for something I could use as bait to get to you. The members of those teams are experts in casino cons. They relayed the intel to us, and we told your pit bosses. Simple.
Okay, we'll just let that go for now. What exactly do you want?
I thought I was clear in your office about my intentions.
Yeah, I know what you said. I want to know what you meant by it.
This isn't something I'm prepared to discuss over the phone.
She began, and then said quickly,
hard phone lines aren't very secure.
You were going to say NSA, weren't you?
He shot back.
The spooks. I know all about them.
With all due respect, nobody knows all about NSA. Not even POTUS.
She said, dropping one more carefully scripted initialism. There was a silence on the end of the line.
Are you still there?
She asked. He snapped.
I'm here.
Do you want to meet at your office?
That's no good. I'm already headed out of town.
No, you're not. You're sitting in your office right now.
This information was what Tony had emailed Leo. The line immediately went dead. She put the phone down, looked at Leo, and gave him a reassuring wink. He let out a deep breath.
Deep waters we're treading in, Annie.
She looked amused.
You only called me Annie when you were really, really nervous, Leo.
He wiped a trickle of sweat from his forehead and lit up a Winston.
Yeah. Well, some things don't change, do they?
The phone rang again. She picked it up.
This is my town,
Bagger said, menacingly.
Nobody spies on me in my town.
She said calmly.
Mr. Bagger, since this whole thing seems to be upsetting you, I'll make it easy. I'll report back that you turned down our second and final offer. That way you won't have to worry about it anymore. And like I said, I'll just go elsewhere.
There isn't a casino around here that would believe your half-assed story.
It's not just a story. We wouldn't expect savvy casino operators to take this on faith, so we do trial runs. Let them make a lot of money very quickly, and then they decide. Either they're in or out, and they get to keep the profits regardless.
She could hear him breathing on the other end of the line.
How much money?
He asked.
How much do you want?
Why would the government offer me this kind of a deal?
There are many forms of the government. Just because one part doesn't particularly care for you, doesn't mean other elements don't see advantages. For us, it's the very fact that justice is after you that we're interested.
How do you figure that as an advantage?
Because who'd ever believe that the U.S. government would be partnering with you?
She stated simply.
Are you with NSA?
No.
CIA?
I'm going to answer every question like that with an unqualified no. And I don't carry my badge or creds in situations like this.
I got politicians in my pocket in Washington. One call and I'll know.
One call and you'll know nothing, because the field I work in, the politicians know zip about. But call away. Call the CIA. They're in Langley. That's in McLean, Virginia, in case you didn't know. A lot of people think they're based in D.C. Believe it or not, they're actually listed in the phone book. You'll want the Operations Directorate, but just to save you the call, they'll tell you they never heard of Pamela Young or International Management, Inc.
How do I know this isn't some kind of sting operation the feds are running?
I'm not a lawyer, but I'd have to say it would be a pretty clear case of entrapment. And if you want to check us for a surveillance wire, feel free.
Bagger said.
What kind of trial run?
A few clicks on the computer.
Explain that.
Not over the phone. Face to face.
She could hear him sigh.
You eating dinner?
He asked.
No.
On pay. 10 minutes. They'll meet you at the front door.
The line went dead. He hung up and looked over at Leo.
We're in.
And now comes the flash,
he said.
And now comes the flash.
Annabelle agreed. Chapter 20. An hour later, they were finishing an excellent dinner prepared by Bagger's personal chef. Bagger took his glass of bourbon and Annabelle and Leo their wine, and settled down in comfortable leather chairs near a flickering gas fire. Bagger had taken Annabelle up on her offer, and had her and Leo checked for listening devices.
Okay, belly's full, liver's pickled. Talk to me,
Bagger ordered. He held up a finger.
First, what are you guys up to? And then tell me about the money.
Annabelle sat back, cradling her drink, glanced at Leo, and said,
You remember Iran-Contra?
Vaguely.
There are occasions when the interests of America are best served by providing aid to countries and certain organizations that don't have popular support in the U.S.
What, like giving guns to Osama to fight the Russians?
He sneered.
It's a choice of the lesser of two evils. Goes on all the time.
So what's that got to do with me?
We have money from very discreet sources, some of it private, but it needs to be finessed before it can be deployed,
she said, sipping her wine.
You mean laundered?
Bagger said. She smiled coyly.
No, I mean finessed.
I'm still not getting the connection.
El Banco del Caribe. You know it?
Should I?
Leo spoke up.
Isn't that where you park some of your casino cash? They specialize in disappearing money for a price. No taxes.
Bagger had half risen from his seat. Annabelle said,
It's part of our job to know things like that.
She said.
Don't take it personally. You're not the only one we have a file on.
Bagger sat back down and eyed her spiky hair.
You don't look like a spy.
Well, that's sort of the point, isn't it?
She said amiably, rising and pouring herself another glass of wine.
Look, how do I know you're legit? I call anybody, they never heard of you. Where does that leave me?
Money talks, and bullshit walks,
she said, sitting back down.
Meaning what, exactly?
Meaning, call your money guy in here.
Bagger looked at her suspiciously for a moment and then picked up the phone. The man appeared a minute later.
Yes, sir.
Annabelle took a slip of paper out of her pocket and handed it to him.
Pull this account up on your computer. It's at El Banco del Caribe. That's a one-time password along with the account number. And come back and tell Mr. Bagger the balance in that account.
The man looked at Bagger, who nodded. The man left and returned a few minutes later.
Well,
Bagger said impatiently.
$3,012,016, sir.
Bagger stared at Annabelle, the new respect clear in his gaze. He waved his money guy gone. After the door had shut, he said,
Okay, you've got my attention.
To further allay people's concerns, we usually do a trial run, or runs, as the case may be.
You mentioned that. How does it work?
You park money at El Banco for 2 days in an account of our designation. You collect the interest, and then the money is put back into your account at your home bank.
How much money are we talking?
$1 million is typical. The money you wire down gets mingled with other funds. After 2 days, you walk away with $100,000 in profit. You can do it every 2 days if you want.
Mingled? Don't you mean finessed?
Bagger said. She raised her glass.
You learn fast.
Yet Bagger was scowling.
You want me to put $1 million of my money in an account of your designation and wait 2 days for my money plus interest to come floating back to me? Do I look like I got cow shit for brains?
Annabelle sat down next to him and gently touched his arm.
I tell you what, Jerry. I can call you Jerry, can't I?
I'll let it slide, for now.
For the 2 days your money is hanging out there, my associate and I will stay here at your hotel, with your boys watching us night and day, If your money doesn't come back into your account with interest, just like I'm telling you, we're all yours. And I don't know about you, but public servant or not, I like my life way too much to give it up for a bunch of money that I'll never even see."
He looked her up and down, shook his head, rose and walked over to the window and looked out through the bulletproof glass.
"This has got to be the craziest damn thing I've ever heard, and I'm a nutcase for even listening to it."
It's not crazy when you look at the world today. Things have to be done to protect this country. Action that is not always completely legal or popular. If the American people knew what really went on...
She shrugged.
But that's not my field task. My job is to make sure the money gets to where it needs to go. In exchange for your help, you get paid an extraordinary premium. It's that simple.
"But this money is all electronic. Why do you have to launder it?"
Even digital dollars can be traced, Jerry. In fact, they can do it more easily than with real cash. The funds need to be commingled with other sources of money that are non-governmental. It all gets washed out electronically, sort of like wiping fingerprints off a gun. Then the funds can go to where they're needed.
"And you say Vegas already does this? So if I call up and ask—"
She interrupted him.
They'll tell you nothing, because that's what they've been instructed to do.
She rose and stood beside him.
There's tremendous upside for you here, Jerry. But there's a downside, too. And let me just lay that out for you. It's only fair that you know.
She led him back to the couch.
If it ever comes to certain people's attention that you've told anyone about this arrangement...
Bagger laughed.
"Don't threaten me, little girl. I invented the art of intimidation."
This isn't intimidation, Jerry.
She said quietly, her gaze directly on him.
If you tell anyone about this arrangement, men will come for you, wherever you might be. These men will have no fear of anyone you could possibly hire to protect you. They are not bound by the laws of any country, and they will kill anyone remotely close to you, man, woman, or child. Then, they'll take you away.
She paused to let this sink in.
I've been in the business a long time, and done some things that would probably surprise even you. But these are men I would never want to face, even with a squad of Navy SEALs surrounding me. They aren't the best of the best, Jerry. They are the worst of the absolute scum. And your last memory will be, how could it have hurt so damn much?
Bagger exploded.
"These whack jobs are on our government's payroll? No wonder we're so screwed up."
When he took a sip of his bourbon, both Annabelle and Leo noted that his hand shook a bit.
"So why the hell would I—"
Bagger began. Anticipating what he was going to say, she cut in.
But, as I told my superiors, Jerry Bagger won't talk. He'll just collect his exorbitant profits and keep his mouth shut. I don't throw darts at names on a wall, Jerry. Guys like you are ideal for our purposes. You've got brains, guts, money, and you don't mind playing close to the edge.
She studied Bagger closely and added,
I'd hate to give the action to one of the other casinos, Jerry, but my mission is clear.
After another minute, he grinned and patted her leg.
"I'm as patriotic as the next son of a bitch. So what the hell? Let's do it."
Chapter 21. The Camel Club held a hastily called meeting at Stone's cottage at the cemetery the morning following their visit to DeHaven's home. Stone explained to Milton and Caleb in greater detail what had happened the night before.
"They could be watching us right now,"
a frightened Caleb said as he glanced out the window.
"I would be astonished if they weren't,"
Stone replied calmly. His cottage was small and sparsely furnished. An old bed, a large beaten-up desk covered with papers and journals, shelves of books in various languages, all of which Stone spoke, a small kitchen with a battered table, a tiny bathroom, and a scattering of mismatched chairs arranged around the large fireplace, That was the cottage's main source of heat.
And that doesn't concern you?
Milton asked.
It would have concerned me much more had they tried to kill me, which they easily could have, despite Reuben's heroics.
So what now?
Reuben asked. He stood in front of the fireplace, trying to work the chill off. He checked his watch.
I need to get to work.
Caleb added.
So do I.
Stone said,
Caleb, I need to get inside the vault at the library. Is that possible?
Caleb looked uncertain.
Well, under normal conditions it would be. I mean, I have the authority to take people into the vaults, but I'll be questioned as to why. They don't really like people just bringing in friends and family without advance notice, and with Jonathan's death, restrictions are even tighter. What if the visitor was a scholar from overseas?
Stone asked.
Well, of course, that's different.
He glanced at Stone.
What foreign scholar do you know?
Reuben broke in.
I think he's talking about himself, Caleb.
Caleb looked sternly at his friend.
Oliver, I cannot possibly assist in perpetrating a fraud on the Library of Congress, for God's sake.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. I believe we are now on the targets of some very dangerous people because we're involved with Jonathan DeHaven. So we need to find out whether his death was natural or not. And looking at the place where he died may help me determine that.
Well, we know how he died,
Caleb countered. The others looked at him in surprise.
I just found out this morning,
he said quickly.
A friend from the library called me at home. Jonathan died as the result of cardiopulmonary arrest. That's what the autopsy reported.
Milton said,
That's what everybody dies of. It just means your heart stopped.
Stone looked thoughtful.
Milton's right. And that also means the medical examiner doesn't know what actually killed DeHaven.
He stood and looked down at Caleb.
I want to go into the vault this morning.
Oliver, you can't just show up unannounced as some scholar.
Why not?
It's just not done. There are protocols, procedures to follow.
I'll say I was in town for a visit with my family and wanted very much to see the world's greatest collection of books. A spur-of-the-moment thing.
Well, that might work.
Caleb grudgingly conceded.
But what if they ask you some question you don't know the answer to?
There's no one easier to impersonate than a scholar, Caleb.
Stone assured him. Caleb looked very offended at this remark, but Stone disregarded his friend's annoyance and added,
I'll be at the library at 11 o'clock.
He wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to Caleb.
This is who I'll be.
Caleb glanced down at the paper and then looked up in surprise. With that, the meeting of the Camel Club was adjourned, although Stone took Milton aside and started talking to him quietly. A few hours later at the library, Caleb was handing a book to Norman Janklow, an elderly man and reading room regular.
Here it is, Norman.
He handed him a copy of Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms. Janklow was a Hemingway fanatic. The novel he was holding was a first edition, inscribed by Hemingway.
I would die to own this book, Caleb,
Janklow said.
I know, Norman, me too.
A signed Hemingway first edition would fetch at least $35,000, Caleb knew. Certainly beyond his financial means, and probably Janklow's too.
But at least you can hold it.
I'm getting started on my biography of Ernest.
That's great.
Actually, Janklow had been getting started on his Hemingway biography for the last 2 years. Still, the notion seemed to make him happy, and Caleb was more than willing to play along. Janklow carefully fingered the volume.
They've repaired the cover,
he said irritably.
That's right. Many of our first edition American masterpieces were housed in less than ideal conditions, before the rare books division really got up to speed. We've been going through the backlog for years now. That copy was long overdue for restoration. An administrative error, I guess. That happens when you have nearly 1 million volumes under one roof.
I wish they'd kept them in their original condition.
Well, our chief goal is preservation. That's why we have this book for you to enjoy, because it's been preserved.
I met Hemingway once.
I remember you telling me.
Over 100 times.
He was a piece of work.
We got drunk together at a cafe in Paris.
Right. I remember the story very well. I'll let you get to your research.
Janklow slipped on his reading glasses, took out his pieces of paper and a pencil, and lost himself in the adventurous world of Ernest Hemingway's prodigious imagination and spare prose. Promptly at 11 o'clock, Oliver Stone arrived at the Rare Books reading room dressed in a rumpled three-piece tweed suit and holding a cane. His white hair was neatly combed, and he sported a very trim beard along with large black glasses that made his eyes bug-like. That, coupled with his walking with a stoop, made him appear 20 years older than he was. Caleb rose from his desk at the back of the room, hardly recognizing his friend. As one of the attendants at the front desk approached Stone, Caleb hurried forward.
I'll take care of him, Dorothy. I know the gentleman.
Stone made an elaborate show of producing a white business card.
As promised, Herr Shaw, I am here to see the books.
His accent was thick and Germanic, and very well done. As Dorothy, the woman behind the front desk, looked at him curiously, Caleb said,
This is Dr. Oust. We met years ago at a book conference in Frankfurt, was it? No, Mainz.
Stone corrected.
I remember very clearly because it was the season of Spargel, the white asparagus, and I always go to the Mainz conference and eat the white asparagus.
He beamed at Dorothy, who smiled and went back to what she was doing. Another man came into the reading room and stopped.
Caleb, I wanted to talk to you for a minute.
Caleb turned a shade paler.
Oh, hello, Kevin. Kevin, this is, Dr. Oust from Germany. Dr. Oust, Kevin Phillips. He's the acting director of the Rare Books Division, after Jonathan's...
Ah, yes, the very untimely death of Herr de Haven.
Stone said.
Very sad, very sad. You knew Jonathan?
Phillips said.
Only by reputation. I think it clear that his paper on James Logan's metrical translation of Cato's Moral Distichs was the final word on the subject, don't you?
Phillips looked chagrined.
I must confess I haven't read it. An analysis of Logan's first translation from the classics to be produced in North America. It is well worth exploring.
Stone advised kindly. Phillips said,
I'll be sure to add it to my list. Ironically, sometimes librarians don't have a lot of time to read. Then I will not burden you with copies of my books.
Stone said with a smile.
They're in German, anyway.
He added with a chuckle.
I invited Dr. Oust to take a tour of the vaults while he's in town.
Caleb explained.
Sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing.
Absolutely.
Phillips said.
We'd be honored.
He lowered his voice.
Caleb, you heard the report about Jonathan?
Yes, I did.
So that means he just had a heart attack then?
Caleb glanced at Stone, who, out of Phillips' line of sight, gave a slight nod.
Yes, I think that's exactly what it means.
Phillips shook his head.
God, he was younger than me. Gives one pause, doesn't it?
He looked over at Stone.
Dr. Oust, would you like me to give you the 50-cent tour?
Stone smiled and leaned heavily on his cane.
No, Herr Phillips. I would much prefer you to take that time and begin your friend's paper on moral distichs.
Phillips chuckled.
It's good to see that distinguished scholars can retain a healthy sense of humor. I try, sir. I try.
Stone said with a slow bow. After Phillips had left them, Caleb and Stone headed into the vault.
How did you find out about Jonathan's scholarly work?
Caleb asked, once they were alone.
I asked Milton to dig around. He located it on the internet and brought me a copy. I scanned it in case someone like Phillips showed up to prove my scholarly pedigree.
Caleb looked disgruntled.
What's the matter?
Stone asked.
Well, it's a little deflating to one's ego to see how easily a scholar can be impersonated.
I'm sure your validation of my pedigree made all the difference to your boss.
Caleb brightened.
Well, I'm sure it contributed somewhat to the success,
he said modestly.
All right, take me through your exact movements that day.
Caleb did so, ending on the top floor. He pointed at a spot.
That's where his body was.
Caleb shivered.
God, it really was terrible.
Stone looked around and then stopped and pointed at something on the wall.
What's that?
Caleb looked to where he was pointing.
Oh, that's a nozzle for the fire suppressant system.
You use water in here with all these books?
Oh, no. It's a Hallen 1301 system.
Hallen 1301?
Stone asked.
It's a gas, although it's really a liquid, but when it shoots out of the nozzle, it turns to gas. It smothers the fire without damaging the books.
Stone looked excited.
Smothers? My God!
His friend looked at him curiously.
Caleb, don't you see?
What Stone was referring to suddenly dawned on Caleb.
Smothering? Oh, no. Oliver, no. It couldn't have been the cause of Jonathan's death.
Why not?
Because a person would have several minutes to escape the area before he'd start feeling the effects. That's why they use Hallen in occupied places. And before the gas is discharged, a warning horn comes on. We're changing systems, actually, but not because it's dangerous.
Why then?
Hallen significantly depletes the ozone layer. In fact, while it can still be used in this country and recycled for new applications, the manufacture of Hallen 1301 is banned in the U.S. and has been since the mid-90s, although the federal government is still the biggest user of it.
You seem to know a lot about Hallen.
Well, all the employees were given an in-depth review of the system when it was first installed, and I did some extra reading on the subject.
Why?
He blurted out.
Because I come into this vault a lot, and I didn't want to die a horrible death. You know I lack any shred of personal courage.
Stone examined the nozzle.
Where's the gas stored?
Somewhere in the basement level of the building, and the gas is piped up here.
You say it's stored as liquid and then comes out as a gas?
Yes. The speed with which it's blown out of the nozzle turns it into a gas.
It must be very cold.
If you're standing in front of the nozzle, you could get frostbite, in fact.
Anything else?
Well, if you stay in the room long enough, I suppose you could be asphyxiated. The rough rule of thumb is if there's not enough oxygen for a fire, there's not enough oxygen to sustain life.
Could the gas cause a heart attack?
I don't know. But it doesn't matter. The system never came on. That horn can be heard throughout the building. The only way Jonathan wouldn't have heard it is if he was already dead.
What if the horn was disconnected?
Who would have done that?
Caleb said skeptically.
I don't know.
While he was talking, Stone was staring at a large register built onto one of the columns supporting a bookshelf.
Is that a vent for the HVAC system?
He asked. Caleb nodded.
Something must have fallen on it,
Stone said, pointing to where two of the vent grills had been bent.
It happens with people bringing book carts in and out.
Stone said,
I'll have Milton research the Hallen system and see if anything else turns up. And Reuben has some friends at DC Homicide and the FBI from his days in the military intelligence. I've asked Reuben to call them to see if he can find out something about the investigation.
We have the meeting with Vincent Pearl tonight at Jonathan's house. In light of these developments, don't you think it best to call it off?
Stone shook his head.
No. Those men can find us wherever we are, Caleb. If we're in danger, I'd rather try to find out the truth for myself than sit back and wait for the blow to fall.
As they were leaving the vault, Caleb muttered,
Why couldn't I have just joined a nice, boring book club?
Chapter 22. That evening, they all rode to DeHaven's house in Caleb's Nova. In the meantime, Milton had found out a lot about fire suppressant systems. He reported that
Hallen 1301 is odorless and colorless, and extinguishes fires by tweaking the combustion process, which includes the depletion of oxygen levels. It evaporates quickly, leaving no residue. Once the system is activated, it'll discharge in approximately 10 seconds.
Can it be lethal?
Stone asked.
If you hang around long enough, and depending on the concentration levels of the flooding agent, you can suffer asphyxiation. It can also cause a heart attack.
Stone looked triumphantly at Caleb.
But the autopsy results said he suffered cardiopulmonary arrest.
Milton reminded him.
If he'd suffered a heart attack, the cause of death would have been listed as a myocardial infarction. A heart attack or a stroke leaves very clear physiological signs. The medical examiner wouldn't have missed that.
Stone nodded.
All right, but asphyxiation can happen, you said. I don't really think so.
Milton said.
Not after I spoke with Caleb earlier. I looked more into the library's Hallen system.
Caleb explained.
It's rated as a NOAEL system. That stands for No Observed Adverse Effect Level, a standard protocol used in fire suppression. It relates to the cardiosensitization levels present in a particular place in relation to the amount of flooding agent required to extinguish a fire. Bottom line, with a NOAEL level, you'd have plenty of time to escape the space before being affected. And even if the horn were disconnected for some reason, if the gas had come out of that nozzle, Jonathan would have heard it. There was no way Hallen could have incapacitated him so fast that he couldn't have escaped.
Well, it looks like my theory on how Jonathan DeHaven died was incorrect,
Stone admitted. He looked up ahead. They had just pulled onto Goodfellow Street.
Is that Vincent Pearl?
He asked. Caleb nodded and said irritably,
He's early, probably very eager to prove yours truly wrong about the psalm book.
Reuben smirked.
I see you left the robes at home. Keep your eyes open.
Stone warned as they got out of the car.
We are undoubtedly being watched.
True to Stone's words, the same pair of binoculars from the window across the street were trained on the group as they met Pearl and headed into the house. The person also had a camera and snapped a few shots of them. Once inside, Stone suggested that the rare book dealer accompany Caleb to the vault alone.
It's not that large of a space, and you two are the experts in the area,
he explained.
We'll just wait upstairs for you.
Caleb looked unhappily at Stone, doubtless for casting him solo to Pearl. For his part, Pearl gazed at Stone suspiciously for a moment and then shrugged.
I doubt it will take me long to show that it is not a first edition psalm book. Take your time,
Stone called to them as the two men stepped onto the elevator.
Don't let the book bugs bite,
Reuben added. As the door closed, Stone said,
Okay, quick, let's search the place. Why don't we wait for Pearl to leave?
Milton asked.
Then we can take our time and Caleb can help us look. I'm not worried about Pearl. I don't want Caleb to know, since he would undoubtedly object.
They split up, and for the next 30 minutes they covered as much as they could. Stone said in a disappointed tone,
Nothing. Not a diary, no letters. I did find this on a shelf in his bedroom closet,
Reuben said, producing a photograph of a man and a woman in a small frame.
And that's DeHaven next to her. I recognize him from his picture in the paper.
Stone gazed at the photo and then turned it over.
No name or date, but judging from DeHaven's appearance, it was taken many years ago.
Milton said,
Caleb told us that the lawyer mentioned DeHaven was married once. I wonder if that was the bride. Lucky guy if it is,
Reuben commented.
And they look happy, which means it was early on in the marriage. That all changes with time, trust me.
Stone slipped the photo into his pocket.
We'll just hold on to it for now.
He stopped and looked upward.
This home has a steeply pitched roof.
So?
Reuben said.
So homes with a pitched roof of this vintage usually have an attic.
Milton said.
I didn't see anything like that upstairs. You wouldn't if the access were hidden.
Stone replied. Reuben checked his watch.
What's taking the book geeks so long? You think they're fighting? I don't really see those two chucking first editions at each other.
Milton said.
Whatever it is they're doing, let's just hope they keep it up for a little while longer.
Stone said.
Milton, you stay down here and keep watch. If you hear the elevator, call up to us.
It took a few minutes, but Stone found the attic access behind a rack of clothes in DeHaven's closet. It was locked, but Stone had brought a pick and tension tool with him, and the lock quickly succumbed to his prodding.
They must have added this closet later,
Reuben said. Stone nodded.
Walk-in closets weren't very popular in the 19th century.
They headed up the stairs. Along the way, Stone found and hit a light switch. This illuminated their path only weakly. They arrived at the top of the stairs and looked around the large space. It appeared unchanged since the day the home had been built. There were a few boxes and old suitcases, but a quick examination revealed them to be either empty or full of old junk. Reuben spotted it first, positioned in front of a half-moon window of leaded glass.
"Why a telescope here?"
he asked.
"Well, you wouldn't have one in the basement, would you?"
Reuben looked through it.
"Holy shit!" "What?"
Stone exclaimed.
"It's pointed at the house next door." "Whose house is it?" "How do I?"
Reuben stopped and adjusted the eyepiece.
"Damn! What is it? Let me see." "Now, wait a minute, Oliver,"
Reuben said.
"Let me just execute a nice long recon."
Stone waited a few moments and then pushed his friend out of the way. Wiping the eyepiece clear, he gazed through a window of the house next to DeHaven's. The drapes were drawn, but this window also had a half-sphere of glass above, which the drapes didn't cover. It was only from this high vantage point that one could see into the room, and now Stone saw what had fully captured Reuben's attention. The room was a bedroom, and Cornelius Bean was sitting naked on a large four-poster while a tall and lovely brunette did a slow striptease for him. The dress had already hit the polished floor, as had a black slip. She was now undoing her bra. When this fell, she was left with nothing on save 4-inch heels and a G-string.
"Come on, Oliver, it's my turn,"
Reuben called out, his big hand on Stone's shoulder. Stone didn't budge.
"Hey, that's not fair. I saw the damn telescope first,"
Reuben protested. As Stone continued to watch, the panties slid down the young woman's long legs. She stepped out of them and tossed them to Bean, who promptly put them over a certain part of his anatomy. She laughed, grasped one of the bedposts, and proceeded to engage in a professional-looking pole dance. When she took off her shoes and slinked barefoot and naked toward the eagerly awaiting Bean, Stone gave up the telescope to his friend.
"I've seen a picture of Mrs. Bean in the newspaper. That is undoubtedly not the woman."
Reuben adjusted the eyepiece.
"Damn it, you got it all out of focus,"
he groused.
"Well, you fogged up the glass."
Reuben settled down to watch.
"A little homely man and that beautiful woman. How does that crap happen?" "Oh, I could give you about 1 billion reasons,"
Stone added thoughtfully.
"So DeHaven was a peeping Tom. Hell, can you blame him?"
Reuben exclaimed.
"Ow, that looked like it hurt." "Oh, it's okay. Looked worse than it was." "Wow, the gal's limber, too. Talk about heels over head."
Stone perked up.
"What was that?"
Reuben was too busy giving the play-by-play to answer.
"Okay, they're on the floor. Oh, get this. Now she's lifted him up in the air." "Reuben, that's Milton calling us. Caleb and Pearl must be coming."
Reuben didn't budge.
"What the hell? I've never seen that move outside a monkey house. That chandelier must be really anchored to the damn ceiling." "Reuben, come on. How is she doing that with no freaking hands?"
Stone grabbed his friend and pulled him toward the door.
"Now!"
Stone managed to push him down the stairs with Reuben complaining the whole time. They arrived on the main level, just as Caleb and Pearl emerged from the elevator. As Milton shot Stone and Reuben murderous glances, no doubt for cutting it so close, the rare book dealer looked stunned, while Caleb appeared triumphant.
"I know it must have been a shock,"
he said, patting Pearl on the shoulder.
"but I did tell you it was an original."
"So it is a 1640 edition?"
Stone asked. Pearl nodded dumbly.
"And I held it. In these 2 hands I held it."
He sat down in a chair.
"I almost fainted down there. Shaw here had to fetch me some water."
"We all make mistakes,"
Caleb said in a sympathetic tone that was betrayed by his broad grin.
"This morning I called every institution that owns a psalm book,"
Pearl said.
"Yale, the Library of Congress, Old South Church in Boston, everyone. They confirmed that all was fine."
He wiped his face with a handkerchief. Caleb took up the story.
We went over all the accepted points of authenticity regarding the book. That's what took us so long.
I came convinced it was a forgery,
Pearl admitted.
But even though we examined the entire book, I knew from the opening pages that it was real. I could tell largely from the uneven presswork. The printer thinned his ink sometimes, or else there were splotches of it across the printing elements. In first editions, you will always see signs of dried ink caked in between the letters, which makes it very difficult to read. It was not the norm back then to wash one's typeset letters. The other points one would expect to see, indeed have to see in a first edition, are all there. All there,
he repeated.
Of course, the authenticity will have to be confirmed by a team of experts undertaking stylistic, historical, and scientific analysis.
Caleb noted.
Precisely,
Pearl agreed.
Still, I believe in my heart what their answer will be.
Stone said
that there's a 12th existing copy of the Psalm book. Indeed,
Pearl confirmed quietly.
And Jonathan DeHaven had it.
He shook his head.
I can't believe he never told me. To have one of the world's rarest books, one that some of the greatest collectors of all time never possessed, and to keep it a secret. Why?
He looked at Caleb helplessly.
Why, Shaw?
I don't know,
Caleb acknowledged.
What would something like that be worth?
Reuben asked.
Worth?
Pearl exclaimed.
Worth? It's priceless. Well, if you're going to sell it, somebody has to put a price on it.
Pearl stood and started pacing.
The price will be whatever the highest bid is, and it will run to many, many millions of dollars. There are some collectors and institutions flush with cash right now, and the interest will be extraordinary. There hasn't been a Psalm book on the market for over 6 decades. This will be the positively last chance for some to get it for their collection.
He stopped pacing and looked at Caleb.
And I would be honored to arrange the auction. I could do it in conjunction with Sotheby's or Christie's.
Caleb drew a deep breath.
This is a lot to take in, Mr. Pearl. Let me just think about everything for a day or two, and then I'll call you.
Pearl looked disappointed but managed a smile.
I will eagerly await your call.
After Pearl had left, Stone said,
Caleb, while you were down in the vault, we searched the house.
You did what?
Caleb exclaimed.
Oliver, that is outrageous. I'm only allowed in this house as Jonathan's literary executor. I have no right to go through his other possessions, and neither do you.
Tell him about the telescope,
Reuben prompted, with a smug look. Stone did so, and Caleb's anger was replaced with astonishment. He said,
Jonathan, watching people having sex? That's repulsive.
No, it's really not,
Reuben replied earnestly.
It's actually very uplifting in a way. You want to go check it out with me?
No, Reuben,
Stone said firmly. Then he showed Caleb the photo of the young woman in DeHaven.
If she was Jonathan's wife, that was before I knew him,
Caleb said.
If he kept the photo, he might have been in touch with her,
Milton suggested. Stone said,
If so, she might be someone we need to find.
He glanced at the book Caleb was holding.
What's that? It's a book in Jonathan's collection that needs some work. It got some water damage somehow. I didn't notice it the last time we were here. I'm going to take it into the conservation department at the library. Our people are the best in the world. One of them does some freelance work on the side. I'm sure he can repair it.
Stone nodded and said in a warning tone,
Jonathan DeHaven inexplicably had one of the world's most rare books. He was spying on an adulterous defense contractor and maybe saw more than sex. And no one knows how he really died.
He looked at his friends.
I think we have our work cut out for us. Why do we have to do anything?
Reuben asked. Stone looked at him.
Jonathan DeHaven might have been murdered. Someone followed us. Caleb works at the library, and he's been commissioned to be DeHaven's literary executor. If Cornelius Bean was involved in DeHaven's death, he now might suspect that Caleb knows something. That might put Caleb at risk. So the sooner we find out the truth, the better. Wonderful,
Caleb said sarcastically.
I just hope I manage to live through it.
Chapter 23.
You will receive an email from my people,
Annabelle said. She was standing in the operations center at the Pompeii Casino with several of Bagger's people in attendance.
When you open the email, it will provide you with detailed instructions.
One of the men spoke up.
We don't like opening emails if we don't know where they're from.
Annabelle nodded.
Hit it with all your antivirus stuff. I'm assuming you're state-of-the-art?
We are.
The same man said confidently.
Then do like the lady told you and hit it hard,
Bagger said impatiently. Leo sat in one corner of the room, his gaze resolutely on the other men. His job was to note any degree of suspicion or concern while Annabelle went through her spiel. It didn't hurt matters that she was wearing a very clingy short skirt with no hose, and a blouse with the top 2 buttons undone. Every guy in the room followed each glimpse of her upper thighs and cleavage. And if they were doing that, they weren't thinking as clearly as they should have been. Annabelle Conroy, Leo had long ago learned, used every asset in her arsenal.
The only form of acceptable communication will be through the secure web portal contained in the email. Under no circumstances will you use your phone or fax, both of which can be monitored. Correction.
She added, glancing at Bagger.
Both of which are monitored.
Bagger raised his eyebrows on that comment, but said,
You heard the woman. Nothing but the net.
Bagger was no doubt secure in his cooperation because he had an ace, or in this case, 2 aces in the hole. He would be holding Annabelle and Leo until his money came back.
An email will tell you where and how to send the funds. 2 days later, the funds will be automatically wired back to your account, plus the interest.
And 1 million becomes 1.1 million in a couple of days, right?
Bagger said. Annabelle nodded.
Just like we said, Jerry. Not a bad payday.
It better be,
he said ominously.
When can we start?
Annabelle checked her watch.
The email should be coming over your system right about now.
Bagger snapped his fingers, and one of his men checked the computer.
Here it is,
the man said. He hit a few buttons.
I'm just running it through some extra security scans to make sure it's clean.
2 minutes went by, and then the IT guy looked up.
Okay, it's good.
Open it,
Bagger ordered.
You have your own money wiring capabilities, right?
Annabelle asked, even though her careful background research had already provided the answer. Bagger said,
Our system is piggybacked right onto the banks. I don't like third parties controlling my money or necessarily knowing where my money's going. The funds come from the bank right to us, and we send the wire out ourselves. That's the way I like it.
I like it too, Annabelle said to herself. 10 minutes later, $1 million of Jerry Bagger's money was on its way to a very special account. Leaving the office, Bagger said to Annabelle,
All right, you're my guest for the next 48 hours. Give us a chance to get to know each other better.
He smiled and let his gaze run up and down her long, lithe figure.
Sounds good,
Annabelle said.
Yeah, sounds good,
Leo added. Bagger looked at Leo like he'd forgotten he was part of the deal.
Right,
he muttered. Over the next 2 days, they ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner with Bagger. At all other times, Bagger's men stood outside their hotel rooms at the Pompeii and accompanied them wherever they went. Annabelle also sat up late into the night having drinks with the casino king, but expertly playing off his advances with just enough encouragement to allow the man to remain hopeful. She carefully let out facts of her history, with just enough held back to guarantee intrigue and continued interest. He talked a lot about himself, with all the bravado and conceit one would have expected from such a man.
I think you would have made a good spy, Jerry,
she said admiringly as they relaxed on his couch over a couple of martinis.
You've got brains and nerve. That's a rare combination.
Look who's talking.
He slid closer to her, gave her thigh a pat. Then he tried to grab a quick kiss, but she turned away.
Jerry, I could get into real trouble going down that road.
Who's gonna tell? Look, we're all alone. I know I'm not a spring chicken, but I work out every day, and I think I'll surprise you between the sheets, baby.
Just give me some time. It's not like I'm not attracted to you, but I've got a lot going on right now. Okay?
She gave him a peck on the cheek, and he finally backed off. At the end of the 2-day period, Bagger was $100,000 richer.
Want to try for $5 million, Jerry? That'll get you $500,000 in interest in 48 hours.
Annabelle was casually perched on Bagger's desk, her long legs crossed while Leo sat on the couch.
Only if you hang around until it comes back,
Bagger said. She winked.
That's part of the deal, Jerry. You get me all to yourself.
So you keep telling me. Where'd my money go, by the way?
Like I told you, El Banco del Caribe.
No, I mean, what overseas operation did it fund?
Leo spoke up.
She could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Both.
There were a few moments of awkward silence, until Annabelle laughed. Then Leo and finally Bagger joined in, the latter a little reluctantly. 2 days later, the $5 million wire had ballooned by $500,000.
Damn,
Bagger said.
This is better than printing money.
He was again in his office with Annabelle and Leo.
I know Uncle Sam has got a ton of dough, but how can even the government afford this?
Annabelle shrugged.
We can't. That's why we have trillion-dollar deficits. If we need more money, we just sell more T-bills to the Saudis and the Chinese. It won't work forever, but it does for now.
She glanced at Bagger and put a hand on his arm.
But if you're feeling sorry for Uncle Sam, Jerry, you can let us use your money for free.
He laughed.
My motto hasn't changed in 40 years. Every asshole for himself.
And a motto never fit anyone better than that one does you, Annabelle thought, even as she smiled in mock admiration at the man. Bagger leaned forward in his chair, glancing at Leo as he did so. In a low voice he said to her,
You ever lose the shadow?
Annabelle said.
Depends.
On what?
On how good of friends you and I become.
I know how we can be really good friends.
Tell me.
We do a run for $10 million, and I get an even mill for my troubles. Can Uncle Sam cover that action?
Just wire the money, Jerry.
And you stay right here until I get it back? We both do,
Leo said. Bagger grimaced and spoke in an even lower voice to her so Leo couldn't hear.
I suppose I'd get in deep shit for whacking him, wouldn't I?
You remember the scum of the scum I talked to you about? You harm him, they show up on your doorstep. I really wouldn't advise it.
Well, damn,
Bagger complained.
It's not a total loss, Jerry. In 2 days, you make $1 million for doing nothing except eating and drinking with me.
I want to do more than that. You know that, don't you?
Jerry, I knew that the first time you tried to put your hand up my dress.
Bagger roared with laughter.
I like your style, lady. You're too good for the government. You should come and work for me. We'd take this town to a new level.
I'm always open to future prospects. But for now, why don't we work on the next $1 million for you? I want you to be able to afford to keep me in the manner to which I've grown accustomed.
She patted his hand, letting a fingernail dig lightly into his palm. She felt the shudder run through the man's entire body.
You're killing me here, baby,
he said in a pathetic whine. Oh, no. That comes next. Chapter 24. 2 days later, Bagger was ahead by a total of $1.6 million, since he'd run into Annabelle and Leo, never realizing, of course, that the money had come from the $3 million they'd accumulated from the 2 short cons. Tony had authorized transfer of these interest payments from their account into the one holding Bagger's money. It was similar in concept to a Ponzi scheme, which almost always self-destructed. Annabelle did not intend to allow that result to happen this time. Bagger's happiness was palpable, particularly since his dreaded antagonist, the government, was footing the bill. Sitting in her luxurious hotel room, upgraded to the presidential suite by Bagger himself after the latest payday, and awash in flowers sent by the casino king, Annabelle was scanning newspaper after newspaper for the kind of story she wanted, and finally found it. She and Leo could not speak frankly to each other anywhere in the casino. They had to assume that anything they said would be overheard either electronically or by one of Bagger's spies. Their only form of real communication was subtle hand and eye signals that the two had developed over the years and would not be recognizable to anyone else. Passing each other in the hallway, Annabelle said good morning, and then gave Leo a signal by adjusting a ring on her right index finger. He said hello back, and then touched his tie knot and wiped his nose, thereby acknowledging both the receipt of her message and the action he would take. Before she stepped onto the elevator that would take her to Bagger's office, Annabelle drew a deep breath. Contrary to what Leo had said, she did have nerves. This last step she was about to take was the whole ball game. If she didn't pull this off perfectly, everything they'd done over the last several weeks would be for naught. She'd not only lose the money she'd paid Bagger, she wouldn't live to enjoy her split of the remaining $1.4 million. She arrived at his office and was quickly ushered in, the muscle having grown accustomed to seeing her around. Bagger greeted her with a hug that she allowed to drift down lower than it should have. His hand reached her bottom, gently squeezing before she removed it. Still, she'd let him go a little farther each time, which she knew was all he really required right now. Smiling, he stepped back and said,
"What can I do for my magic money genie this morning?"
She frowned.
Bad news. I've been recalled to my field HQ, Jerry.
What? What the hell does that mean?
It means I'm being reassigned.
To where?
He looked at her face and said,
I know. You can't tell me.
She held up the section of the newspaper she'd brought with her.
This might give you a hint.
He took the paper and glanced at the article she was pointing to. It detailed the breaking story of a government corruption scandal involving a foreign contractor in Russia. Bagger looked up at her, stunned.
You go from casinos to dirty contractors in Moscow?
She took the paper back.
Not just any foreign contractor.
You know them?
All I can say is it's in the best interests of the United States that this case never gets to court. That's where I come in.
How long will you be gone?
Hard to say. And after Russia, it'll be someplace else.
She rubbed at her temple.
You got some Advil?
He opened a drawer of his desk and handed her a bottle. She swallowed 3 with a glass of water he poured for her. He sat down.
You don't look very good.
She perched on the edge of his desk and said wearily,
Jerry, I've been to so many places in the last year I've lost count. If I used a real passport, I'd have gone through about 20 of them. It just gets to you sometimes. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Why don't you get out then?
He urged. She laughed bitterly.
Get out. And what? Screw my pension? I've put in too many years. Even civil servants have to eat.
Come and work for me then. I'll pay you more in 1 year than you'd make in 20 with those clowns.
Yeah, right.
I'm serious. I like you. You're good.
You like the fact that I just made you over $1.5 million.
Okay, I won't deny that. But I've got to know you, and I like what I see, Pam.
My name is not even Pam. That's how well you really know me.
That just adds to the fun. Think about it, will you?
She hesitated and then said,
I have been thinking about my future lately. I'm not married. My life is my work, and vice versa. And I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore.
He stood and put an arm around her shoulders.
Are you kidding me? You're gorgeous. Any man would be lucky as hell to have you.
She patted his arm.
You haven't seen me in the morning before I've had my coffee and put on my face.
Oh, baby, just say the word and we'll find out.
His hand fell to her lower back and stayed, gently rubbing. He reached over and hit a button on his desk console, and the automatic window blinds lowered.
"What's that for?"
she asked, her eyebrows hiked.
I like my privacy.
His hand moved lower. Her phone buzzed, right on cue. She looked down at the number.
Oh, hell.
She rose and moved away from him, staring at the screen.
Who is it?
Bagger asked.
My section chief. His number comes up all zeros.
She composed herself and answered the phone.
Yes, sir.
She said nothing else for several minutes, and then clicked off.
Son of a bitch, that asshole!
She yelled.
What is it, baby?
She paced in a tight circle and then stopped, obviously still seething.
My esteemed section chief has seen fit to change my field orders. Instead of a trip to Russia, I'm being reassigned to, get this, Portland, Oregon.
Oregon? They need spies in Oregon?
It's the graveyard, Jerry. It's where you get sent in my agency if people upstairs don't like you.
How do you go from Russia to Oregon on the same morning?
The Russian gig came from my field supervisor. Oregon, from my section chief. That's the next level up. His assignment takes priority.
What's your section chief got against you?
I don't know. Maybe I'm doing my job too well.
She started to say something else and then stopped. Bagger quickly picked up on this.
Spill it. Come on, maybe I can help.
She sighed.
Well, believe it or not, the man wants to sleep with me. Only he's married, and I told him to back off.
Bagger nodded his head.
The bastard. It's always the same crap. The ladies don't put out, they get pushed out.
Annabelle was staring down at her hands.
This screws my career, Jerry. Portland. Damn it.
She hurled her phone against the wall, where it broke in half. Then she slumped in a chair.
Maybe I just should have slept with a guy.
Bagger started rubbing her shoulders.
No way. Guys like that, you do it once, they keep expecting it. Then they get tired of you or get a new honey, then zip, it's Portland for your sweet ass anyway.
I just want to nail that little son of a bitch so bad.
Bagger looked thoughtful.
Well, maybe that can be arranged.
She looked up at him warily.
Jerry, you can't put a hit on the guy, okay?
I'm not thinking about that, baby. You said he might be pissed because you're doing your job too well. How's that?
I bring in too much money. Then all of a sudden, people start looking at me to move up. I start moving up. Then all of a sudden, I'm a threat to his job. Believe it or not, Jerry, there aren't a lot of women doing what I do. There are some who would love to see another female in a section chief slot. If I keep bringing in people like you and flood our overseas operations with finessed cash, it hurts him and helps me.
Hell, only in the government sector do you get dinged for overproducing.
He thought for a moment.
Okay. I see how we can turn the tables on this bozo.
What are you talking about?
Our next run at El Banco.
Jerry, I'm being reassigned. My associate and I are on a plane tonight.
Okay, but here's the deal. Until you leave, you can do one last run, right?
Annabelle seemed to consider this.
Well, yeah, I have the authorizations, but even $1 million in interest isn't going to get me this guy's corner office.
I'm not talking a measly million.
He looked at her.
What's the largest single amount you've finessed?
She thought for a moment.
Most of the wires are 1 to 5 million. But I did 15 million in Vegas and 20 mil from New York. But that was 2 years ago.
Chicken shit.
Chicken shit, right.
Tell me, what would really hurt this guy?
Jerry, I don't know. 30 million?
Let's make it 40 million. And let's make it 4 days instead of 2.
He figured quickly in his head.
So that's 20% interest instead of 10. And that comes to 8 million to yours truly. A nice piece of finessing.
You've got 40 million in cash.
Hey, who do you think you're talking to? And we had 2 championship fights here in the last week. I'm flush with green.
But why are you doing this?
8 mil in 4 days is nothing to sneeze at, even for a guy like me.
He gave her neck a rub.
Plus, like I said, you're growing on me, lady.
But I'm still going to Oregon. I can't disobey orders.
Okay, you go to Oregon. But then you think about getting out and coming back here. I'll even give you 10% of the 8 and set you up nice.
I'm not looking to be your kept woman, Jerry. I've got a brain.
That you do, and I'll put it to good use, along with the rest of you.
He ran his hand down her back.
I'll call down to the boys.
But like I said, I leave for Oregon tonight by private plane.
I understand that.
What I'm saying, Jerry, is there's no way you'll have your money back before I leave.
He laughed.
Oh, the hostage thing? I think we're past that, sweetie. You made me $1.6 million and counting, so I think you've proved yourself.
Only if you're sure. 40 mil is a lot of money.
Hey, the gig was my idea, not yours. I'll handle it.
She stood.
I've run a lot of these ops, Jerry, and to me it's just a job.
She paused.
Everybody else, they just wanted to know how much. Greedy bastards, all of them.
She paused again, seeming to search for the words, though she'd practiced them for a long time.
You're the first one to ever do something for me, and I appreciate it. More than you'll ever know.
This was probably the first true statement she'd uttered in Bagger's presence. They looked at each other, and then Annabelle slowly put her arms out and braced herself. He immediately crushed his body against hers. She almost gagged on his heavy cologne. His strong hands quickly found their way under her skirt, and she let them stay there, enduring his brutish groping in silence. She so wanted to slam a knee into his crotch. "Hold on, Annabelle. You can do this. You have to do this."
Oh, baby.
Bagger moaned into her ear.
Come on, let's do it. One time before you hit the road. Right here on the couch. I'm dying here. Dying.
Trust me, I can feel it against my leg, Jerry,
she said as she managed finally to pry herself away from him. Annabelle adjusted her underwear and pulled her skirt back down.
Okay, stud. I see I'm not going to be able to resist you much longer. Tell me, you ever been to Rome?
He looked puzzled.
No. Why?
I rent a villa there every year when I go on my rare vacation time. I'll call you with all the details, and 2 weeks from today, I'll meet you there.
Why 2 weeks? Why not now?
That'll give me time to report into my new assignment, and maybe use the 40 mil run to leverage something better than Portland.
But my offer to come back stands, and I can be pretty damn persuasive.
She ran a finger slowly over his mouth.
Show me how persuasive you are in Rome, baby.
The $40 million wire left the Pompeii casino 2 hours later. The email that Tony had first sent to the Pompeii's operations center had a special component to it. Ultra-sophisticated spyware that had allowed Tony, from a remote location, to take control of the Pompeii's computer system. With that secret access, he had written new code into their money wiring program. The 3 other wires had gone to El Banco, but when they'd sent the $40 million out, it had instead been automatically rerouted to another foreign bank and into an account controlled by Annabelle Conroy. While it would look to Bagger's people that the money had reached El Banco, a phony electronic receipt would be automatically sent to the Pompeii, not a dime of it would ever come back to him. Annabelle's scheme had been mainly for one purpose: to get the spyware on Bagger's computer system. With that done, she was golden. And then she had played her part and let Bagger's greed and lust bury the man, because the best way to con a mark was to let the mark suggest the con. 4 days from today, to the minute, Bagger would grow a little nervous when his money didn't show up. An hour later, he would be getting a sick feeling in his gut. An hour after that, he would become homicidal. And Annabelle and her crew would be long gone, with over 41 million tax-free dollars to keep them company. Annabelle Conroy would be a very rich woman. She could buy her boat and sail the rest of her life away, leaving the endless cons behind. Yet it was still not enough punishment, she thought, as she left Bagger's office to pack her suitcase. First, though, she was going to take a shower to get the man's grime off her. As Annabelle was bathing, she thought again that the money loss was clearly not enough pain for the man who'd murdered her mother over $10,000 that Patty Conroy had duped Bagger out of. There was never enough pain for that. Yet, even Annabelle had to admit, $40 million was a nice start. Chapter 25. Roger Seagraves had discovered where Stone lived and had sent men to the cottage when it was empty. They'd searched the cottage thoroughly, leaving no sign that they had been there. And most important, they had left with Stone's fingerprints, taken from a glass and a second off the kitchen countertop. Seagraves had run the fingerprints through the CIA's general database, finding nothing. Using a password he'd stolen from a fellow employee, he tried a highly restricted database. Access was granted, and he placed the print in the hopper. A minute later, this led him to subdirectory 666, one that he was certainly well acquainted with, although his search request for Stone's prints came back with access denied. Seagraves was familiar with subdirectory 666 because it was where his own personnel history was kept, or at least the sort of personnel he used to be. He had often laughed at the 666 label, thinking it rather cheeky, though accurate nonetheless. Seagraves exited the computer system and pondered this development. Stone had worked for the CIA, judging from his age, a long time ago. He had probably been an eliminator, because the 666 classification was never given to those who pushed a pencil or pressed computer keys for the agency. At present, Seagraves didn't quite know how to take this discovery. He'd since learned that Stone's librarian friend had been given the task of selling DeHaven's book collection. Unfortunately, his men's pursuit of Stone had raised the man's suspicions, and a 666 man was born with inherent paranoia. That was just one of the many qualifications for the job. Should I kill him now, or would that dig the hole even deeper? Seagraves eventually decided to forego that lethal step. He would always have that option later. Hell, I'll do it myself. 1 666 to another. Young versus old, and Young always won that battle. You get to live, Oliver Stone, for now. But he would have to do something about the man, and there was no time like the present. 2 days after their last visit to DeHaven's house, Stone and Reuben rode on the latter's motorcycle to a rare bookshop in Old Town Alexandria. The name of the shop was in Latin, and translated meant Book of 4 Sentences. Caleb had an ownership share in the place, which had once been named Doug's Books, until Caleb's brilliant idea to go completely upscale in the very affluent area. Stone was not here because he wanted to look at more old books. He kept some items at the shop that he needed to consult. The owner of the shop, the aforementioned Doug, who now went by the more formal Douglas, allowed Stone unfettered access to his hiding place. This was so because Douglas was terrified of Oliver Stone, a man who'd been described to him by Caleb, at Stone's prompting, as a homicidal maniac, walking free solely on a legal technicality. Stone's secret room was in the basement behind a false wall that was opened by pulling a wire hanging in an adjacent fireplace. A former priest's hole in the ancient building, it now contained many items from Stone's past life, plus a collection of his journals filled with cuttings from newspapers and magazines. With Reuben's help, he found and pulled several of these journals and took them with him. Reuben dropped him off at his cottage in the cemetery.
"Keep a close lookout, Oliver,"
Reuben warned.
"If that little dipshit Bean is involved in this, he's got plenty of muscle and connections behind him."
Stone assured him that he would be careful, said goodbye, and stepped inside the cottage. He brewed some strong coffee, settled at his desk and started going over the journals. The stories he'd selected dealt with the assassination of the Speaker of the House, Robert Bob Bradley, and also the nearly simultaneous destruction of his home, an event that only the most naive could have thought was a coincidence. Yet there seemed to be no connection between Bradley's obvious murder, allegedly at the hands of a domestic terrorist group calling itself Americans Against 1984, and Jonathan DeHaven's seemingly innocent death. The FBI had received a note from the group which said that Bradley had been killed as a first step in the war against the federal government. The terrorists promised more attacks, and security in Washington had been heightened in response. As he turned the pages of his journal, something nagged at Stone, but he couldn't quite pin it down. Bradley had been Speaker for a short period, after a political shake-up that had seen the incumbent Speaker and the Majority Leader both convicted of selling influence and laundering political campaign funds. Normally, the Speaker position would have followed party leadership lines, but with the top two men in jail, extraordinary measures were called for, and Bob Bradley, a powerful committee chairman with an impeccable reputation, far removed from the tainted leadership ladder of his party, had been the political Moses buttonholed to lead his people out of this nasty thicket of impropriety. He'd started by promising an ethical cleanup in the House of Representatives and an end to partisan politics. Many had promised that, and few, if any, had delivered on that pledge. Yet it was thought that if anyone could do it, Bob Bradley could. Stone turned to another journal and another story. This one dealt with Cornelius Bean, recounting how he had come to this country with no money in his pocket and built an international conglomerate from nothing but his own sweat and nerve. Defense contractors had the reputation, often well-deserved, of playing fast and loose with ethical rules. Paying off congressmen for political favors was one of the oldest games played in Washington, and the tank and plane builders played it as well as anyone. Stone finished reading the story on Bean, which detailed two enormous and recent wins for his business. One was from the Pentagon for a new generation conventional missile system, and the other to build a massive new bunker for the Congress outside of Washington for use in case of a cataclysmic attack. While some cynics might argue that the best thing that could happen to the country in case of such a catastrophe would be the elimination of that august body, Stone supposed the country needed some continuity of government. Each of these contracts was worth billions, and Bean had won them both. As the article explained, he had outflanked his opponents at every critical juncture. It was as though he could read their minds, the reporter had written. Stone didn't believe in mind readers, but having been a spy as a young man, he did believe in stealing secrets. Stone leaned back in his chair and sipped his coffee. If Bradley's predecessor had been in Bean's pocket, and Bradley had promised a crackdown on corruption, it might be worth it to take the new crusader out. There was no guarantee that Bradley's successor would be any more cooperative to folks like Bean, but there was also the factor of intimidation. Would a new speaker be inclined to go full bore ahead with Bradley's pledge to bring ethics back, when that same promise might have led to his colleague's violent death? The terrorist group could simply be a smokescreen, and an unverifiable one at that. Stone had initially started thinking about Bradley's death because there was only one connection he could see between the man's murder and DeHaven's, and that connection was Cornelius Bean, a man who'd made billions by selling myriad things that killed lots of people, all in the name of peace. Was it Bean's men in the D.C. Public Works van? Could they have somehow caused the Secret Service to retreat like that? Or was it another agency, working closely with Bean, that had taken on the role of running interference for him? People had debated for decades the existence of the military-industrial complex. Stone had never wondered about it. He had participated in that complex for years. If it was anything like it was 30 years ago, it was a potent force to be reckoned with. It was also a force that would not hesitate to eliminate people who got in the way. Stone also knew this from personal experience. After all, he used to be one of the eliminators. He would have Milton find out as much as possible about Bradley and Bean. Milton could get into databases that he had no business being on, yet those were always the most interesting ones. Stone would go to Bradley's demolished home to see if anything turned up there, and he needed to return to Jonathan DeHaven's house, because he had to look through that telescope again, and not because he was anxious to be titillated by another episode of Behan's sex show. No, there was something very obvious that he had completely overlooked. A sudden chill hit him, and he rose to start a fire. Then he stopped and rubbed his skin. He was cold, very cold. What the hell had the woman said? He struggled to recall her exact words. "Your temperature is coming back up." Yes, that's what the nurse taking care of Caleb had said. It had struck him as odd because in a hospital, one would normally hear that you were recovering if your temperature were coming down. But she had said he was almost up to normal. He was certain of it. Stone grew very excited. Something was finally starting to make sense. He grabbed his cell phone to call the others, but then stopped as he gazed out the window. From here he had a direct line of sight onto the street that bordered the cemetery. A white D.C. Public Works van was parked there. He could see it clearly under the streetlight. Stone immediately drew away from the window. He called Reuben, but it didn't go through. He looked at his cell phone. He had no power bars. Yet there was always a strong signal in this area. He glanced out the window. Jammers. He tried his hardline phone. It was dead. He grabbed his coat and hurried to the back door. He would clamber over the rear fence and make his way through a labyrinth of Georgetown streets to an abandoned dwelling he occasionally used as a safe house. He cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. The fence was in sight. The shot to his chest stopped him cold and dropped Stone to his knees. Already lapsing into unconsciousness, Stone looked over at the man standing there, wearing a black hood and holding the gun with both hands. It seemed to Stone that the man smiled, even as his victim fell to the hard ground and lay still. Chapter 26. It was the darkness of interrogation. Stone recognized this as soon as he awoke. It was so black that not only could Stone not see any part of his body, but it seemed as though he had no body. He was barefoot, painfully thrust up on his tiptoes, and his hands were bound over his head. The place he was in was very cold. These places were always cold, because cold wore you down faster than heat. He could sense that not only was he shoeless, he was also naked. The voice called out from the blackness.
"Awake."
Stone nodded.
"Say it."
The voice commanded.
"Awake."
Stone answered. He would only give them the minimum, nothing more. He had been through this before, albeit 3 decades ago when a mission had gone awry, and he had found himself a prisoner in a land where no American would ever want to be held captive.
"Name?"
This was exactly what he'd been dreading.
"Oliver Stone."
Something hard hit him on the back of the head, momentarily stunning him.
"Name?" "Oliver Stone,"
he said slowly, wondering if the blow had cracked his skull.
"Okay for now, Oliver. DeHaven?"
The voice said.
"Who?"
Now Stone could feel something grasping his leg. He tried to kick out, but then realized his legs were pinned. The thing was crawling snake-like up his right leg. He took a deep breath and tried to fight the panic. It couldn't be a snake. They were just simulating it, he reasoned. Then, whatever it was, started to nudge Stone's flesh. Not bite, but the pressure was growing heavier. God, it felt like a damn snake, maybe a boa. In the total darkness, even Stone's hardened nerves began to unravel.
"DeHaven,"
the voice said again.
"What do you want to know?"
The pressure eased a bit, but it was still there as not-so-subtle intimidation.
"How did he die?" "I don't know."
The pressure instantly intensified. It was now wrapping itself around Stone's belly. He was finding it hard to take a full breath. His arms and legs were aching, and his Achilles felt ready to pop from being forced to stand on tiptoe so long.
I think he was murdered,
Stone gasped. The pressure released a few notches. He grabbed a quick breath, his lungs expanding painfully.
How?
Stone desperately tried to think of what to say. He had no idea who these people were, and didn't want to give too much away. When he didn't say anything, the pressure fell away completely. Bewildered, he relaxed. He should have known better. He fell to the floor as his bindings were released. He felt strong, gloved hands seize him. When he instinctively swung his arm out, it struck something hard. It was glass and metal, up near where his captor's face would be. They have night vision equipment. Stone was hoisted and carried somewhere. An instant later he was slammed down on a hard object, like a longboard, and secured there. Then he was being tipped back, and his face covered with cellophane. The water hit him hard, pushing the cellophane into his eyes, mouth, and nose. He gagged. They were waterboarding him, a very effective torture technique. There were few things more terrifying than believing that you're drowning, especially upside down in total darkness, while bound tightly to a board. Suddenly the gusher stopped and the cellophane was ripped off. As soon as he let out his breath, his head was plunged completely into cold water. He gagged again and strained to break free. Stone's heart was beating so fast he knew he would probably die of a heart attack before he did from drowning. Then his head was pulled out from the water. He vomited, his retch covering his face.
How?
The voice said calmly. Yeah, the guy asking questions was always calm, Stone thought as he tried to shake the vomit out of his eyes. He was probably sitting in a nice warm room with a cup of coffee while I'm getting the shit kicked out of me.
Suffocated.
He spat out.
Just like you're doing to me, you prick.
That got him another quick dunk. He'd done it on purpose, though, so the water would wash the puke off him. Stone had taken a quick breath before they plunged him in, and he came out in relatively decent shape.
How?
The voice said.
Not the Howland 1301. Something else. What? I don't know yet.
Stone felt himself being tipped back for another plunge. He frantically shouted,
But I can find out.
The voice didn't immediately answer. Stone took that as a good sign. Interrogators hated to be at a loss for words. The voice said,
We looked at your journals. You were reading up on Bradley. Why? Seemed too coincidental. His death and then DeHaven's? They have nothing in common. You think so?
Stone snatched a long breath, but they held him under so long this time he still almost drowned. He came out with his brain exploding from lack of oxygen, every limb quivering. His whole body was starting to shut down on him.
What do you think they have in common?
The voice demanded.
You one dunk from killing me, so if that's your plan anyway, why don't you just get it over with?
He said feebly. He braced for the tip, but it didn't come.
What do you think they have in common?
The voice said again. Stone took a shallow breath, which was all he could manage right now, and decided whether to answer or not. If it wasn't what they wanted to hear, he was dead, but he was nearly dead as it was. He mustered his energy and said,
Cornelius Bean.
He braced for the last dunk. Instead, the voice said,
Why Bean? Bradley was anti-corruption. Bean won 2 major contracts under the old regime. Maybe Bradley found out something Bean didn't want known. So he killed him, burned his house down, and blamed it on a fictitious terrorist group.
There was a long silence. All Stone could hear were the anguished smacks of his tortured heart. The sounds were terrifying, but at least he was still alive.
DeHaven? He's Bean's neighbor. Is that it?
The voice said, clearly disappointed. Stone felt himself being tipped back.
No, that's not all. There was a telescope we found in DeHaven's attic pointed at Bean's house. DeHaven might have seen something he shouldn't have. So he has to be killed too, but not like Bradley. Why not? People gunning for the speaker wouldn't be that surprising. But DeHaven's a librarian, and Bean's his neighbor. It had to be made to look like an accident away from DeHaven's and Behan's homes. Otherwise, fingers might start pointing at Behan.
Stone waited in silence, wondering if the answer had been the right one or not. He lurched up as he felt the painful jab in his arm. A second later, his eyes closed, and Oliver Stone let out a long breath and lay still. From the corner of the room, Roger Seagraves watched them carry Stone out. He was pretty tough for an old guy. Seagraves imagined that 30 years ago, Stone might have been as good as he was. Now, he at least knew that Stone suspected Cornelius Behan to be the man behind it all. And because of that, Oliver Stone would get to live another day. Chapter 27. Annabelle's hotel room overlooked Central Park, and on impulse she decided to take a walk in it. Her hairstyle and color had changed once again. She was now a brunette with short hair parted on the side, a look that matched the passport photo Freddie had made for her. Her clothes were typical New York, meaning black and stylish. She rambled through the park trails, hiding behind a hat and sunglasses. Several people she passed stared at her, perhaps thinking she was someone famous. Ironically, Annabelle had never sought fame. Her whole life she had clung to the comforting shadows of obscurity, where a talented con could find professional traction. She bought a soft pretzel from a street vendor and carried it back to her room, where she sat on the bed and looked through her travel papers. Leo and she had parted company at the airport in Newark. Freddie was on his way out of the country already. She hadn't asked either man where they were going. She didn't want to know. After arriving in New York, she'd contacted Tony. As promised, Annabelle had made arrangements for him to fly to Paris. After that, he was on his own, but with excellent, if fake, identification and travel documents, and millions sitting in a readily accessible account. She'd given him one final warning.
Even though he never saw you, Bagger will know I needed some con really expert with computers, and you have that reputation. So lay low for a year or so out of the country, and do not flash the money around. Get a small place, dig in, learn the language, and lose yourself.
Tony promised her that he would do as she advised.
I'll call and tell you where I end up.
No, you won't,
she'd told him. She still had 3 days before Bagger's money was due back, and he discovered he'd been conned. She would have given half the money back to be able to see his reaction. He would probably kill all of his IT and money guys first. Then he'd stalk through his casino with a pistol, popping off senior citizens playing the slots. Maybe a New Jersey SWAT team would swoop in and do the world a favor by putting the bastard out of his misery. Probably unrealistic, but she could always fantasize. Her escape route would take her through Eastern Europe and then Asia. That would last about a year. After that, it was on to the South Pacific, to a little island she discovered years ago and never been back to for fear of it not being as perfect the second time. Right now, she'd be happy with almost perfect. Her share of the take was currently parked in a series of offshore accounts. She'd live off the interest and investments the rest of her life, maybe occasionally dipping into the principal. She might even buy a boat, albeit a small one, and sail it herself. Not around the world. Short excursions around a tropical cove would be just fine with her. She had debated whether to send Bagger a note of triumph, but in the end decided such bravado was both unworthy of her and the con she'd pulled. Let him spend the rest of his life guessing. Patty Conroy's little girl wouldn't be high on his list of usual suspects, because she was certain Bagger didn't even know Patty had a daughter. Annabelle's relationship with her father had been truly unique, and he had never held her out to the con world as his child. Leo and a few others they'd worked with had eventually discovered the truth, but that was all. Yet this time her picture had been captured on numerous Pompeii casino cameras, and she knew Bagger would take those photos and run around the con world paying people, or even torturing them to get an ID on her. Every con she knew would cheer what she'd done to Bagger, yet there might be someone who looked at the photo and let her name slip if Bagger threatened enough. Well, she thought, let him come. He might find it a little harder to kill me than he thinks. It wasn't the size of the dog in the fight, it was the size of the fight in the dog. Ironically, it wasn't her father that had told her that, it was her mother. Tammy Conroy, despite her criminal ways, had been a good woman and a long-suffering wife to Patty. She'd been a cocktail waitress before tying her life to the charming Irishman, who had an endless supply of funny yarns and could sing any tune in a voice you'd want to keep listening to. Paddy Conroy dominated any room he was in. Perhaps that was why his potential as a con had never been fully realized. The best cons, you never even knew they were there. Paddy apparently didn't care, believing that his Irish luck, pluck, and smile would save him every time. And it had, mostly. But it hadn't saved Tammy Conroy. Jerry Bagger had personally put a bullet into her brain when she wouldn't rat out her husband. Paddy certainly hadn't returned his wife's loyalty. He'd fled when Bagger started to close in. Annabelle couldn't even attend her mother's funeral, because Bagger and his men were at the cemetery waiting for someone to show up. That was years ago, and Bagger was probably still looking for her father. Over 10 lousy grand, when the man spent more on his suits than that. Yet Annabelle knew it ultimately wasn't about the money, it was about respect. And the only way you kept respect in Bagger's world was by doling out 5 licks for every one you took. And whether somebody stole 10 grand or 10 million of his money, Bagger would hurt that person if he could get his hands on him. That's why when Annabelle ratted out the cons at the Pompeii, she had also called the police. With cops on the premises, Bagger couldn't break any knees. If the cons were smart, they'd clear out fast after they'd done their time. Bagger might have been a walking caricature of a casino chieftain in a bad mob film, but one thing that wasn't phony or funny about the guy was the easy manner in which he employed violence. If you conned other casinos, you went to jail. That was not how Bagger operated. He was a throwback to the days in Vegas, when the way to deal with a pesky con was to first break the knees and then the head. His utter failure to bring his methods into modern times had led to his banishment from Sin City. While he hadn't completely cleaned up his act in Atlantic City, he had gotten far more discreet about it. With all that, in Tammy Conroy's case, a 10 grand con wouldn't have ordinarily led to death. But it wasn't a simple case, because her father and Bagger had a long-running war. Personally, Paddy kept out of Bagger's casinos, but he sent waves of teams in to do the con work for him, including finally his then-teenage daughter and a much younger Leo. That almost led to them being fish food in the ocean the last time they visited Atlantic City. Yet, over the years, Bagger finally made the connection with Paddy and his casino's troubles. He eventually showed up on Paddy's doorstep one night far away from Jersey. But Paddy wasn't there. Some said he had a warning and cleared out. If so, he forgot to let his wife in on it. There was no evidence linking Bagger to the murder, of course, and he'd had a million alibis, so no charges were ever filed in the case. However, some veteran cons with inside knowledge that Annabelle had talked to were absolutely certain as to what had happened. Yet, even if they'd seen the deed themselves, they would never have testified against Bagger. Having him so close to her over the last week, Annabelle found herself thinking about putting a gun against his forehead and firing. That would have evened one old score, but the forfeit of her life would have been the price. No, this way was much better. Her father had never liked the long cons, arguing that it took too much time and had too many potential pitfalls. Yet Tammy Conroy would have truly appreciated the artistry and the execution of this one. And if somehow her mother had made it to heaven, she hoped the woman would take a peek from up high when Jerry Bagger discovered he'd been duped into a wild, crafty ride with an admission price of $40 million. She picked up the TV remote and channel surfed as she ate her pretzel. The news was the same as always. All bad. More soldiers killed, more people starving to death, more people blowing themselves and others up in the name of God. Done with TV, she picked up the newspaper. Old habits died hard, and more than once she found herself looking at stories and wondering how to spin the details into a successful creative con. That was over now, she told herself. Nailing Bagger was the pinnacle of her career. There was nowhere to go except down. The last article she read caused her to sit up so fast she spilled her pretzel and mustard on the bed. She stared wide-eyed at the small, grainy photo that accompanied the back-page story. It was a short tribute to a distinguished scholar and man of letters. There was no cause given for the death of Jonathan DeHaven, only that he had died suddenly while at work at the Library of Congress. Though he'd died some time ago, funeral arrangements were just now complete, and burial was set for the next day in D.C. Annabelle had no way of knowing that the delay had been caused by the medical examiner's inability to find a cause of death. However, with no suspicious circumstances uncovered, the case had been set down to natural causes, and the body released to the funeral home. Annabelle grabbed her bag and started stuffing clothes in it. Her travel plans had just been changed. She was flying to Washington to say goodbye to her ex-husband, Jonathan DeHaven, the only man who'd ever truly captured her heart. Chapter 28.
Oliver! Oliver!
Stone slowly came to and sat up with difficulty. He was lying fully dressed on the floor of his cottage, his hair still damp.
Oliver!
Someone was banging on his front door. Stone rose, stumbled toward the door, and opened it. Reuben stared back at him with an amused expression.
What the hell's going on? You getting into the tequila again?
However, when he noted Stone's obvious distress, he quickly turned serious.
Oliver, are you okay? I'm not dead. I take that as a positive.
He motioned for Reuben to come in, and Stone spent the next 10 minutes filling him in on what had happened.
Damn. You have no idea who they are? Whoever it is, they're well up on their torture techniques.
Stone said dryly, rubbing at the knot on his head.
I don't think I can even drink water again. So they know about the Bean connection?
Stone nodded.
I'm not sure it was a total surprise to them, actually. But I think what I told them about Bradley and DeHaven was definitely new intelligence. Speaking of DeHaven, his funeral is today. That's what we were calling you about. Caleb is going, along with most of the Library of Congress. Milton's coming too, and I switched my shift at the dock so I could go. We thought it might be important.
Stone rose, but immediately wobbled. Reuben grabbed his arm.
Oliver, maybe you should just sit tight. One more session like that, you'll be attending my funeral. But the service today may be important, if only for those it happens to bring out into the open.
The service at St. John's Church, next to Lafayette Park, was very well attended by many library and government types. Also in attendance was Cornelius Bean with his wife, a tall, slender, and very attractive woman in her early 50s, with expertly colored blonde hair. Her haughty air was intriguingly coupled with a wary, fragile bearing. Cornelius Bean was well known in Washington, and people continually went over to him, pressing the flesh and paying homage. He accepted it all with good graces, but Stone noted that he kept one hand on his wife's arm at all times, as though she might fall without such support. At Stone's insistence, the Camel Club members had scattered in the church so they could survey different sections of people. Though it was clear that whoever had kidnapped him knew of his involvement with the others, Stone didn't want to give those people, in case they were here, a reminder that he had 3 friends who would make nice targets. Stone sat in the very back, and his gaze swept the area with a practiced motion, until it stopped on one woman who sat off to the side. As she turned and flicked her hair out of her face, Stone's gaze intensified, His previous training had made him highly skilled at remembering people's features, and he had seen that profile before, although the woman he was looking at now was older. After the service was over, the Camel Club members left the church together, stepping in behind Bean and his wife. Bean whispered something to his wife before turning and speaking to Caleb.
"Sad day,"
he said.
"Yes, it is."
Caleb said stiffly. He looked at Mrs. Bean.
"Oh,"
Bean said.
"My wife, Marilyn. This is, Caleb Shaw. I worked at the library with Jonathan."
He introduced the other Camel Club members to her. Bean glanced at the church, where the pallbearers were bringing the casket out.
"Who'd have thought? He looked so healthy. Many people do right before they die,"
Stone said absently. His gaze was on the woman he had spotted earlier. She had put on a black hat and sunglasses, and was dressed in a long black skirt and boots. Tall and lean, she cut quite a figure amid all the grief. Bean looked searchingly at Stone and tried to follow his gaze, but Stone broke it off before the man could do so.
"I suppose they're sure about his cause of death?"
Bean said. He added quickly,
"I mean, they tend to get these things wrong sometimes."
Stone spoke up.
"I suppose if they have, we'll know about it at some point. The media usually ferrets those things out." "Yes, the journalists are rather good about that,"
Bean said with mild distaste.
My husband knows a lot about instant death.
Marilyn Bean blurted out. When they all stared at her, she hastily added,
I mean, because of what his company does.
Bean smiled at Caleb and the others and said,
"Excuse us."
He took his wife's arm firmly and led her away. Had Stone detected a hint of amusement in the lady's eyes? Reuben's gaze trailed after them.
"I can only visualize that guy now with a pair of panties flying at half-staff on his dinky. I had to cram my fist in my mouth to stop from ripping a laugh during the service. Nice of him to come today,"
Stone said.
"I mean, for being such a casual acquaintance." "The missus seems a complicated piece of work,"
Caleb commented.
"Well, she strikes me as sharp enough to know about her husband's indiscretions,"
Stone said.
"I can't believe there's much love lost between them. And yet they stay together."
Milton added.
"For love of money, power, social status."
Caleb said in a disgusted tone.
"Hey, I wouldn't have minded some of that in my marriages."
Reuben shot back.
"I had the love, at least, for a little while, but none of the other stuff."
Stone was now eyeing the lady in black.
"That woman over there, does she look familiar to you?"
"How can one tell?"
Caleb said.
"She's wearing a hat and glasses."
Stone pulled out the photo.
"I think she's this woman."
They all crowded around the picture, and then Caleb and Milton stared directly at the woman and took turns pointing. Stone hissed.
"Do you two think you could be a little more obvious?"
The funeral party headed to the cemetery. After the gravesite service was finished, people started heading back to their cars. The lady in black lingered by the raised coffin as two workmen in jeans and blue shirts waited nearby. Stone glanced around and noted that Bean and his wife had already returned to their limo. He scanned the surrounding area looking for folks to whom the administration of water torture might be a daily part of life. And you could spot such people, if you knew how to look for them, which Stone did. However, his surveillance turned up nothing. He motioned for the others to follow as he walked over to the lady in black. She had placed a hand on the rosewood coffin and seemed to be mumbling something, perhaps a prayer. They waited until she was done. When she turned toward them, Stone said,
"Jonathan was in the prime of life. It's so sad."
From behind her glasses, she said.
How did you know him?
Caleb said,
"I worked with him at the library. He was my boss. He'll be very missed."
The woman nodded.
Yes, he will.
"And how did you know him?"
Stone asked casually.
It was a long time ago.
She said vaguely.
"Long friendships are becoming rarer these days."
Yes. They are. Excuse me.
She stepped past them and started to walk off.
It's so curious. The medical examiner couldn't find a cause of death.
Stone said loud enough for her to hear. The comment had the desired effect. She stopped and turned.
The newspaper said he died of a heart attack.
The woman said. Caleb shook his head.
He died because his heart stopped, but he didn't have a heart attack. The papers just assumed, I guess.
She took a few steps toward them.
I didn't get your names.
Caleb Shaw. I work in the rare books reading room at the Library of Congress. This is my friend.
Stone put out his hand.
Sam Billings. Nice to meet you.
He motioned to the other 2 Camel Club members.
The big fellow is Reuben, and that's Milton. And you are?
She ignored Stone and focused on Caleb.
If you work at the library, you must love books as much as Jonathan did.
Caleb brightened as the subject changed to his specialty.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, in his will, Jonathan named me his literary executor. I'm in the process right now of inventorying his collection, having it appraised and then sold, with the proceeds going to charity.
He stopped talking when he saw Stone motioning him to shut up. She said,
That certainly sounds like Jonathan. I'm assuming his father and mother are dead?
Oh, yes. His father's been dead for years. His mother passed 2 years ago. Jonathan inherited their home.
It seemed to Stone that the woman was working hard not to smile at this last piece of information. What had the lawyer told Caleb? That the marriage had been annulled? Perhaps not by the wife, but by the groom at the insistence of his mother? She said to Caleb,
It would be nice to see the house, and his collection. I'm sure it's very extensive by now.
You knew about his collection?
Caleb asked.
Jonathan and I shared a lot of things. I'm not going to be in town very long, so would tonight be okay?
As it happens, we were going over there this evening.
Stone answered.
If you're staying at a hotel, we can pick you up.
The woman shook her head.
I'll meet you on Goodfellow Street.
She quickly walked to a waiting cab.
Do you think it wise to ask this woman to Jonathan's house?
Milton asked.
We really don't even know her.
Stone pulled the photo out of his pocket and held it up.
I think maybe we do. Or at least we will soon enough. On Goodfellow Street.
He added thoughtfully. Chapter 29. After closed-door testimony was completed before the House Intelligence Committee, Seagraves and Trent had a cup of coffee in the cafeteria, and later headed outside to stroll around the Capitol grounds. Since their official duties dictated that they spend a great deal of time together, this would raise no suspicions. Seagraves paused to unwrap a stick of gum, while Trent bent down to tie his shoe.
So you really think this guy is ex-agency?
Trent asked. Seagraves nodded.
666. You know about that bunch, Albert?
Only vaguely. My clearance didn't go that high. The agency recruited me for my analytical skills, not my ability in the field. And after 10 years of their bullshit, I'd had enough.
Seagraves smiled.
Jumping to the Politico side really that much better?
It has been for us.
Seagraves watched as his colleague carefully combed his dozen strands back into place, somehow aligning each one perfectly against its neighbor without benefits of a mirror.
Why don't you just get a buzz cut?
Seagraves said.
A lot of ladies are into that macho look. And while you're at it, get yourself in decent shape.
After we finish our careers, I'll have so much money that whatever foreign country I end up in, the ladies there will take me any way I want.
Suit yourself.
This 666 guy might be a complication. We might be talking thunderstorm status.
Seagraves shook his head.
We do that, things will really heat up. For all I know, he's still got connections, and if I did him, I'd have to do his friends. That's a lot of room to make a mistake and get the wrong people suspicious. For now, he thinks Behan's the guy. If that changes, then the weather forecast might read differently.
Are you really sure that's a good strategy?
Seagrave's features turned a notch darker.
Let's do a reality check, Trent. While you sat safely behind your little wonk desk in nice, comfortable Washington, I was putting my ass on the line in places you're too scared to even watch on TV. You keep doing what you do and let me worry about the strategic planning. Unless you think you can do it better than I can.
Trent tried to smile, but his fear didn't allow for it.
I wasn't questioning you. It sure as hell sounded like it.
He suddenly grinned and clamped an arm around Trent's narrow shoulders.
No time to fight now, Albert. It's going way too well, right?
He squeezed tightly and only released his grip when he felt the pain in the other man's body. It felt good to feel another man's suffering up close like that.
I said, right? Absolutely.
Trent rubbed his shoulders, and actually looked like he might start crying. You must have had the crap kicked out of you on the playground every day. Seagraves changed the subject.
4 State Department liaisons dead. That was some original spin.
He'd actually known one of the dead men. In fact, he'd served with him. A good man, but millions of dollars easily trumped any friendship he'd ever had. Trent said,
You expect the government to be creative? So what's next on the list?
Seagraves tossed his cigarette and glanced at his companion.
You'll see it when you see it, Albert.
He was actually getting a little tired of his junior partner. That was partially what this little jam session was about, making it clear to Trent that he was and would always be a subordinate. And if things got dicey, and it looked like the house of cards might tumble down, Trent would be the first person he'd kill for one simple reason. Mice always break under pressure. He parted company with the staffer and walked to his car in a restricted area. He waved to the guard there who knew him by sight.
Keeping my wheel safe?
Seagraves said with a grin.
Yours and everybody else's.
The guard said as he chewed on a toothpick.
You keeping the country safe? Doing all I can.
Actually, the next thing Seagraves would pass Trent would be key elements of the NSA's brand-new strategic surveillance plan for foreign terrorists. The media always assumed the NSA was doing things outside the law. They didn't know the half of it. And neither did those clueless bastards up on Capitol Hill. But some well-heeled haters of America living 7,000 miles away, and at least 8 centuries in the past, were willing to pay millions of dollars to know all about it. And money, man, money always carried the day. Screw being a patriot. The only thing patriots got were a tri-folded flag for their troubles. And the major problem with that was you had to be dead to get one. Seagraves drove back to his office, finished up a bit of work and headed home, which consisted of a 30-year-old split-level rancher with 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, on a 1/4 acre of drainage-challenged dirt that cost him half his salary in mortgage and property taxes. He did a quick but intense workout, and then opened the door of a small closet in the basement that he kept locked and protected by an alarm system. Inside, arranged on the walls and on shelves, were mementos of his earlier career. Among other items was a brown glove trimmed with fur, in a glass display box, a button from a coat in a small ring case, a pair of eyeglasses on a plastic holder, a shoe hanging from a peg on the wall, a wristwatch, 2 ladies' bracelets, a small blank notebook with the monogram AFW, a turban on a shelf and a worn copy of the Quran under glass, a fur cap and a child's bib. The bib he felt a little remorse for. Yet, when one killed the parents, often the child was sacrificed as well. A car bomb, after all, was indiscriminate in whom it destroyed. Each item was numbered from 1 to over 50, and held a history known only to him and a few others at the CIA. Seagraves had gone to great pains and undertaken considerable risk to collect these objects, for that's what this was, his collection. Whether they realized it or not, everyone was a collector of some sort. A lot of people migrated to the ordinary end of the spectrum, collecting stamps, coins, and books. Then there were those who accumulated broken hearts or sexual conquests. And then there were those who found gratification in the accumulation of lost souls. At the far end of the continuum, Roger Seagraves collected personal items from people he'd murdered, or assassinated, rather, since he'd done it under the color of serving his country. Not that they made much difference to the victims. They were still dead, after all. He had come here tonight to place 2 new objects in the room, a pen belonging to Robert Bradley and a leather bookmark of Jonathan DeHaven's. They were given places of honor on a shelf and in a shadow box, respectively. He did so, placing a number on each one. He was approaching 60 in total. Years ago, he had contemplated reaching 100, and he'd gotten off to a strong start, since at that time there were many in the world his country needed dead. Then, his last few years on the job, the pace had slowed considerably. A spineless administration and even weaker CIA bureaucracy had been the cause. He had long since given up his original goal total. He had instead gone for quality over quantity. Any sane person being told the history of these items might judge Seagraves to be a psychopath, maliciously collecting personal items of murdered people. They would be wrong, he knew. It was actually a measure of respect accorded someone from whom you'd taken the most precious thing they had. If anyone ever succeeded in killing him, Seagraves trusted they'd be a worthy enough foe to afford him the same honor. He locked up his collection and went back upstairs to plan his next move. He had something to get, and with DeHaven neatly buried, now was the time to get it. Annabelle Conroy sat in a rental car at the corner of Goodfellow Street. It had been many years since she'd been here, and yet the place hadn't changed all that much. You could still smell the moldy stink of old money, though it was now minted with the equally foul aroma of new currency. Annabelle, of course, had had neither, a fact that Jonathan DeHaven's mother, Elizabeth, had been quick to pounce on. No money and no breeding was what she had probably told her son over and over, until the saying was ingrained on his very impressionable brain, finally allowing his mother to bully him into an annulment. Annabelle had not contested it, because what would the point have been? Still, Annabelle held no ill feelings toward her ex. He was a man-child in many ways, erudite, kind, generous, and affectionate. Yet he possessed not even a sliver of a backbone, and ran from confrontation like the proverbial kid with glasses did from the bully. He had been no match for his omnipotent and acid-tongued mother. Yet how many sons were? After the marriage had ended, he wrote Annabelle loving, moving letters, showered her with gifts, told her that he was thinking of her all the time, and she never doubted that he was. Deception was not part of his nature. That had been quite a new concept for her. Opposites apparently did indeed attract. And yet he had never once asked her to come back. Still, compared to the men she'd known in her life, all of them like her on the wrong side of the good and bad equation, he was the light of pure innocence. He held her hand and was quick to open doors for his lady. He talked to her about issues of importance in the world of normal people, a place as alien to her as a distant star. And yet Jonathan had made it less strange, less distant, in the brief time they'd spent together. Annabelle had to admit she'd changed while with him. Jonathan DeHaven, though he would forever be firmly ensconced on the conservative side of life, had inched a little toward her, perhaps enjoying life in a way he never could have imagined before. He was a good man, and she was sorry he was dead. She angrily swiped at a tear that fell far too easily down her cheek. The emotion was unusual and unwelcome. She did not cry anymore. She was not close enough to anyone to weep over death, not even her mother's. It was true she'd avenged Tammy Conroy, but the daughter had also made herself rich in the process. Would she have done one without the other? Annabelle couldn't say for sure. Did it matter? Well, she had nearly 17 million reasons parked in a foreign bank account that said it didn't. She watched as a gray Nova rattled up to the curb in front of DeHaven's house. 4 men got out. the oddballs from the cemetery who'd said that Jonathan's death had no official cause. Well, she'd said her goodbyes to Jonathan and would now walk through the house, for once without the wretched eye of Mama DeHaven following every swing of her daughter-in-law's irreverent hips. And then she would be on a plane out of here. Annabelle didn't want to be on the same continent when Jerry Bagger discovered he was $40 million poorer and erupted on a greater scale than his fake volcano ever had. The burn of the lava could easily reach D.C. She slid out of the car and walked toward the house and a life that could have very well been hers if things had worked out differently. Chapter 30. They were all in the book vault after Annabelle had been given a brief tour of the main floor of the house. Caleb didn't open the small safe behind the painting. He had no intention of letting anyone else see the psalm book. After she'd seen the collection, they went back upstairs, where Annabelle walked through the elegant rooms with probably more interest than she cared to show.
"So you've been here before?"
Stone said. She looked at him blankly.
I don't remember saying whether I had or not.
"Well, you knew Jonathan lived on Goodfellow Street. I just assumed."
People shouldn't assume so much. They'd be better off.
She continued to look around.
The house hasn't changed much,
she said, indirectly answering his question.
But at least he got rid of some of the uglier furniture. Probably after his mother died. I don't think that would have been allowed until Elizabeth drew her last breath.
"Where did you and Jonathan meet?"
Caleb asked. She ignored this question.
"He might have mentioned your name, but I don't know what it is."
He persisted, drawing a warning look from Stone.
Susan Farmer. We met out west.
"Did you marry out there as well?"
Stone interjected. He was very impressed because she didn't even flinch, but she didn't answer him either. Stone decided to play his ace. He pulled the photo out of his pocket.
"We were told that Jonathan's marriage had been annulled. Since you don't like people making assumptions, I'm deducing from your tone about Elizabeth DeHaven that she was the instigator of that action. He kept this photo. The woman bears a remarkable likeness to you. My experience is that men don't keep photos of women for just any reason. I think your case was special."
He handed the photo over to her. This time he got a reaction. As Annabelle took the picture, her hand, rock steady all these years, shook a bit, and her eyes opened a smidgen wider and appeared a little moist. She said wistfully,
Jonathan was a very handsome man. Tall, thick brown hair, and eyes that just made you feel good about yourself.
"And can I say you're as lovely now as you were then?"
Reuben added magnanimously. Annabelle didn't seem to have heard Reuben. She did something she hadn't done in a long time. She smiled, genuinely.
This was taken on the day of our wedding. I didn't wear white, though I could have. It was my first and only marriage.
"Where were you married?"
Caleb asked.
Vegas. Where else?
She said, her gaze holding fast on the photo.
Jonathan was in town for a book convention. We hooked up, hit it off, and were married. All in a week's time. Pretty crazy, I know. At least, that's how his mother saw it.
She ran her finger along Jonathan's frozen smile.
But we were happy. For a time, anyway. We even lived here for a while with his parents after we were married, until we found a place to live.
"Well, it is quite a large house,"
Caleb said.
Funny. It seemed far too small back then.
She remarked dryly.
"Were you out in Vegas for the book convention, too?"
Stone asked politely. She handed the photo back, and Stone put it back in his jacket pocket.
Do you really need an answer to that question?
"All right. Have you been in contact with Jonathan over the years?"
And why would I need to tell you if I had?
"And there's no reason for you to."
Reuben piped in, scowling at Stone.
In fact, that's getting a little personal.
Stone was obviously put out by his smitten friend's traitorous comment, but said,
We're doing our best to figure out what happened to Jonathan, and we need as much help as we can get.
His heart stopped beating and he died. Is it that unusual?
Milton explained.
The medical examiner apparently couldn't determine the cause of death, and Jonathan had just had a full cardio checkup at Johns Hopkins. He didn't have a heart attack or anything else, apparently.
So you think someone killed him? Who could possibly have a problem with Jonathan? He was a librarian.
It's not like librarians don't have enemies,
Caleb said defensively.
Indeed, I've been around some colleagues who can get pretty mean-spirited after they've had a few glasses of Merlot.
She looked at him incredulously.
Yeah, I bet. But no one's going to pop someone because they got fined for an overdue book.
Let me show you something,
Stone said.
It's up in the attic.
When they arrived there, Stone said,
That telescope is pointed toward the house next door.
Reuben added,
Yeah, it was looking into the owner's bed.
Stone cut in.
I'll explain, Reuben, if you don't mind.
He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Annabelle. Reuben said,
Oh, right. Yeah, go ahead and explain all of... it was Frank, right? Or Steve? Thank you, Reuben.
Stone snapped.
As I said, the telescope is pointed at the house next door. It's owned by the head of Paradigm Technologies, one of the largest defense contractors in the country. The man's name is Cornelius Bean. He likes to be called CB.
Caleb added.
Okay.
Annabelle said slowly. Stone looked through the telescope, sweeping his gaze along the side of Bean's house, which stood across a sliver of grass from DeHaven's.
I thought so.
He motioned for Annabelle to take his place. She focused the telescope's eyepiece on the spot where he'd been looking.
It's an officer's study.
She reported.
That's right.
You think Jonathan was spying on this guy?
Perhaps. Or he might have inadvertently seen something that led to his death.
So this Cornelius Bean killed Jonathan.
Stone shook his head.
We have no proof, but strange things have been happening.
Like what?
Stone hesitated. He had no intention of telling her about his being kidnapped.
Let's just say that there are enough questions here to make us look further. I think Jonathan DeHaven deserves that.
Annabelle studied him for a moment and then took another look through the telescope.
Tell me about this CB guy.
Stone briefly gave her a sketch of Bean and his company. Next, he mentioned the murder of the Speaker of the House, Bob Bradley. Annabelle again looked skeptical.
You don't think that's connected to Jonathan? I thought terrorists had claimed responsibility.
Stone told her about the military contracts that Bean had won under the old regime.
Bradley's predecessor as Speaker had been convicted of unethical practices, so it's not a stretch to speculate that he might have been in Bean's pocket. And then Bradley comes along as Mr. Clean, and Bean might not have wanted certain things to be investigated, so Bradley had to die.
And you're thinking that Jonathan stumbled on this conspiracy, and they had to kill him before he could tell anyone?
She still sounded unconvinced, but not as much.
What we have are 2 unsolved deaths of government people with Cornelius Bean as a common denominator, and a neighbor of one of the dead men.
Caleb added.
Bean was at the funeral today.
Annabelle said sharply.
Which one was he?
Little red-headed guy?
Annabelle finished for him.
Who thinks way too much of himself and had the tall, bottle-blonde wife who despises him.
Stone looked impressed.
You sum people up quickly.
I've always seen an advantage in it. Okay, what's our next move?
Stone looked startled.
Our next move?
Yeah. Once you give me a crash course on the info you're obviously holding back, maybe we can make some real headway.
Miss Farmer.
Stone began.
Just call me Susan.
I thought you said you weren't going to be in town long.
Change of plan.
Can I ask why?
You can ask. Can we meet tomorrow morning?
Absolutely.
Reuben said.
And if you need a place to bunk...
I don't.
She said.
We can meet at my house.
Stone suggested.
Where's that?
She asked.
At a cemetery.
Milton said helpfully. Annabelle didn't even raise an eyebrow. Stone wrote down the address and directions. When she went to take it from him, she stumbled and fell against him, grabbing onto his jacket to keep from falling.
Sorry,
she said, as her hand closed around the photo in his pocket. A second later, she was pulling it out. And then something happened that had never happened before. Stone's hand closed around her wrist. He said in a low voice, so only she could hear.
All you had to do was ask for it.
He released his grip, and she smoothly slid the photo into her pocket, her startled gaze on Stone's grim features. She regained her composure and faced the others.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Reuben took her hand, gently kissing it in the style of the centuries-ago French gentleman.
I want you to know what a true pleasure it's been making your acquaintance, Susan.
She smirked.
Thanks, Reuben. Oh, there's a nice view of what I'm assuming is Bean's bedroom from up here. He's getting it on with some hot chick right now. You might want to check it out.
Reuben whipped around.
Oliver, you didn't tell me that.
Annabelle looked back at an exasperated Stone.
That's okay, Oliver. Susan's not my real name either. What a shock, huh?
A minute later, they heard the front door open and close. Reuben quickly took up post at the telescope, but just as quickly moaned.
Damn, they must have already finished.
He turned to Stone and said reverently,
God, what a woman.
Yes, thought Stone, what a woman indeed. Annabelle climbed into her car, started it, and then pulled out the photo, rubbing her wrist where Stone had grabbed it. The guy named Oliver had actually caught her picking his pocket. Even as a kid assigned by her father to fleece tourists in L.A., she'd never been caught in the act. Tomorrow might prove to be very interesting. Her attention turned to the photo. It was amazing how one picture could bring back so many memories. That year of her life was the only truly normal one she ever had. Some might have thought it boring, or at least uneventful. She had considered it wonderful. She'd stumbled across a man who'd fallen in love with her. No ulterior motive, no hidden agenda, no leveraging for a bigger con down the road. He'd fallen in love with just her. A bookman and a con girl. All odds were against them making it, and as she well knew, only a fool bet against the odds. And yet a gentleman who collected books had somehow captured her heart, toughened and scarred as it was. Early on in their relationship, Jonathan had asked her if she collected anything. Annabelle had told him no. Yet maybe that wasn't true, she thought now. Perhaps she did collect something. Perhaps she collected lost chances. She stared up at the big old house. In another life, she and Jonathan might have lived there, with a passel of children, who knew? It was probably a good thing it hadn't turned out that way. She would have likely made a terrible mother. Her thoughts turned to the obvious issue. Jerry Bagger would be erupting in 2 days. The smart move would be to leave the country now, despite what she'd told the men about meeting tomorrow. It didn't take her long to decide. She was staying and seeing it through. Maybe she owed it to Jonathan. Perhaps she owed it to herself, because right now seemed a good time to end her collection of lost chances and make good, finally, on a second chance at a normal life. Chapter 31. Annabelle and the Camel Club gathered at Stone's cottage at 7 o'clock the next morning.
Nice digs,
she said, gazing around the small interior.
And you have such quiet neighbors,
she added, motioning out the window to the tombstones.
There are some dead people whose company I would prefer over that of certain of my living acquaintances.
Stone replied tersely.
I can relate.
Annabelle said cheerfully, sitting down in front of the empty fireplace.
Let's get to it, guys.
Reuben sat next to her, looking for the world like a large puppy hoping for a little scratch around the ears. Caleb, Milton, and Stone sat across from them.
Here's my plan.
Stone said.
Milton will find out as much as possible about Bob Bradley. There may be something about that we can use. I'll visit Bradley's house, or rather what's left of his house, and see what I can discover. Reuben used to be stationed at the Pentagon. He'll work his contacts there to find out what he can about Bean's military contracts that Bradley's dethroned predecessor might have helped push through.
Annabelle gazed at Reuben.
Pentagon, huh?
He tried to appear modest.
3 tours in Nam, too. Enough medals to decorate a damn Christmas tree. Hey, it's all about serving your country.
I wouldn't know,
Annabelle said, turning back to Stone.
But what about Jonathan's death? How do we find out if someone killed him?
I have a theory about that, but it'll require going to the Library of Congress and checking out the fire suppressant system there. The one problem with that is we don't know where it's located in the building. Caleb can't find out because it's classified for some reason. I guess so unauthorized persons couldn't sabotage it, although I think that's precisely what happened. The building is so massive that even if we could search room by room, it would take forever. We also need to see the configuration for the ventilation system for the room where Jonathan was found dead.
She asked,
What's this fire suppressant system got to do with anything?
I have a theory,
is all Stone would say.
Wouldn't the architect who did the building have the plans that would show both the fire system and the HVAC?
Annabelle pointed out.
They would.
Stone said.
Although the Jefferson Building was built in the late 1800s, it underwent extensive renovation about 15 years ago. The architect of the Capitol has the plans, but we have no access to them.
Did they use a private architectural firm to help with the renovation?
She asked. Caleb snapped his fingers.
You know, they did. One right here in D.C. I remember now because the government was trying to stimulate the local economy and was getting more into public-private partnerships.
There's your answer,
Annabelle said.
I'm not following you.
Stone replied.
We still have no access to those plans.
She looked at Caleb.
Can you get me the name of the firm?
I believe so.
The only issue will be whether they'll let us take pictures of the plans. I doubt they will, and copying them is probably out, too.
As she was thinking out loud, the Camel Club stared at her, mystified. She finally noted this and said,
I'll get us into the architectural firm, but we need copies of the designs if we're going to locate the fire room and HVAC in the building.
Milton said,
I have a photographic memory. If I look at the plans once, I can memorize them.
She looked at him skeptically.
I've heard people make that claim before, and it never quite works out.
I can assure you that it works out with me,
Milton said indignantly. She grabbed a book off the shelf, opened it to a page in the middle, and held it up in front of Milton.
Okay. Read the page to yourself.
He did so and nodded. Annabelle turned the book around and looked at the page.
All right, Mr. Photo, start regurgitating.
Milton read the page from memory, including punctuation marks, without one misstep. For the first time in their company, Annabelle looked impressed.
You ever been to Vegas?
She asked. He shook his head.
You might want to try it sometime.
Isn't card counting illegal?
Stone asked, quickly deducing what she was alluding to. She answered,
No, so long as you don't use a mechanical or computer device to do it.
Wow,
Milton exclaimed.
I could make a fortune.
Annabelle said,
But before you get your hopes up, even though it's not illegal if you're just using your brain, if they catch you, they'll beat the crap out of you.
Oh,
Milton said, horrified.
never mind.
She turned to Stone.
So how do you think Jonathan was killed? And no more doublespeak, or I walk.
Stone studied her and then made up his mind.
Caleb found Jonathan's body. Right after that, he fainted. At the hospital, the nurse said that he was getting better and that his temperature was coming up, not down.
And your point is?
Annabelle said.
The fire suppressant system at the library uses a substance called Halon 1301.
Caleb said, taking up the explanation.
It starts as a liquid in the pipes, but turns into a gas when it comes out of the nozzle. It puts out fires in part by eliminating oxygen in the atmosphere.
Meaning Jonathan might have suffocated to death? Good God, you mean the police didn't stumble across that possibility and check to see whether the gas cylinder was empty?
Annabelle said angrily.
There was no evidence that the system was even engaged.
Stone said.
Warning horn didn't sound, and Caleb learned that it was operational, although it could have been disconnected and then reattached later, and the gas leaves no residue. And on top of that, Halon 1301 could not have killed Jonathan, not at the levels that are used to suppress fires at the library.
Caleb added.
I checked it. That's why it's used in spaces occupied by people.
So where is this leading?
Annabelle asked.
You seem to be saying two different things. It was the gas, but it wasn't the gas. Which is it?
She demanded. Stone took up the discussion.
One element of the suppressant being engaged is the lowering of the temperature in the room. Caleb said he saw Jonathan's body, got an immediate chill, and fainted. I believe the chill came from the gas, which led to the nurse's comment in the hospital about Caleb's temperature coming up. And I think Caleb fainted because the oxygen levels in the room were low, but not low enough to kill him, because he'd come into the room about a half hour after Jonathan.
Annabelle said.
So it obviously wasn't this Halon 1301 stuff. So, something else?
Exactly. We just have to find out what.
Annabelle stood.
Okay. I need to start doing some serious prep work.
Stone rose and faced her.
Susan, before you really become involved, you need to know that there are some very dangerous people tied up in this. I've already had evidence of that personally. It could be very risky for you.
Oliver, let me put it this way. If it's any more dangerous than what I was involved in last week, I'd be floored.
Stone looked stunned by this comment and stepped back. Annabelle hooked an arm through Milton's.
Okay, Milton. We need to spend some time together.
Reuben looked crushed.
Why Milton?
Because he's my little Xerox machine.
She pinched Milton's cheek, and he immediately turned red.
But first we have to get him the right clothes, the right style.
What's wrong with my clothes?
Milton said, looking down at his red sweater and jeans, both of which were impeccably cleaned and pressed.
Absolutely nothing,
she said.
Except they're all wrong for what I need.
She pointed at Caleb.
Call Milton with the name of the firm as soon as you get it.
She snapped her fingers.
Let's go, Milty.
She strode out the door. A shocked Milton looked helplessly at the others and hissed.
Milty?
Milton!
Annabelle called from outside the cottage.
Now?
Milton shot out of the door. Reuben immediately whirled on Stone.
Are you just going to let her take him? What exactly would you suggest I do, Reuben?
Stone said bluntly.
That woman is a hurricane and earthquake all rolled into one. I don't know, you could,
He plopped down in a chair and growled.
Damn it, why couldn't I have a photographic memory? Thank God you don't.
Caleb exclaimed in a disgusted tone.
What makes you say that?
Reuben demanded hotly.
Because then she'd be calling you Ruby, and I'd have to be sick to my stomach.
Chapter 32. Later that day at the library, Caleb sent an email to the administrative offices. An hour later, he found out the name of the private architectural firm that had helped with the Jefferson Building's renovation. He telephoned Milton with that information.
How's it going with that woman?
He said in a low voice. Milton whispered back.
She just bought me a black suit and a really bright tie, and she wants to restyle my hair. You know, jazz me up. Did she tell you why? Not yet.
He paused, then added,
Caleb, she sort of scares me. She's so confident.
Milton had no way of knowing, but he had never uttered a truer statement.
Well, you just hang in there, Milty.
Caleb hung up, chuckling. He next phoned Vincent Pearl, knowing that he would get the answering machine, since the rare bookshop wasn't open until later in the evening. The fact was, he didn't want to talk to the man because he hadn't made up his mind what to do about the sale of Jonathan's collection yet. But most of all, he didn't know what to do about the Psalm book. When its existence was revealed, there would be a positive uproar in the rare book world, and he would be at the center of this maelstrom, a thought that terrified but also intrigued him. A little time in the spotlight wasn't such a bad thing, particularly for a person used to operating in the obscurity of a library. The only thing that stopped him from going full bore ahead was a nagging thought. What if Jonathan had gotten the Psalm book somehow illegally? That might account for his secrecy about the book. Caleb didn't want to do anything to besmirch his friend's memory. Caleb put these unsettling thoughts aside and walked over to speak to Jewel English, who, like the Hemingway lover Norman Janclow, had been a regular in the reading room over the last few years. As he walked across the room toward her, Jewel took off her glasses, tucked her pages of carefully written notes inside a small manila folder, and motioned for him to sit down next to her. When he did, she clutched his arm and said excitedly,
Caleb, I got a line on a mint beetle. Molesca, the Indian wife of the White Hunter. It's the #1, Caleb.
I think we have a copy of that volume,
he said thoughtfully.
Make sure it's in true mint condition, Jewel. The beetles were cheaply put together.
Jewel English clapped her hands together.
Oh, but Caleb, isn't it exciting, though? A #1.
Yes, it's very exciting, and if you want me to look at it first, I'd be glad to.
Oh, you are a dear. I need to have you come over sometime for a drink. We have so much in common.
She patted his arm and raised her carefully penciled-in eyebrows suggestively. Caught off guard, Caleb said hurriedly,
Yes, well, that would be nice. Someday. Maybe. In the future. Sometime. Perhaps.
He tried not to run back to his desk. Being hit on by a septuagenarian didn't really do much for his ego. He quickly recovered his good mood and surveyed the room. It was actually comforting to see Jewel and bibliophiles like Norman Janclow perched at the beautiful tables, perusing old books. It made the world seem far saner than it actually was. Caleb loved giving in to such an illusion, at least for a few hours each day. Oh, to be back in the world of foolscap and quill pen, if only for a little while. He was working at his desk about 20 minutes later when he heard the door to the reading room open. He glanced up and froze. Cornelius Bean was walking toward the reference desk when he spotted Caleb. He said something to the woman stationed at the desk, and she pointed to Caleb. He rose from his desk as Bean walked over, his hand out. He didn't have his bodyguards with him, Caleb noted. Perhaps security wouldn't let them through with their guns.
Mr. Bean,
he said. Caleb had a sudden vision of Bean with a pair of panties flapping from his privates. He had to choke back a laugh.
Sorry,
he said.
Air went down the wrong way. Please just call me CB.
They shook hands. Bean looked around the room.
I didn't even know this place existed. You should advertise better. We could do a better job of public awareness,
Caleb conceded.
But with shrinking budgets, it's hard to find the money. Trust me, I know all about government pecuniary shortfalls. Well, you've done very well dealing with Washington,
Caleb commented, and then instantly regretted having said it as Bean looked at him with heightened scrutiny.
It was a nice funeral,
Bean said, abruptly changing the subject.
As far as funerals can be nice, of course. Yes, it was. It was good meeting your wife. Right. Anyway, I was downtown meeting with some folks on the hill and thought I'd drop by. All this time I was Jonathan's neighbor, and never once have I seen where he worked. Well, better late than never.
I guess Jonathan really loved his work here.
He did. Always the first one in.
Lots of friends here. I'm sure everyone liked him.
He looked at Caleb questioningly.
I think Jonathan got along well with everyone here.
I understand you were at Jonathan's house last night with a woman.
Caleb took this second abrupt change in subject in stride.
You should have come by if you saw us.
I was busy.
I bet you were, Caleb thought.
But some of my people who saw you, they keep a tight lookout. So this woman...
She's an expert in rare books. I had her come by to take a look at some of Jonathan's holdings as part of the appraisal process.
Caleb was very proud of himself for coming up with that lie so quickly.
So what'll happen to Jonathan's house?
I'm assuming it'll be sold. I'm not really involved in that part at all.
I was thinking about buying the place and turning it into a guest house.
Yours isn't big enough?
Caleb blurted out without really thinking. Thankfully, Bean laughed.
Yeah, I know. You'd think it would be, but we have lots of guests. I thought you might have an inside track on what they're going to do with it. Maybe you've looked all through the place.
He added in a casual tone.
No, I've just confined myself to the vault.
Bean studied Caleb closely for a long moment.
I'll just call the lawyers. Let them earn their money.
He hesitated and added,
So can you give me a tour of the place while I'm here? You keep really rare books here, I understand.
Hence the name Rare Books Reading Room.
Caleb had a sudden thought. It was against certain library protocols, but what the hell? It could be important in finding out who killed Jonathan. He said,
Would you like to go into the vaults?
Yes,
Bean said almost too quickly. Caleb gave him the standard tour, which he ended near the spot where Jonathan DeHaven had been killed. Was it Caleb's imagination, or did Bean's gaze linger just a beat too long on the fire-suppressant gas nozzle sticking out of the wall? His suspicion was confirmed when Bean pointed at it.
What's that?
Caleb explained about the system.
We're actually going to replace the gas we use with another one that's more ozone-friendly.
Well, thanks for the tour.
After Bean had left, Caleb called Stone and told him about this encounter. Stone remarked,
His roundabout way of asking if Jonathan had any enemies is very curious, unless he's looking into the possibility of pinning the murder on someone else. And the fact that he wanted to know if you've looked all through Jonathan's house is very telling. I wonder if he knew about his neighbor's voyeuristic tendencies.
After he had hung up with Stone, Caleb picked up the book he'd brought from DeHaven's vault and walked through a series of underground tunnels to the Madison Building, where the Conservation and Preservation Division was located. The division was split into two large rooms, one for books and the other for everything else. Here, almost 100 conservators labored at restoring rare and not-so-rare items to better condition. Caleb went into the book room and headed to a table where a thin man wearing a green apron was carefully turning the pages of an incunabulum work from Germany. Around him was an assortment of tools, ranging from ultrasonic welders and Teflon spatulas to old-fashioned manual screw presses and X-Acto knives.
Hello, Monty,
Caleb said. Monty Chambers looked up from behind thick black glasses and rubbed his bald head with a gloved hand. He was clean-shaven and had a weak chin that seemed to melt into his face. He didn't speak, but merely nodded at Caleb. Well into his 60s now, Monty had been the library's top book conservator for decades. He was given all the toughest assignments and had never failed to get the job done. It was said that he could coax even the most damaged and neglected books back to life. He was prized for the dexterity and sensitivity of his hands, his cleverness and creativity in restoring old works, and his vast knowledge of book conservation and preservation techniques.
Got a freelance job for you, Monty, if you have time.
Caleb held up the book.
The Sound and the Fury. It has some water damage to the boards. It belonged to Jonathan DeHaven. I'm handling the sale of his collection.
Monty examined the novel and said in a high-pitched voice,
How soon?
Oh, you have plenty of time. We're in the early stages yet.
Conservators at Monty's level often worked on several major and smaller projects at a time. They worked late and also came in over some weekends when they wouldn't be interrupted as much. Caleb also knew that Monty had a fully equipped workshop at his home in D.C., where he did outside jobs on occasion.
Reversible?
Monty asked. Standard protocols in the field now demanded that every repair on a book be reversible. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, book conservationists were in a decided gussy-up phase. Unfortunately, that had led to many old books being totally rebuilt, with their original covers discarded and the pages rebound in bright tooled leather and sometimes fancy custom latches. It looked nice, but completely destroyed the historical integrity of the article, with no way to reverse the damage.
Yes,
Caleb answered.
And would you please write up what work you propose to do? We'll provide that documentation with the book when it's sold.
Monty nodded and returned to his current project. Caleb headed back to the reading room. In the tunnels, he found himself chuckling.
Milty,
he said under his breath.
And his new hairdo.
It would be the last good laugh he would have in a long time. Chapter 33.
Regina Collins.
Annabelle said in a brisk manner, handing the woman her card.
I called ahead for an appointment with Mr. Keller.
She and Milton were standing in the reception area of Keller and Mahoney, architects, located in a towering brownstone near the White House. She was dressed in a sleek black pantsuit that beautifully offset her now red-highlighted hair. Milton stood behind her, alternating between self-consciously adjusting his orange tie and fingering the chic ponytail that Annabelle had styled his long hair in. A minute later, a tall man in his 50s with wavy gray hair strode out to meet them. He wore a monogrammed striped shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and green braces held up his trousers.
Miss Collins?
He said. They shook hands, and she handed him one of her business cards.
Mr. Keller, what a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time to see us on such short notice. My assistant was supposed to call you before we left France. Suffice it to say, I'm getting a new assistant.
She indicated Milton.
My associate, Leslie Haynes.
Milton managed to say both hello and shake the man's hand, though he didn't look very comfortable doing either.
Forgive the jet lag,
Annabelle said quickly, noting his awkwardness.
We usually take the afternoon flight here, but it was booked. We had to get up before dawn Paris time. A real killer.
Not to worry, I can relate. Please, come on back.
Keller said amiably. In his office, they all sat at a small conference table.
I know you're a busy man, so I'll get right to the point. As I said in my call, I'm the managing director with a startup architectural magazine for the trade in Europe.
Keller glanced at the business card that Annabelle had just had run off that morning.
La Balustrade. Clever name.
Thanks. The ad agency spent a lot of time and our money developing it. I'm sure you can understand that.
Keller laughed.
Oh, yes. We went that route initially and then decided to just name the company after ourselves.
I wish we'd had that option.
But you're not French?
An old story. I'm a transplanted American who fell in love with Paris while I was in college on an exchange program. I can speak the language just well enough to order dinner, a nice bottle of wine, and get into trouble on occasion.
She said a few words in French. Keller laughed embarrassingly.
I'm afraid I don't,
he said. She opened a leather briefcase she'd brought with her and pulled out a notebook.
Well, for the inaugural issue, we wanted to do a story on the renovation of the Jefferson Building that was undertaken by your firm in partnership with the architect of the Capitol.
Keller nodded.
That was a great honor for us.
And a long job, from 1984 until 1995, correct?
You've done your homework. That also included redoing the Adams Building across the street, as well as cleaning and conservation of the murals in the Jefferson Building. I can tell you it dominated my life for 10 years.
And you did a brilliant job. From what I understand, it was a Herculean task simply to rework the main reading area. There were a lot of structural integrity issues, load-bearing column problems, particularly with the challenge of the dome. And I heard that the original truss work left a lot to be desired.
These were items Milton had pulled off the internet for her just that morning. She'd distilled 100 pages of information down so smoothly and spun it out so glibly that Milton looked at her in amazement.
It did have its challenges. Although you're looking at a building that was constructed over 100 years ago, given that, they did a hell of a job back then.
I have to say, the regilding of the Torch of Learning's flame at the apex of the dome, with 23.5-carat gold leaf, was an inspired touch.
Well, I can't take credit for that one, but it does look terrific against the roof's copper patina.
But you can take credit for using modern technology and construction techniques to make the building even better,
she said.
That we did. It'll easily last another 100 years or more, and with a price tag of over $80 million, it should.
We won't be allowed to take any pictures of the construction plans, will we?
I'm afraid not. Security issues and all that.
I completely understand, but I had to ask. Can we at least look at them? When we do write the story, I want to be able to give full flavor to all the incredible ingenuity that your firm brought to the project, and it might help you give us a better commentary if they're in front of us. Our magazine will be distributed in 8 countries. Not that your firm needs the exposure, but it couldn't hurt.
Keller smiled.
Well, it sounds like this article will be good for business. In fact, we've been looking to branch out overseas.
Then I think this is a match made in heaven,
Annabelle replied.
Any particular phase you'd like to look at?
All of it, really, but perhaps a focus on the basement and the second floor, which I heard were challenges, too.
It was all a challenge, Miss Collins.
Please, call me Regina. And the reconfig of the HVAC?
That was a bear.
I can tell this is going to be a great article,
Annabelle cooed. Keller picked up the phone, and minutes later they were looking over the architectural plans. Milton positioned himself such that he took in every inch of the drawings, mentally filing every detail away in far reaches of his brain that most human beings could not access in theirs. Keller went over various points while Annabelle quickly sized up the plans and directed his attention and comments to the basement fire suppression room, the HVAC, and the rare books reading room vaults.
Now, the fire suppression equipment is centrally housed and piped through the slab?
She asked, drawing a finger along this part of the plan.
Exactly. We were able to centrally locate it because of the delivery system we had, but they're in the process of changing the suppressant. Hallen 1301.
Milton volunteered, and Annabelle gave him a rewarding smile.
An ozone depletion monster. We had the same problem across the pond. Precisely,
Keller agreed.
And this HVAC duct runs right up to the vaults housed around the reading room,
she pointed out.
Yes, that was a little tricky because of the limited space, but we piggybacked some of the principal ductwork right onto the shelving columns.
And still allow them to be load-bearing. That is very clever,
Annabelle complimented. They went over the drawings for another half hour, until Annabelle pronounced herself satisfied.
Leslie,
she said to Milton,
do you need to see anything else?
He shook his head and, smiling, put his finger to his temple.
I've got it all up here.
Annabelle laughed, and Keller quickly joined in. She took a photo of Keller and his partner, Mahoney, for the story, and promised to send them a copy of the magazine when it came out. Don't hold your breath, guys. As they were leaving, Keller said,
If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to give us a call.
You've been more helpful than you could possibly imagine,
Annabelle replied truthfully. As they climbed into Annabelle's rented Ford, Milton said,
Thank God that's over.
My palms are so sweaty I could barely open the car door.
Milton, you did great. That Halon comment was perfectly timed to put to put Keller at ease.
It actually did feel good, even though I felt like throwing up a couple of times.
Forget about it. That comes with the territory. And you showed some style, too, with that "got it all up here" comment.
Milton beamed.
Oh, you like that one? It just came out.
I can tell you're a natural at this.
He glanced at her.
You seem to do this stuff really well, too.
She put the car in gear.
Just beginner's luck.
Chapter 34. While Annabelle and Milton were meeting with the architects, Stone had ventured into the neighborhood where Bob Bradley had lived. He'd dressed in a floppy hat, oversized coat, and baggy pants, and he had on a leash Goff, Caleb's mongrel dog, which had been named after the first director of the Rare Books Division. This was a dodge that he'd used before, and had actually originated in his old job with the government. People just could not bring themselves to be suspicious about someone walking a pet. Stone had no idea, of course, that Roger Seagraves had used the same ploy in making his escape after killing Robert Bradley. As he strolled down the street, he could see that all that was left of the townhouse was a blackened mass of toppled studs and a scorched brick chimney. The two attached homes on either side of Bradley's residence had also been extensively damaged. Stone looked around the area. It was not a particularly affluent part of town. Being a congressman was not the financial windfall that some people thought it was. Members had to maintain two residences, one in their home state and one in the capital city, and the cost of housing in D.C. was extraordinarily high. Some congressmen, particularly newer ones, often shared homes in Washington or even slept in their offices for this reason. Yet the veteran Bradley had lived alone. Milton managed to get Stone background information on the man, and Stone had also consulted the journals kept at his hiding place. Together, they had presented an overall picture of Bradley. Born in Kansas, he had had a typical politician's career, if there was such a thing, serving 12 terms in the House and rising through the ranks to head up the House Intelligence Committee for over a decade, before assuming the position of Speaker. With his death at age 59, he left behind a wife and 2 grown children, all back in Kansas. From what Stone could learn, the man had been honest and his career never threatened by scandal. His stated purpose of cleaning up the Congress could very well have made him many powerful enemies and led to his death. Some might conclude that assassinating a man who was third in line to succeed the president would be too audacious a move. However, Stone knew that was a pipe dream. If one could kill presidents, nobody was safe. Officially, Bradley's murder was still an ongoing investigation, although the media, after a flurry of stories about it, had been uncharacteristically mum. Perhaps the police were starting to suspect that the terrorist group didn't really exist, and Bradley's death was due to something far more complex than the work of bigoted and violent lunatics. He stopped next to a tree so Goff could take a leak. Stone could sense the presence of authority all around him. He'd been in the spy business long enough to know that the truck parked at the far end of the street was a recon vehicle, the 2 men inside assigned to ferret out any helpful details by watching the dead man's home. One of the nearby townhomes had probably been commandeered by the FBI, with an investigative team working there 24/7. Binoculars and cameras were no doubt trained on him right now. He pulled his hat down a bit lower, as though in response to the breeze. As he was looking around, he caught sight of something, immediately turned around and walked the other way, dragging Goff along in his haste. A white D.C. Public Works van had turned the corner and was heading his way. He did not intend to find out if it was a real Public Works van or full of people who specialized in causing other humans enormous pain. He turned right at the next corner and prayed that the van didn't follow. Although the area was crawling with feds, he could not assume that would protect him. The FBI might very well toss him in the van with the torturers and wave a hearty goodbye. He walked 2 more blocks before slowing down and letting Goff fuss at a bush, while he slowly glanced behind him. No sign of the van. Yet it could have been a ruse, distracting him while they came at Stone from another direction. With this thought, he called Reuben on his cell phone. The big man had just punched out at the loading dock.
"I'll be there in 5 minutes, Oliver,"
he said.
"There's a police substation 2 blocks from where you are. Start heading that way. If the bastards make a move, you start screaming like bloody murder."
Stone walked in that direction. Reuben, for all his faults, was as loyal and as brave a friend as Stone could possibly want. True to his word, Reuben came roaring down the road in his pickup truck, and Stone and Goff climbed in.
"Where's your motorcycle?"
Stone asked.
"Jerk-offs have seen it. Figured I'd keep it on the QT."
When they were far away from the area, Reuben slowed and then stopped.
"I've been checking the side mirror, Oliver,"
he reported.
"I didn't see anything."
Stone didn't look convinced.
"They must have seen me on the street. Your disguise fooled them."
Stone shook his head.
"People like that aren't fooled so easily. Well, maybe they're keeping you on a short leash, hoping you'll lead them to the pot of gold. I'm afraid it'll be a long wait then. Meant to tell you, a buddy of mine from the Pentagon called me back. He didn't have a lot to say about being in that military contract, but he did tell me something interesting. I know some things have been reported in the press about secrets being stolen and leaks occurring, but it's a lot worse than the papers have reported. From what my friend said, there's some moles selling this country down the river to our enemies in the Middle East and Asia, among others."
Stone fiddled with Goff's leash and said,
"Reuben, have your friends at D.C. Homicide or the FBI gotten back to you?" "You know, that's really strange. Not one of them has called back. I don't get it." "Oh, I get it,"
Stone thought.
"I get it loud and clear."
Chapter 35. They met at Stone's cottage later that evening, and Annabelle and Milton reported on their session with the architects. Relying on his astonishing memory, Milton had drawn out a detailed plan of the locations of both the fire room and the HVAC line. Caleb studied the drawings.
"I know exactly where that is. I thought it was just a storage room." "Is it locked?"
Stone asked.
"I suppose it might be. I'm sure I have some keys that will probably fit it."
Stone said. Caleb looked startled.
"Keys? What's that supposed to mean?"
I think it means he's planning on breaking into the room.
Annabelle said.
"Oliver, you can't be serious. Against my better judgment, I let you impersonate a German scholar to get into the vault, but I absolutely draw the line on burglarizing the Library of Congress."
Annabelle looked at Stone with new respect.
You played a German scholar? That's impressive.
"Please do not encourage him."
Caleb snapped.
"Oliver, I am a federal employee."
"And have we ever held that against you?"
Reuben quipped. Stone said,
"Caleb, if we don't get into that room, all the risk in getting the plan details will have been for nothing."
He pointed at the drawing.
"And you can see that the HVAC line running to the vault is also located in the fire suppression room. We can check both out at the same time."
Caleb shook his head.
"That room is located off the main basement corridor. There are usually lots of people walking along there. We'll get caught. If we act like we're supposed to be there, no one will challenge us."
He's right, Caleb.
Annabelle said.
"I'm going too,"
Reuben added.
"I'm tired of being left out of all the fun."
Milton piped in.
"What about us?"
"I can't walk in with an army of people."
Caleb wailed. Annabelle said,
We can be backup, Milton. Every plan needs to allow for contingencies.
Stone looked at her strangely.
"Fine. You can be our backup. We'll go tonight." "Tonight?"
Caleb exclaimed.
"I'll need at least a week to work up the nerve. I'm a wimp. I started out as a librarian at an elementary school, but I couldn't take the pressure."
"You can do it, Caleb,"
Milton advised.
"I felt the same way today, but it's not that hard to fool people. If I can do it to some architects, you can do it at the place where you work. What could they possibly ask you that you wouldn't have an answer for?" "Oh, I don't know. How about, where's my brain for agreeing to do this in the first place?
Caleb shot back.
And besides, the building will be closing by the time we get there. Can you still get us in with your library badge? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
He said evasively.
Caleb.
Stone said calmly.
We have to do this.
Caleb sighed.
I know.
He added sharply.
At least allow me the satisfaction of pretending I'm putting up a fight.
Annabelle put a hand on his shoulder and smiled.
Caleb, you remind me of somebody I know. His name's Leo. He likes to bitch and moan and act like a weenie, but in the end, he always comes through.
I guess I'll take that as a compliment,
Caleb said stiffly. Stone cleared his throat and opened one of the journals he'd brought with him.
I think I've discovered at least partly what it is we're up against.
They all turned their attention to him. Before he'd started speaking, he switched on his portable radio and classical music filtered into the room.
Just in case the cottage is being bugged,
he explained. He cleared his throat again and told them about his trip to Bradley's destroyed house.
They killed the man and blew up his house. At first, I thought it was to keep up the terrorist group's subterfuge. Now I think there could be another reason. Namely, that in spite of his reputation as an honest man, Bob Bradley was corrupt, and the evidence of that corruption disappeared in the explosion. That's not possible,
Caleb said.
His predecessor was a crook, not Bradley. They elevated Bradley to the top spot to clean things up.
Stone shook his head.
In my experience in Washington, one does not capture the speaker's chair on an agenda of anti-corruption. One gets there by building up powerful support and cultivating alliances over the years. Still, Bradley's ascension was out of the ordinary. If the majority leader hadn't been indicted along with the former speaker, the job would have gone to him, and after him, the party whip. But the leadership was so tainted that Bradley was brought in like the proverbial out-of-town sheriff to clean up the town. But I'm not talking about that sort of corruption. Bradley's role as Speaker obscures the other significant title he held, that of Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. In that role, Bradley would have been briefed on virtually every covert operation going on in every American intelligence agency, including the CIA, NSA, and the Pentagon. He and his staff would have been privy to secrets and classified documents worth a great deal to our enemies.
Stone leafed through his journal.
Over the last several years, there have been numerous accounts of espionage against American intelligence agencies, some of which have resulted in the deaths of undercover agents. 4 in the most recent instance that the press identified as State Department liaisons. And according to Rubin's sources, it's even worse than the media have reported. So you're saying Bradley was a spy?
Milton asked.
I'm saying it's a possibility.
Caleb said.
But if Bradley was working with America's enemies, why would they kill him? There are 2 possibilities,
Stone replied.
First, he might have asked for more money in return for his acts of treason, and they decided to kill him instead. Or,
Annabelle said,
or we killed him.
Stone glanced at her and nodded slightly. The others looked stunned. Caleb exclaimed,
We? As in our government? Why kill him? Why not bring him to justice?
Milton added.
Because doing that entails it all coming out,
Stone said.
And maybe the CIA and Pentagon don't want people to know they were beaten by the other side.
Rubin added.
And the CIA is not known for its compassion.
Stone added dryly.
Even the Speaker of the House may not be immune from their target sheet. But if it is our own government behind this, who were the people who kidnapped and tortured you, Oliver?
Milton asked. Annabelle shot him a glance.
You were tortured?
I was interrogated thoroughly by some very experienced people.
Stone replied.
They tried to drown you.
Caleb snapped.
By water dunking you.
Rubin slapped his leg in fury.
Water dunking? For God's sake, Caleb, that's what they do to clowns at the fair. What they did to Oliver was waterboarding, and it sure as hell ain't the same thing. To address your question, Milton, I don't know how my abductors play into this yet. It doesn't make sense that if our government killed Bradley, they would also be interested in what we've found out. They'd already know.
It would make sense if the agency that killed Bradley did the deed on its own, and another agency is trying to play catch-up.
Annabelle offered.
We may have one agency pitted against another.
Stone looked at her with even more respect.
That's an interesting theory. How it plays out for us is hard to say right now.
Are you still thinking this is tied to Jonathan's death?
Annabelle asked.
The common denominator all along has been Cornelius Bean,
Stone said.
His appearance at the library and his interest in the fire suppressant system only makes our suspicions seem more well-founded. That's the tie to Jonathan, Cornelius Bean. And to get to the bottom of that, we have to find out how Jonathan died. So we have to burglarize the Library of Congress.
Caleb groaned. Stone put a hand on his friend's shoulder.
If it makes you feel any better, Caleb, it's not the first government building I've broken into.